Hello everyone, Xeno What If here. Bring in the finale of What If Jackie Chan was in W.I.T.C.H. Link in the description of the fanfiction of this What If. Listen here YouTube. I do not own anything and this is not a scam. Stolen heart and mask. A submarine soared over the ocean floor beneath the Atlantic. The one piloting the submarine was none other than Jackie Chan, with Will on the passenger seat next to him. Jade, Cornelia, Lin, Tyranny, Irma, and Caleb standing behind them. Okay, we should be close. Will said, looking at the Hanafuda cards in front of her, one showing the location of the mask they sought, which appeared to be the ruins of a sunken ship beneath the waves. Taking one look at the card, she looked out in front to see the actual sunken ship. Whoa, is that a pirate ship? Lin asked. Looks more like a ship from the 16th or 17th century. Tyranny corrected. So it could be a pirate ship, or something from Great Britain or Spain around that time. Why would a British or Spanish ship have a Japanese Oni mask on board? Cornelia questioned as the submarine made its way closer and shined its lights over the wreckage. Maybe they were trading, Jade guessed. Like in Pirates of Caribbean. The East India Trading Company. That's from a movie, Jade. Cornelia told her. Actually, the East India Trading Company was a real organization. Jackie pointed out. But it was abolished in 1858 following the Indian Rebellion. I don't care how it ended up here, let's just find the mask and get out of here. Caleb stated. The headlights continued to scan the ship's wreckage, until it shined up the mask to find none other than the ninth and final Oni mask attached near the top. This mask was a vibrant red with yellow eyes, red pupils, and dark brown eyebrows with white serrated teeth. Found it, Irma said as she began to channel her own water powers into the ocean itself, creating a current around the mask that pried it loose from the mast, where she began to pull it closer to the submarine. This seems a little too easy. Easy. We are at the bottom of the ocean. Jackie pointed out as Irma brought the mask toward the storage area of the submarine. No, I think Irma's right. Will agreed. This is the last Oni mask, and Eleon's coronation is in 2 days. With everything that's been happening, you'd think the bad guys would get pretty desperate to snatch the last mask. With our luck, we'll get the ultimate, good versus evil battle royale, soon enough. Jade commented with a shrug. I'm not complaining. I've had enough showdown to last a few hundred lifetimes. Cornelia said as the submarine made its way from the wreckage and back to home base, with the heroes unaware that a certain Oni King was watching them with an evil smirk on his face. Meridian, Infinite City. It had taken a great deal of time, but Daolan Wang had managed to lift the spell that kept him and his forces from entering the ancient underground city. Once that was done, and the passageway cleared of debris, Wang and Cedric led a small army of soldiers into the Infinite City. Though all the rebels had long since cleared out, they still had to search the place for anything they may have left behind. Find anything the rebels may have left behind. The commander, Lothar, ordered all the soldiers. Food, weapons, plans, strip this city bare. However, as orders were given, several soldiers spoke and whispered to each other in a tone that none of their commanding officers could hear. Tyner crossed the veil to Earth and returned. He was treated by the Guardians and their allies. He says everything Phobos and the others have told us about Earth is a lie. Daolan Wang soon approached an opening in the floor that led to a chamber deeper underground. I sense powerful magic down there. Cedric slithered toward his wizarding companion. It must be the one called, the Mage. She is the last vestige of Queen Weira's reign before Phobos came to power. He turned toward Lothar. Tell me Captain, why is it she has not yet been subdued and brought out to us? Even the rebels fear her power. Lothar replied. I sent 5 men in, none of them returned. Then go yourself. Wang ordered, pointing toward the entrance. Though hesitant at first, Lothar did as he was ordered and proceeded into the chamber with a lamp in one hand, and a sword in the other. It was almost pitch dark in the chamber, the only source of illumination being the lamp he held. The deeper he went underground, the more he heard the sound of running water. Once he reached the bottom of the stairs, he noticed a waterfall across from him. Perhaps the mage was hiding behind there. As he took a step forward however, his foot hit something. Lothar looked down to see 5 broken lamps on the floor, clearly left behind by the soldiers he sent in. Before he could wonder what exactly happened, a powerful wind blew out the flame in Lothar's lamp. He didn't even have time to gasp as he was engulfed by total darkness. His deathly screams could be heard from above, causing all the guards to look in fright while Wong and Cedric shared concerning glances. "It would appear this mage is stronger than we thought," Cedric said. "Perhaps Takudo could overpower her." "No, I believe it may be best to leave it alone for now," Wong replied. "Eleon's coronation is only 2 days away, and we do not need to deal with any other foes at the moment. But once her power is ours, and our enemies vanquished, then we can deal with the mage." Daolon Wong sneered to himself. "No matter how powerful this mage may be, not even she can stand against me when I wield the power of the Oni King, as well as that of the ultimate evil." Phobos Castle, Wong's chambers. Finn, Ratso, and Chao entered the private quarters of their would-be master and began to search for whatever it was they were hoping to find. But at the moment, all they could find was stuff that would make someone throw up, such as the case of Chao when he picked up a skinned corpse of a pasling. "Ah, gross." Chao did his best to keep his lunch down. "Why the heck are we even here? 'Cause now's the best time to see if Wong's got anything that can hurt little E," Finn told him as he skimmed through a spell book. "Yeah, Wong is out with Cedric right now, and Eleon's asleep. Seems like a good time to go snooping around," Ratso added as he looked underneath the table. "Alright, I get it. But it's not like any of us know how this freaky dark magic stuff works," Chao said as he walked over toward a smoking cauldron. "Well, you got any answers for us?" He spoke to the cauldron, looking at his own reflection in the dark liquid, which he lightly slapped out of boredom. However, it would seem physical contact was enough for the dark liquid inside to boil rapidly, much to Chao's surprise, which drew Ratso and Finn's attention as well. All three of them looked in shock as out of the boiling liquid, dark smoke emerged outward and formed a large sphere. The smoke began to clear at the center and expand, revealing a magical transparent window into the netherworld. And at the very center of the window, as the ghost-like face of the dreaded demon the enforcers knew all too well. "Well now, this is an unexpected surprise," the fire demon commented, recognizing the enforcers despite their physical appearances as Dark Kai warriors. Needless to say, all three of them looked in almost horror as their orange faces went pale. "Uh-oh," Chao gulped. "Shendu." Finn felt his own blood freeze. "He's back," Ratso sang, not even bothering to hide his fear. "To think I would still be settled with you fools even after all this time. Fate must have an ironic sense of humor," Shendu commented. "Based on your appearances, it's safe to assume you were in the service of Daolon Wong, correct?" Yeah Shendu." Finn chuckled nervously with his friends. "Total Dark Kai warriors over here. Tell me, has there been any change in the plan?" Shendu asked. What plan?" Chao asked. Shendu's red eyes narrowed slightly, yet at the same time, he looked intrigued. "The plan to use the child Eleon's power to resurrect me, of course." That took all three by surprise. "Wait, Eleon," Ratso exclaimed. "You're gonna use the kid." Before he could finish, Chao and Finn quickly covered his mouth with forced grins. No. No changes in the plan at all," Chao quickly said. "Yeah, the whole thing is gonna go down in 2 days," Finn added. "We just wanted to remind you, that's all." "Excellent. I look forward to seeing you all again," Shendu sneered before the projection vanished, leaving the enforcers alone once more. Once he was gone, all three of them breathed huge sighs of relief, yet at the same time, a new feeling of dread filled their beings. "This is bad," Chao gulped. "Ya think?" Finn questioned. "Phobos, Takudo, and Wong together are one thing. But freaking Shendu thrown into the mix. That's like apocalypse level. And he's gonna use poor little Eleon to come back," Ratso said with worry. "So, let's grab the kid and leave. We all know how bad Shendu is. Dude, there's no way Phobos and his pals are gonna let us do that," Finn reminded him. "Her coronation is only 2 days in row. He's not gonna let her out of his sight till then. So, what do we do?" Ratso questioned. Chao was the first to calm down and give an answer to his friends. "We tell Chan about this." Netherworld. Shendu's spirit continued to float in the void as he pondered over what had just happened. He was no fool, and he understood the enforcers very well. Not only did they have no idea about his deal with Daolon Wong, but they were also clearly attached to the girl whose power was about to be used to bring him back. That was exactly why he let slip the basic gist of the plan, Between those three fools, there is no way word won't reach Jackie Chan. No matter, let Chan come. Shendu spoke to himself. The plan is already in motion. Daolan Wang has already devised the spell, and now we simply wait for the ceremony to begin just 2 days from now. Jackie Chan will undoubtedly come to rescue her, but even if he is aware of my impending return, he won't stop me. I welcome it even, as the very first thing I'll do once I breathe again, is to tear my nemesis limb from limb. And any other fool who dares to stand in my way. Earth, Heatherfield. After returning to the city, Jackie, Caleb, and the girls met up with Yan Lin, Uncle, Toru, and Alchemy at the Silver Dragon to get some dinner. Once they finished, the group got up to leave the restaurant as more snow continued to fall over the city. Thanks Mrs. Lin. Tyranny thanked as the group walked outside, with Yan Lin staying inside the restaurant to clean up. Now that was a good meal. I'm stuffed. Jade smiled contentedly as she rubbed her belly. Nothing like completing a quest to an end to build up your appetite. Irma said. Yep. 9 Oni masks down, none to go. Hey Lin added. And the best part, it didn't end up on anybody's face this time. So, no more showdown. Do not celebrate yet. Uncle chastised as the group walked down the sidewalk. Until final Oni mask is secure in vault, quest is not complete. Which is why I still have the mask removal spell on hand, just in case. Toru said as he briefly picked up the vial of the removal potion from his pocket before putting it away. What was the spell ingredient for this one? Cornelia asked. Japanese leaves. Alchemy answered. A much more common ingredient than some of the other stuff we've used before. Yeah, well I gotta agree with Uncle on this one. Will said. Until we get this mask locked up in section 13, I'm not letting it out of my sight. The redhead continued to carry the final Oni mask in her jacket. That is a good idea, Will. Jackie said. We will accompany you until we get to the vault. Even though we've secured all the Oni masks, Takudo is still a clear threat. Caleb stated. And the war isn't over yet. Eleon's coronation is in 2 days, and we know Daolan Wang is planning on stealing Eleon's power for himself. But we don't know how. Nothing in the Book of Secrets explains how Wang plans to steal Eleon's powers. Jackie asked. Very important rule of magic. Never write all spells in one place. Uncle said. But if we stop the ceremony before Wang even has a chance to cast the spell, then we should be able to rescue Eleon without a hitch. Toru said. There's no way we're gonna sneak in to do that though. Tyranny said. Phobos is going to pull out all the stops to keep us from getting to the castle. So, we go in guns blazing. Jade pointed out. We call in the J team again, along with Section 13 and the rebels and storm the castle, final battle style. They'll see an army that big coming a mile away, especially with the infinite city being discovered. Caleb said. How are we going to get everyone to pass the castle's outer defenses? Maybe we disguise everyone as Girl Scouts. Irma suggested in a joking fashion. Everyone opens the door for Girl Scouts. Cornelia looked toward Irma with a scowl. Oh, that's real sensitive. Eleon's life is in danger in case you've forgotten. Plus, you know what? I'm sick of all your dumb, useless jokes. Why don't you try helping for a change? Cornelia. Alchemy scolded. We get it, we're all worried about Eleon. But you don't have to lash out like that. She's right. Jackie stood in between Cornelia and Irma as they glared at each other. We can't afford to fight amongst ourselves, not now. Despite Jackie's words though, there was still a great amount of tension forming between the two guardians. Fortunately it came to an end as someone else walked forward. Hey Will. Matt approached the group. Oh, and everyone else. Hi Matt. Will smiled almost dreamlike toward him. Jade had a knowing smirk on her face. Hey, we'll go on ahead. You can catch up with us later, Will. She gestured for everyone else to walk away, which they did with the exception for Uncle. Flirt with boy later, mask must be secured now. Uncle stated, only for Jade to pull on his ear and pull him away. Please ignore the crabby old man and enjoy your time together, you two. She told them as she continued to pull Uncle away by his ear. While Will looked a little embarrassed, Matt chuckled slightly. You got some pretty interesting friends. You have no idea. Will laughed a bit. Matt's smile faded as he looked toward Will with concern. You know, you've missed a lot of classes. Is there something wrong? I've had other things on plate and, she shuffled slightly with nervousness. This however caused her to accidentally drop the Oni mask from her jacket as it landed in between them. Oh, she winced nervously. I got it. Matt moved to pick it up, but once he got a good look at the mask, his eyes widened slightly. Whoa, now that's a scary face. Yeah. Will quickly took the mask back and put it in her jacket again. It's a personal project I've been working on. Don't worry about it. Believe it or not, I've got bigger things to worry about than school. This might sound kinda stupid, but is this about what happened before Christmas? Matt asked nervously. You know, when you kissed me. No, Will quickly said, not wanting Matt to get the wrong idea while her cheeks turned red. The blush quickly faded as she gave a sigh before answering. That was a thing, alright. This is a totally different thing. Understand? Matt only looked more confused at that. Look, I'm sorry, I really gotta get going right now. She told him. But I'll talk to you later, okay? Without waiting for him to respond, Will quickly ran down the sidewalk and turned the corner. Once she was out of sight, she slid back against the wall and pulled her hat down in embarrassment. Oh, I'm so stupid, she scolded herself. Yeah, probably could have handled that better. Jade commented, standing next to her. No kidding, Jade. Will's eyes quickly widened, realizing who was standing next to her. Jade. Yeah, should you really be surprised at this point? She questioned rhetorically. Will sighed. How much of that did you hear? Enough. Jackie and Caleb walked forward. Sorry to eavesdrop, but we gotta make sure that mask gets locked up. Caleb pointed to the Oni mask in Will's jacket. Yeah, I get it. Fate of the world and all that. Will replied. Jackie looked toward her with a sympathetic smile and placed a hand on her shoulder. Tell you what, Will. How about once this whole thing with Phobos is over, and we've rescued Eleon, you take some time to spend with Matt and not worry about saving the world from evil. I'm sure the world can survive without the Guardians for a few days. Will looked toward her mentor and friend with a smile. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Thanks, Jackie. With that, the quartet walked down the sidewalk, unaware that they were being watched by an outside party from the rooftop. The pasling named Jeek had spent a few weeks on Earth since the rescue of the rebels from Phobos dungeon and had been waiting for the right moment to strike. Right now, the girl who possessed the heart of Kandrakar also possessed one of the masks Phobos had been seeking. Phobos pay lots and lots. Jeek snickered evilly. Must find magic stone and mask for Phobos. Meridian, Phobos castle. Even though it was late at night, Eleon couldn't sleep. Her coronation was only a few days away, and she was quite excited. At the same time though, she was also a bit nervous. Her friends were still under the control of the heart of Kandrakar, not to mention the rebels escaped the dungeons. She had little doubt they would try to disrupt the ceremony. Naturally, there was a lot on her mind, and it made it hard to get some sleep. With Finn, Ratso, and Chow gone for some unknown reason, she decided to explore the castle hallways by herself, thinking she could probably tire herself out. Even though she had grown quite comfortable in the castle she shared with her older brother, it was somewhat nerve-wracking being alone at night in the dark, her only source of light being a lamp in her hand. She had been wandering for some time, she wasn't quite sure where she was going. Before she knew it, Eleon found herself by the granary. On the other side however, she heard the sounds of machinery and work on the other side. Who could be working this late at night? However, she also heard the sounds of animalistic and non-human noises as well, which made her more than a little nervous. Eleon slowly reached for the door handle and opened the door but gave a startled scream at what she saw. They were Lurdans, creatures that she had never seen in the castle before, or in all of Meridian. The Lurdans worked at the granary before they noticed the princess's presence. They looked toward her with snarls and roars, resulting in Eleon screaming and running away. The Dark Kai enforcers had left Wong's chambers just before the Dark Wizard and his shapeshifting partner returned from their mission. Fortunately, they didn't seem to notice the Dark Kai enforcers, which gave them the chance to get back to their post, only to find Eleon's door was open, and the girl was not inside. Where's Eleon? Chow asked. Almost in direct response, they heard her screams echo through the halls and ran as fast as they could to the source of the screams. Phobos and Takudo heard Eleon's screams as well. the Dark Prince quickly erecting the illusion around his throne room while Takudo vanished into the walls just before the princess ran inside. Phobos. Eleon ran to her brother in distress. Eleon, what's the matter? He quickly asked. Little E. Finn, Chow, and Ratso had just entered the throne room. Kid, what is it? A room upstairs, I went in, she explained in a panic. Horrible things with huge teeth, there were dozens of them. Hey, it's okay kiddo. Ratso was the first to console her, kneeling to her level and putting a comforting hand on her shoulder. We won't let the monsters get you. Even though Ratso spoke sincerely, Finn and Chow shared concerning glances as they knew what Eleon was talking about, as did Phobos. Guards. The prince called a pair of guards into the throne room. Go to the granary. I think the rebels are using Lurdans to steal our granary. The guards looked to each other in mild confusion. Go. With that order, the guards left. Lurdans. Eleon asked. Evil creatures, I'm sorry you had to see that, Eleon. Phobos apologized. The princess was walked back to her chambers, escorted by her brother and the enforcers. Before she walked inside, she turned back to them with a concerned expression. How come I've never heard of these, Lurdan things until now? Eleon asked. Because I had thought they were extinct. Phobos lied. Or at the very least, endangered. But it seems I was mistaken. With your coronation ever closer, our enemies grow more and more desperate. Can I do anything to help? Eleon asked. No, I can handle this sister, don't you worry. Phobos assured. You just get some sleep. I promise, everything will be alright in the morning. She took a deep breath, trusting in her brother before smiling. Okay, I trust you. She closed the door and went back to her room. As the door was closed, the enforcers tried to tiptoe away quietly, only for Phobos to ensnare them with his magic and fling them to the wall on the other side of the hallway. You were supposed to be watching her. He exclaimed to them, speaking a distance away from Eleon's room so she wouldn't hear. Sorry. Chow quickly said. We were, just looking around at the windows. Finn quickly lied, making sure nobody could sneak in. Really? 'Cause I thought. Ratso was quickly elbowed by his friends on both sides before correcting himself. I thought I checked them already. That's why I was in the can. Heh. Phobos narrowed his eyes, not quite convinced, but given how stupid he knew they were, he was confident they couldn't do any intentional damage and let them go from his magical grip. If Eleon's coronation weren't just around the corner, I would personally cast you three into the abyss of shadows for your constant stupidity. Phobos scolded. From this point forward, you do not Eleon out of your sight for even a second. Am I clear? Yes sir. Finn stood up straight with his friends. Crystal clear. Chow added with a nod. Super shiny crystal clear. Ratso also said, saluting. Earth. Heatherfield. The quartet consisting of Jackie, Will, Jade, and Caleb continued to walk through the snowy streets into a suburban area, coming closer towards their destination, all the while talking about their next move. If I could only get the army directly inside the castle, we can have a fighting chance. Caleb stated. Why don't we use the seal of Phobos? Jade suggested. I mean, we used it to bust everyone out of Phobos dungeon, we can do the opposite, right? That's, actually, a great idea, Jade. Jackie smiled toward his niece. But we'll still need to be careful. Phobos and Takudo are going to do everything in their power to stop us, even if we get everyone inside. Will gave a slight sigh. Maybe we can work the details out tomorrow. I'm tired and I can't think. Yes, by tomorrow, once we're fully rested, we'll have our plan set. Jackie agreed. So Will, do you like this mad guy? Caleb asked teasingly. Oh, they are so totally in love. Jade responded. Jade, come on, knock it off. Will said in embarrassment, her cheeks red as usual, resulting in Caleb and Jade smirking toward her. That's quite enough you two. Jackie admonished his niece and friend. Will's relationships are her own business. Thank you, Jackie. Will smiled in appreciation at him. Well, I just had a feeling. Caleb began. That he likes me. Will asked in excitement. Subtle. Jade maintained her smirk. That he's following us. Caleb said with a serious tone of voice. This caused the other three to turn around in surprise, but they didn't appear to see anybody. However, the more they focused on the general area, the more they got the feeling that there was indeed somebody following them. Matt is not the stalker type, Will said before her eyes widened slightly. What if it's someone who's after, you know what? She asked in a subtle whisper, slightly opening her jacket to reveal the Oni mask in an angle that only they could see it. Jackie gave a serious expression. That could explain why we didn't see anybody when we first found it. Think they're planning an ambush? Jade asked. I don't know, but let's not take a chance. Here's what we'll do. Jackie began to instruct. Caleb, you and I will take the direct route to Section 13, see if we can get whoever's behind to follow us. Jade, Will, you go the long route. If you are attacked, do what you have to do, and we'll be there as soon as possible. All three of them nodded before splitting off in their respective pairs. Jackie and Caleb continued along the street, while Will and Jade turned to walk down a separate path. Both groups were seemingly unaware of the prying eyes of Jeek from behind a nearby car, before leaping toward the closest tree to follow after the girls. Matt sat alone on a bench inside the mall, appearing to be deep in thought. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a fellow student who recognized and walked up to him. Hey Matt. Martin waved. Oh, I'm glad I ran into ya. Hey, I need some womanly advice, ya know, for me and Irma. Wrong guy, Martin. Matt said as Martin sat down next to him. I'm still trying to figure Will out. Before Christmas, she grabs me and kisses me, and things seem pretty good after that. But today, she's all, get off my sidewalk. Whoa, she actually kissed you. Lucky. Martin said. Wait, hold on, was this at Christmas? About a week before, yeah. Matt confirmed. Was it under a mistletoe? Martin asked. Yeah, what's your point? Matt questioned. First off, major props for you, dude. Martin said, pointing a congratulatory finger his way. Second, isn't it a rule that you gotta kiss someone under a mistletoe? Maybe it was just you know, one of those things. I don't know, Matt ran his hand down his face. I mean, she seemed really happy about it. But she said she had something personal going on, and I don't want to get into somebody's business if they don't want me to. Well, why don't you just ask her? Martin asked. Maybe you helping her could help you with your dating status. Matt actually thought about it for a minute. Well, I don't know if I'd put it like that, but maybe I shouldn't have given up so easily. He stood up from his spot. I'll try to talking to her, maybe I can catch up. Thanks man. Anytime dude. Martin nodded. Oh, and ask her about Irma when you get the chance. Meanwhile, Will and Jade proceeded along the sidewalks of the suburbs, seemingly unaware of their apparent passling stalker that continued to hop from tree to tree behind them. However, while they weren't aware who or what exactly was following them, the two guardians knew they were being followed, nonetheless. They looked toward each other with serious expressions and silently nodded to each other before coming to a stop underneath a tree. Jeek leapt toward the tree they were over and hid himself as scarcely as he could behind the bare branches. Will kneeled down, giving the appearance she was tying her shoe, while Jade kept her back toward her friend and took out her phone, making it seem like she was tuning out for a minute. However, Jade looked at the screen of her phone and saw in its reflection, the silhouette of the hidden passling, confirming its location. Seeing this as his chance, Jeek leapt down toward Will, but Jade was quicker to act as she leapt and spun a kick over Will as she ducked, allowing the foot to impact Jeek and send him stumbling into the snow. Before Jeek had a chance to get up, Jade was already on top of him, her hands pinning his arms to the ground. Gotcha! Jade exclaimed. Will saw the passling's face and mistook him for another. Blunk. However, Jade got a real good look at his face and saw this was not the passling they knew. No, this guy is not Blunk. Jeek snarled at Jade before he pulled both his feet back and kicked her in the face to knock her off him. Ah, definitely not Blunk. Jade held her nose as some blood came from it. The greedy passling leapt toward Jade, and grabbed her shoulders before using her like a springboard to not only knock her down but leap toward Will's face just as she pulled out the heart of Kandrakar. Jeek wrapped one arm around her face while using his free hand to clamp her mouth shut and keep her from saying the magic words and transforming. However, Will threw her back toward the tree to try and knock Jeek off, which he avoided by leaping from her and allowing Will's back to take the full impact, causing her to slide down in pain. Will, you okay? Jade ran to her friend. Yeah, but however, Will quickly noticed the pendant around her neck was missing. The heart. She also noticed her inner jacket pocket was empty as well. The mask. The girls heard Jeek's laugh and looked toward the tree to see that he had both the heart of Kandrakar and the Oni mask in his possession. Jeek sneered at them before leaping toward a wooden fence and running along the fence line with Jade and Will in pursuit. He soon came to a stop just outside an old and abandoned house before leaping to the other side of the fence. "Give me a boost," Jade quickly said as Will helped her friend stand on her shoulders, allowing her to climb to the other side of the fence where she saw a faint blue light from around the house's corner, along with a flash indicating that Jeek had just passed through to the other side of the veil. Aw nuts. After getting an emergency text from Will, not only did Jackie and Caleb meet back up with them, but they were joined by Lynn, Cornelia, Tyranny, Irma, Uncle, Toru, and Alchemy as quickly as they came. He popped out of nowhere, grabbed the heart and the mask and leapt to the portal on the other side of the fence. Will gestured to the fence behind her. "That greedy little fuzzball," Cornelia scowled. "When I see Blunk." "Weren't you listening?" Jade told Cornelia. "It wasn't Blunk. I got a good look at the guy, plus he kicked me in the face." "When does Blunk actually get into a fight?" "She's right." Tyranny seemed to agree. "Besides, why would Blunk steal an Oni mask, especially after that whole mess where he had one on his face?" "Exactly," Jade pointed out. "Blunk's slimy, but he's not stupid. He knows how dangerous the masks are. And after everything we've been through," Alchemy added. "No way Blunk would turn on us like that. So, it was likely another passling," Jackie assumed as he glanced toward Caleb. "Perhaps one stumbled onto this portal and crossed over." "Maybe, passlings are a slippery bunch," Caleb confirmed. "What? No slime or stolen crystal, stolen mask jokes, Irma." Cornelia gave a glare towards Irma, who looked away with a scowl, not wanting to get dragged down to the blonde's level. "Ow." Cornelia rubbed her forehead where Uncle delivered dope slap. "Joke's not important. Final Oni mask and heart of Kandrakar, are." Uncle told the blonde. "Do you want source of your power and army of Shodokan to fall to the forces of darkness?" "No. Then we chase Passling and do not get distracted." Cornelia recoiled under Uncle's strict outburst, while Irma smirked. She was tempted to deliver a joke herself, but rather than avoid getting scolded by Uncle herself, she just decided to savor the moment. "Uncle's right, this is no time to be arguing amongst ourselves," Jackie said. "Toru, do you still have the mask removal potion?" "Right here." Toru patted the pocket where he kept the vial of the potion. "I also sent a text to Grandma," Lynn pointed out. "If she finds Blunk, we'll know for sure if it was him or not." "Then let's get going," Will said as Jackie helped each of the girls hop over the fence before leaping over himself with Caleb, while Toru helped Uncle over. He tried to climb over himself, only to find that he was too large to do so. Several planks were quickly pulled apart by everyone on the other side, creating a big enough opening for Toru to enter. "We'll fix it later," Irma told him as they walked to the other side of the old house. However, the group was completely unaware that they had somebody following them. Matt had managed to catch up to Will a few minutes ago but stopped himself from getting her attention once he saw everyone else with her and happened to hear their discussion. Though he didn't make out anything from their conversation, he knew they were up to something and decided to follow. As he saw everyone round the corner of the house, Matt walked closer to the building where he saw the faint blue light and heard the sound of energy humming. Once he peeked over the corner, he looked in shock at not only the portal, but at the sight of everyone leaping into it and vanishing before his eyes. Meridian. The group of heroes exited through the portal in what looked like an icy mountain region of Meridian, one that appeared even colder than how it was on Earth just a moment ago. "Where the heck are we?" Jade questioned as she and everyone else instantly felt the intense cold. "Feels like Phobos freezer," Irma snarked before glancing at Cornelia. "Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, look, it is really cold and super serious." Cornelia glared before they joined up with the rest of the group. "This is the Taurus Kylemise Plain," Caleb explained to everyone. "The castle is on the other side of that ridge." He pointed to what appeared to be a large mountain nearby. "Still can't believe I lost the heart again," Will muttered to herself in frustration. "And to a passling." "Will, don't beat yourself up," Jackie told her. "These things happen." "Did somebody pack the talismans?" Jade asked. "Ya know, just in case we run into the bad guys, which we probably will knowing our luck." "No time to take talismans." Uncle said. We must rely on wit and skill here till heart is retrieved. Well, how are we supposed to find this passling if we can't fly? Tyranny asked. He'll head for the lowest crossing point at the third pass. Caleb explained. Passlings might not be as fast as us, but they're lighter. How is being lighter an advantage? Lin asked. Rather than give a direct answer, Caleb picked up a random rock and threw it forward, causing it to sink beneath the snow, revealing the snow was a lot deeper than it looks. Okay, got it. We must step very carefully. Uncle said. You gonna be okay, Toru? Alchemy asked the biggest of the group. No offense, but you're not exactly light on your feet. No offense taken, the sumo responded. But don't worry about me, I've handled worse than snow. He began to walk ahead of the group, easily trekking through the deep snow with little to no issue. He may not have been light enough to walk on top of the snow, but he was big enough to avoid being completely covered, and strong enough to push forward. Needless to say, everyone looked impressed. Go Big T, Irma said with a smile. Let's keep moving. We need to hurry if we're to catch up with our thief and take the heart and mask back. Jackie led the group forward as they tried to pick up the pace as quickly as they could. Meanwhile, Jeek ran across the snow as fast as he could, going in the direction of the castle as he carried the bag over his back that contained the heart of Kandrakar and red Oni mask inside. He glanced upward to see a familiar type of bird flying ahead. Capturix. Jeek whistled through his fingers to call the bird to him. The bird responded and flew down to land on Jeek's hand. Tell Prince Phobos, Jeek have heart of Kandrakar and scary mask. Meet Jeek on Kylm Icefall. Go. With that, the Capturix flew off to deliver the evil Passling's message to the Dark Prince and his allies. Earth. Silver Dragon. The Passling named Blunk rummaged through the garbage in the restaurant's kitchen, looking for his next meal. His scavengings came to an end as the lights turned on, revealing Yanlin, who looked more than a little upset. Blunk no mean to wake. Blunk hungry, he said as he swallowed a tea bag whole. Blunk, I am only going to ask this once and I expect an honest answer. Yanlin told him. Did you steal the heart of Kandrakar and the last Oni mask? Steal. Blunk take nothing, he quickly said. Blunk no want scary mask. Blunk wore scary mask before and never will again. Well, a different Passling just stole both the heart and the mask from Will. Yanlin revealed. She and everyone else had gone to Meridian to retrieve it. Do you know of anyone who would do that? Only one answer came to mind as Blunk's eyes narrowed. Jeek. Meanwhile, Matt continued to stare at the glowing portal, absolutely no idea what to make of it. The only thing he knew for certain is that Will and her friends had gone inside it and had not returned. The way they walked toward it though suggested they knew it was here, they knew what it was and walked through it like it was a day at the park. Something crazy was definitely going on. Maybe he could help them. Only one way to make sure. Matt walked toward the portal and stopped for a moment to steel himself, before giving a yell and ran directly into the portal. Matt came out on the other side of the veil and into Meridian, tripping and falling onto the snowy hill, causing him to tumble and slide down, like sledding without a snowboard. The yells caught the attention of Lin as the heroes continued to make their way through the tundra. She turned around to see the teenager sliding down the hill behind them. Oh well, wasn't that your boyfriend? She asked, catching her off guard. Matt. Everyone else looked to see him slide further down the hill and crash into a large mound of snow, causing more to fall on top of him. Will wasted no time running to his location with the rest of the group behind her. She quickly tried to dig him out of the snow, while also hoping beyond hope that it really wasn't Matt. The last thing she wanted was him getting caught up in all of this. However, that proved to be truly the case as she saw it was indeed Matt after digging him out of the snow. Bad day, Will groaned with worry. Matt looked toward her with a dazed smile. Hey Will. The redhead grimaced. I'd totally love to take you back to Earth and explain all this. Back to Earth? Matt questioned, wondering if he heard that right. She giggled nervously. But, unfortunately, we're chasing this guy, who stole something from us and is looking to sell it to the force of darkness, so we have to keep moving. Back on Earth, Blunk ran as fast as he could to the portal that Yanlin told him to find. While Yanlin pointed him in the general direction, he was easily able to locate its exact location because of his unique sense of smell. Girls. Blunk not guilty, he exclaimed as he found the portal on the other side of the old house and leapt straight into it. Once on the other side of the veil, Blunk landed face first in the snow and began to roll down the hill, gathering up snow around him as he found himself in the middle of a large snowball that rolled down the same path Matt slid down before colliding into the exact same wall he did. The heroes, along with the recently added Matt to their group, trekked through the snow up the ridge, crossing through a trench-like area through it as Caleb guided them down the quickest path to intercept their enemy. The snow had built up so much at the point that Toru could walk on top of it without falling through, but the group had to spread apart a bit to avoid the risk of the snow collapsing underneath them. Haylin shuddered as she tried to push forward. I can't feel my toes. I don't understand. Matt shivered. Don't talk. Walk. Cornelia told him. You're not even supposed to be here. But, seriously. Are we on like another planet or something? What in the actual hell is going on? Ow. Matt felt his forehead where Uncle Dope slapped him. You were not asked to come here. Uncle yelled. This is none of your business. All things will be explained in time. Do you wish to leave Icy Place as soon as possible? Yes. Then stop talking and keep walking so we can retrieve Heart and Mask quicker, and you do not protest. Yes sir, Matt muttered, feeling extremely frightened of the old man. Yeah, just do what he says Matt. Will said, walking next to him. Trust me, you can never win an argument with him. Listen Matt. Jackie also added. I understand this is overwhelming, but we need to keep moving. Once this is over, all will be explained. I promise. With nothing else to do, Matt only nodded as he and everyone else continued to push forward through the snow and the cold with Caleb at the lead, though Jade was quick to catch up to him. How much further? She asked. We just gotta get to the other side of this hill, then it's a straight shot. Matt replied. However, a roar echoed through the trench, alerting the group. What was that? Alchemy asked with worry. They would soon get an answer as a large polar bear-like monster emerged from a nearby cave and roared at them. The creature was soon joined by several others in the area, almost like a pack that quickly began to surround the group. I'm not seeing this, Matt exclaimed as the group came closer together. The monster closest to them tried to rush the heroes, but Toru quickly intercepted it and wrapped his arms around its body like a bear hug, pressing his own strength against the monster as it tried to wrestle out of its grip. Toru pushed it back and delivered a fierce punch to its face to knock it down. Likewise, Uncle drew his blowfish and fired Kai blasts at the other polar bear-like monsters to keep them at bay. Though the blasts did sting them, it only seemed to slow them down at best. Uncle, your spells are not working. Jackie questioned. These are merely stun spells. Uncle replied. Magic must defeat magic, not polar bears. Did he just say magic? Matt exclaimed toward Will. Yeah, he did. Again, we'll explain later. She replied. However, despite Uncle's Kai blasts as well as Toru's strength, they were unable to stop the monsters, advance and were literally backed against the wall. Irma them remembered what Caleb said about the snow before looking towards the largest man in their group. Toru, smash the ground. She exclaimed. What kind of joke is that? Cornelia questioned. It's not a darn joke, Cornelia. Irma shouted at her. No, she's right. Jackie realized what she was saying. Toru, do what Irma said. All right. Toru nodded as he gestured for Uncle to stand behind him as the polar bears continued to advance. Toru then jumped into the air and landed on the ground. The sudden impact from his own landing, as well as the combined weight from everyone else, caused the snowy ground to collapse underneath and for all of them to fall into an ice cave below. Meanwhile, Blunk continued to roll down the ground in his snowball, unable to stop himself or even slow down until he landed smack into a large stone wall. Fortunately, the snowball he was in cushioned his impact as he pulled himself out. Have to prove Jeek is thief. Must protect good name. Blunk stated. Well, must protect name. He then ran off in the direction he knew everyone else ran off into. Blunk could easily pick up not only their scents, but that of Jeek's as well. He also knew the Taurus Kylmice plane like the back of his hand, so tracking down Jeek would not be hard for him. Phobos, Castle. The Dark Prince stood alongside Daolon Wong in his castle's map room as Cedric walked in with a Capturix on his arm. My lord, the pasling named Jeek has sent us a message. I'm no interested in what he has to sell. Phobos dismissed, keeping his back turned to the shapeshifter. Repeat. Cedric ordered the Capturix as it spoke the words Jeek spoke to it. Tell Prince Phobos, Jeek have heart of Kandrakar and scary mask. Meet Jeek on Kylm icefall. Go. That got both their attention. The heart, Phobos stated. And the final Oni mask. Wong also stated. Cedric, Wong, led a platoon to meet them. We may finally have a chance to capture not only the heart but an Oni mask. Do not fail me again. Phobos ordered. As you wish, Cedric said as he and Wong bowed before leaving the room. However, right as they left, Phobos spoke to someone else in the room. This is an unexpected change of events. Will it impede our plans? Phobos asked. Takudo emerged from the map and responded. No, not really. Best case scenario, we actually managed to capture the heart and the mask. We could easily storm Section 13 on Earth and retrieve the others if that is the case. However, given the luck our so-called allies have had in the past, the more likely outcome is that Chan and the Guardians are somehow able to achieve victory and retrieve the heart and mask at once. Phobos commented in a calm tone before a smirk formed on his face. Which will still guarantee us victory. Either way, we win. Takudo confirmed. So, this really doesn't change anything. Still, we should at least give the illusion that this is our final chance. Phobos said. Perhaps you should accompany them. Takudo chuckled. Funny, I was thinking the exact same thing. He then vanished from the map room, leaving the Dark Prince alone as his smirk only grew. Back at the ice plain, the group of heroes recovered at the bottom of an ice cave, after barely managing to escape the polar bear monsters. Irma, that was quick thinking. Good work. Jackie told the girl as they all picked themselves up. And you as well, Toru. Well, it was Irma's idea. Toru gave credit where it was due. Ah, thanks guys. Irma replied before turning to a certain blonde. And I believe the words you're searching for are, I'm sorry, useful Irma. Ouch. Jade winced with a smirk. Okay, get off my case. Cornelia said. So, how do we get out of here? Will asked as she helped Matt to his feet. Caleb looked around before spotting something that could lead to their escape. There's some kind of hole here. Oh well, what exactly are these things you're looking for? Matt asked, still having trouble processing everything. Don't have time to go into details. Will gave a brief explanation. But one is a relic of pure evil, and the other could decide the fate of the entire universe. So yeah, pretty important. Jade added. Blunk continued to run as quickly as he could, doing his best to try and catch up with Jeek. Not blame Blunk, blame Jeek. Not blame Blunk, blame Jeek. He repeated to himself like a mantra. He leapt over a trench as he continued to run, unaware of the fact that the trench was the very location the Chan clan and Guardians were, as well as the hole they fell down. The polar bear monsters briefly noticed the passling before attempting to dig their way down into the hole to reach their prey. However, while Blunk may have missed his friends, he did come to a small cliffside where he spotted Jeek making his way toward the meeting place that Phobos' forces would be waiting for him. No time to waste, Blunk picked up the pace to catch up to the evil passling. At the same time, Cedric, in his massive serpent form, and Daolan Wong led a small army of soldiers, each one mounting a rhino-like steed as they tried to get to the icefall on their end. They soon came to a small stop by a frozen lake. The ice is thick enough for the beasts, follow us. Cedric hissed as he and Wong proceeded forward, the latter riding his own steed with the small army following behind. However, in the far back of the army, Finn, Ratso, and Chow also rode their own beasts, each of them wearing a hooded jacket so their so-called masters would be unable to see them. Past experiences told them they would run into Chan and his friends in a situation like this, and with the coronation just 2 days away, this may be their only chance to tell Jackie about Shendu. Back in the ice cave, Jackie inspected the hole. It's too small. The girls and uncle may be able to fit, but the rest of us can't. Well, we better think of something, because I think we're on the menu right now. Alchemy exclaimed as the group heard the growls of the monsters above. Everyone, step aside. Toru instructed as he walked to the furthest end of the cave, directly across from the hole. The group did as Toru suggested and split apart to clear the way. Toru took a stance, crouching and bending his knees, placing one hand on the ground to ready himself. Though they could all hear the growls of the bear-like monsters from above coming closer, Toru remained calm as he focused on his own physical and inner strength. With a yell, Toru charged from his position and ran at full speeds, using his strength to bash his elbow through the ice wall and completely shatter it, giving everyone an open exit. Whoa. Matt looked in utter surprise at the display of strength. Yeah, go Toru. Lin cheered along with the rest of the girls while Jackie and Caleb smiled. That is my apprentice, Uncle said with a proud nod and smile. However, the momentum from Toru's charge along with the ice that he just walked on, caused him to slip and roll down the hill below him. The sumo literally rolled down the hill, bouncing off the trees and ice mounds in his way as he continued to comically roll down, causing everyone to cringe. Hey, just like old times. Jade commented. Come on, let's go. Jackie led the group after Toru, and hopefully after the passling that stole the heart of Kandrakar and Oni Mask from them. Jeek ran as fast as he could, spotting Cedric, Wong, and their army. However, before he could signal any of them, Blunk leapt at him from behind, tackling him to the snow, causing him to drop both the heart of Kandrakar and Oni Mask next to him. You. Jeek snarled at his fellow passling. Yes, Blunk. Blunk said before turning around to see the Chan clan and guardians, along with Caleb, Alchemy, and Matt, in the distance. But thief not Blunk. Thief Jeek. Thief Jeek. He pointed to the evil passling for the heroes to see. There are two of them. Will exclaimed as they all saw the two passlings, as well as the enemy forces. I knew it. Jade stated. The heroes came closer, as did the enemy army. Acting quickly, Blunk grabbed both the heart of Kandrakar and the Oni Mask and threw the former toward Will and her friends. Wong snarled as he tried to grab the heart with magic from his scepter, only to get blasted down by a stun spell from Uncle. This gave Will an opening to run and slide on the snow, grabbing the heart just as Cedric was upon her. Fortunately, Jackie had leapt to deliver a flying kick to Cedric's face and knock him down as the rest of the enemy forces arrived. Not wasting any time, she spoke the magic words. Guardians unite. Don't take your eyes off this, Matt. Trust me. Alchemy smirked toward him as they all saw Will, Jade, Irma, Lin, Cornelia, and Tyranny engulfed in colorful flashes of light before assuming their respective guardian forms as J-Witch. Whoa, Matt looked in utter surprise. In that instance, the girls threw their respective elemental powers into the horde of soldiers, blasting them away and forcing any that had been avoided being hit to find cover. Uncle added to the assault with Kai blasts from his blowfish. Will hung back toward the still shocked Matt and Alchemy, along with Jackie, Caleb, and Toru to keep at bay any enemies that came too close. Blunk, where is the mask? Jackie called to their passling ally as he ran from Jeek toward them. Blunk have scary mask right here. Blunk held up the Oni mask in his hands, that is until an invisible telekinetic force yanked it from his grasp, much to everyone's shock and horror. Let me take it off your hands for you. Takudo appeared in the sky, holding the mask with his own powers. Is that a floating head? Matt practically screamed. Yep. Will confirmed with a nod and pale look on her face, especially when Takudo dropped the mask into the palms of the recovering Cedric, who sneered evilly. Keep the heart, I'll be taking this. Cedric said as he placed the mask on his face. His own face was larger than the mask, but it didn't matter as once the demonic relic made contact, it grew and stretched to completely encompass itself around Cedric's head. The powers of the Oni demon fused with his own as the transformed Cedric let loose a deeper and more demonic roar than his usual one. Oh crap, Jade gulped. And here I thought he couldn't get any uglier. Cornelia commented. Ha, see, you made a joke. Irma pointed toward her accusingly. You just made a joke right there, Cornelia. Now is not the time, guys. Tyranny scolded. Oni Cedric gave a laugh. I can feel the power flowing through me. Rise my Shadowken. With that command, all the shadows in the area began to move as they quickly surrounded the heroes, who grouped together, ready to face their new adversary. A group of 20 new Shadowken them arose from the shadows, revealing their forms as the 9th tribe. They each had lower bodies that had 4 insect-like legs to them, their upper bodies stretched up as the tallest breed of Shadowken seen so far, with red V-shaped tops to them. Each of them had a set of mantis-like arms with spikes all over. Their heads were flat with a glowing red visor serving as eyes. Ninja number 9, Jackie commented. They look like praying mantises. Lin observed. So, Mantis Khan. Sure, why not? Will said with an annoyed tone of voice. Attack, Oni Cedric ordered. The Mantis Khan then did as commanded, swinging their claws toward them, forcing the heroes to scatter and avoid getting sliced. Will grabbed Matt and flew to the side, only for 3 Mantis Khan to emerge in front of Het. Matt screamed before Will threw him behind her just as the Mantis Khan lashed out with their claws. Will quickly flew in between as one sliced toward her, but she ducked and allowed the one behind her to get sliced and vanish. She then grabbed the one in front of her by its wrists and forced it to turn around before slicing it at the 3rd Mantis Khan, destroying it. She then flew upward and delivered a kick to its face, knocking it down before finishing it off with a stomp on its head. As the heroes continued to battle the Mantis Khan, Wong noticed the small army still not making any moves. "Do not just stand there, you fools. Attack," Wong ordered, prompting all the guards to join the fray. Wong then directed his gaze toward Uncle, who destroyed 2 Mantis Khan with his stun spells before the 2 wizards locked eyes. Much like their previous encounters, they clashed their magics against one another in a wizard's duel. Maybe we should sit this one out," Finn muttered quietly as he, Chow, and Ratso hid in a nearby cave, keeping a distance from the battle. "Yeah, Chan's got this," Chow added. "We'll wait till the fighting's done. Then we tell them about Shendu, right?" Ratso asked. "Yeah, just keep it down. We don't wanna tip anybody off," Finn said as they remained hidden and as quiet as possible. Jackie ran from 3 pursuing Mantis Khan, their multiple legs allowing them fast mobility as they quickly caught up with him. Jackie leapt from rock to rock, avoiding the slices of the Mantis Khan's arms that tore through the rocks like butter. Jackie then landed on his hands on another rock before pulling his feet back for a double kick to knock down the closest Mantis Khan. He then leapt over and landed both his feet on that same Mantis Khan to destroy it, landing in between the other 2. Jackie quickly ducked and rolled underneath the one behind him as the one in front sliced downward. Jackie came up behind the second Mantis Khan before delivering a roundhouse kick to its back to knock it into the first, their claws accidentally slicing into each other and destroying them. Alchemy found herself backed into a corner as 2 Mantis Khan approached her. Fortunately, Caleb came to her defense, drawing his katana to parry the slices of their bladed arms, but this didn't seem to slow them down as the 2 were backed into the rocky wall. "Hey, nobody messes with those 2 but me." Cornelia flew forward and used her powers to pull 2 large rocks from the wall above Caleb and Alchemy, throwing them at the 2 Mantis Khan to crush them. "Another joke, right there," Irma pointed out as she created a wave of water from the frozen lake behind her and directed it onto a group of soldiers in front of her, washing them away along with their steeds. However, 4 Mantis Khan appeared behind her and tried to slice at her. Acting on instinct, Irma quickly raised a wall of water to block it, but she was easily knocked back by the force of their slices. Fortunately, salvation came in the form of her friends as Tyranny threw 2 large fireballs at 2 Mantis Khan to obliterate them, while Hei Lin raised her arms to encompass the last 2 in a tornado, pulling them straight up before releasing, causing them to fall to their demise. Toru used his raw strength to intercept a steed from one of the charging guards and actually picked up the steed before throwing him into 3 of his fellow soldiers and their steeds, causing them all to tumble downhill. However, Toru did not have time to rest as 5 Mantis Khan emerged to surround him. "Don't touch him." 2 of the Mantis Khan parted ways as Oni Cedric approached Toru. "He's mine." Toru gulped as he saw the Oni face of the transformed shapeshifter in front of him. But he tried to steel himself and throw a punch towards Oni Cedric, only for the enemy to catch his fist with little issue. Oni Cedric growled with anticipation as he smirked towards the shocked Toru, before lifting him up with one hand and slamming him down onto the ground. Toru. Jade was about to fly in and help him, only for a telekinetic blast to knock her down into the snow. "I don't think so. You still got business with me, my wayward queen." Takudo unleashed another psychic blast, only for Jade to raise a wall of shadow magic to shield herself. "Some people don't take rejection well," Jade commented as she manifested a set of shadow claws in her hands and flew towards Takudo to slice at him, only to fly backwards and avoid the slashes. Will pulled Matt away from 2 more Mantis Khan and regrouped with Jackie as 4 more Mantis Khan chased after him. The trio soon found themselves surrounded. "How many of these things are there?" Matt exclaimed. "As long as he has that mask on, he can summon as many as he wants." Will replied. "Can't you take it off him?" Matt questioned. "Not without the potion. Jackie replied. As Oni Cedric continued to lay a one-sided beatdown on Toru, a punch to the face to send him reeling before wrapping his tail around Toru's ankle to haul him over his head and slam him onto the ground, where he then pulled him in to deliver another punch to the face and knock him back. This however accidentally caused the vial of the mask removal potion Toru stored in his pocket to fall out before Toru was pulled back into his torment by his transformed enemy. Blunk saw the potion on the ground. His eyes widened as he recognized the scent of that particular magic. He tried to scurry over to it, only for Jeek to grab him by his ankle and pull him back. Jeek then leapt to pin Blunk to the ground. Blunk weak passling. Jeek older and stronger. Jeek stated. Jeek evil passling. Blunk good passling. Blunk argued. All passlings bad. Jeek argued back. Why Blunk help others? Others no care about passlings. Passlings only care about passlings. No. Friends care about Blunk. Blunk care about friends. Blunk shouted before he smirked. Blunk friends know Kung Fu, and Blunk see Kung Fu all the time. So Blunk also knows Kung Fu. Blunk delivered a headbutt to Jeek's face, forcing him to let go and allowing Blunk to sweep his feet and knock Jeek down. Using this as his chance, Blunk quickly ran to swipe the vial from the snow, where he yanked the cork out with his mouth before pouring the potion onto his own hands, which quickly began to glow green with good magic. Toru was once again thrown down before Oni Cedric delivered a punch to Toru's gut, causing him to hack up some blood. Oni Cedric then picked up the weakened Toru by his throat and looked him in the eyes. I am going to enjoy feasting on your brains, human. Oni Cedric sneered, but he was caught off guard as Blunk leapt onto him from behind, grabbing onto his transformed face with his glowing hands and forcing him to drop Toru. Blunk take mask back, Blunk exclaimed as he tried to pry it off the struggling Cedric. Mask not for sale. Get off me, pest. Oni Cedric tried to reach for him, but Toru saw this as his chance and tackled Oni Cedric to the ground, pinning his arms down. Do it, Blunk. I'll hold him down, Toru told him as he tried to keep the struggling Cedric pinned while Blunk pulled harder and harder to yank the Oni mask off. No. Release me. Oni Cedric roared. This roar got the attention of all the Mantis Con in the area. They quickly diverted from their respective battles with the heroes and made their way closer to try and help Oni Cedric, which also drew the attention of everyone else. But it was too late. With one final yank, Blunk completely yanked the Oni mask off Cedric's face. The Mantis Con all vanished in that instant as Blunk was flown back by the force of his own pull and landed on the snow. But he quickly got up with a wide, toothy smile, and proudly held up the retrieved Oni mask in his hands. Yes. Hey Lin cheered. Go Blunk. Jade said with an impressed look. Wong growled with fury. Retrieve the mask. However, he was suddenly engulfed in green energy and pulled up from the ground, courtesy of a levitation spell from Uncle. I do not think so. Uncle smirked as he flung Daolon Wong away. Likewise, Toru was quick to grab the tail of the recovering Cedric and pull him back to throw him in the same direction. Heilin followed their lead as she created a large tornado that began to pull in all the soldiers in the area, including Jeek, giving her friends a chance to clear the area as she directed the tornado toward Wong and Cedric, before dropping it, causing all the soldiers to fall on top of them. Irma then punched the ground, directing her control over water around the snow before it blew up and completely encompassed all the enemy forces, which Heilin finished off by spinning around to create a powerful and super cold breeze to freeze all the villains solid, trapping them in the ice. Cool off, why don't ya? Irma joked. And yes, I totally did that on purpose like you just did, Cornelia. She snarked to the blonde, who stuck her tongue out. However, it was too early to celebrate as both young guardians were blasted back by a psychic attack from Takudo. He repeated the action with Jackie, Will, Matt, Caleb, Tyranny, Jade, Uncle, and Heilin to send them flying, and even picked up Toru near Blunk to fling him away as well before giving a death glare to the frightened passling. Give me my mask, Takudo roared. Despite his fear however, Blunk stood firm as he held the Oni mask close with one hand before reaching into his pocket with the other. Blunk have better deal. Blunk keep scary mask but give floating head free onion. He threw a rotten onion that he picked up from the trash at the silver dragon right into Takudo's face. Just like before, once it made contact, a burning sensation filled Takudo's eyes as he cried, green energy. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. Takudo roared in pain before vanishing. With that, the fighting had come to an end, resulting in all the heroes cheering and sharing high fives with each other. With all the excitement finally died down, Matt got a good look at Will. Seeing her guardian form made him look in amazement and awe, with a blush on his face. "Hey Matt, are you okay?" Will asked as she went to check on him. "I think so," he stuttered, still not fully wrapping his head around everything. "I guess you understand why I've missed a couple of classes lately." Blunk then walked up to Jackie and handed him the Oni mask. "Thank you, Blunk," Jackie said with a nod and a smile. "Blunk never steal from friends. Not ever," Blunk said to everyone present. "Ooh, we feel so bad we suspected you of stealing," Tyranny said in an apologetic tone. "Not me. I totally knew you were legit from the start," Jade said, resulting in Blunk leaping toward Jade with a hug. Blunk loved Jade girl. He praised as she returned the embrace herself. "Yeah, you were freaking awesome back there," Jade told him. "You yanked that mask right off Cedric's ugly face and even sent Takudo running." "Gotta admit, that was pretty badass," Irma commented. "Yeah, that was super awesome," Hey Lin also praised. "Even I have to admit, that was pretty cool," Caleb nodded. "Passling makes good ally." Even Uncle nodded with approval. "You even saved my life, thank you Blunk," Toru told him, with the Passling smiling brightly at all the compliments. "Yeah well, I'm missing 2 pens and a scrunchie," Cornelia pointed out. "Look under bed," Blunk suggested. Jackie smiled at all of this. "Come on everyone, let's go home." "Wait, Chan, hold on." The group turned around in surprise to see Finn calling him, along with Ratso and Chow. "Heads up, we got stragglers," Alchemy exclaimed as everyone readied themselves for another fight. Whoa, we're on your side. Remember," Ratso reminded as he and his friends helped their hands. "Oh, right." Jade winced, remembering the truce they had with the enforcers. "Yeah, that's gonna take some getting used to," she commented, not quite used to not fighting the enforcers. "Listen, there's something you guys gotta know about the kid," Chow told them. "Eleon, what about her?" Cornelia questioned, looking urgently. "Wong is gonna steal her powers," Ratso tried to explain. "To make himself stronger. We already know that," Caleb interrupted. "Not anymore he ain't." Finn shook his head. "It's worse than that now. He's gonna steal Eleon's power and use it to resurrect Shendu." That took everyone by surprise, especially the Chan clan as they all gasped with horror. "Iya," Uncle exclaimed. "No," Toru muttered. "Are you certain of this?" Jackie asked the enforcers. "Believe us Chan, we really wish we weren't," Finn commented with dread. "We saw the guy. Or, we saw his ghost anyway," Ratso added. "Dragon Boy made a deal with Wong," Chow explained. "He's gonna take Eleon's powers and bring old Shendu back to life." Shen, what?" Matt asked Will, not quite understanding what was going on. "Bad guy, like really bad," Will said. Even the other guardians, Caleb and Alchemy knew just how bad this situation was. Though they've never seen Shendu before, they did know all the stories Jade told them about the fire demon and the sheer amount of destruction he was capable of. Honestly, he made Phobos look like a school bully by comparison. "Yeah, we should get going," Jade said. "Agreed," Jackie nodded. "First things first, we'll get the Oni mask to Section 13, then we'll formulate a plan to stop Shendu from resurrecting." "Do you know of how Daolon Wong exactly plans to resurrect the ultimate evil?" Uncle asked the enforcers. "No clue," Ratso shrugged. "Just that it's all centered around Eleon." "Alright, you 3 get back to the castle and look after her," Jackie told them. "If worse comes to worse, you grab Eleon and run as far as you can." "You got it." Finn nodded as the enforcers quickly made their way back to the castle, while the guardians, Chan clan, and their friends made their way back to the portal. Earth, Heatherfield. Once they crossed over on the other side of the veil and into their home dimension, will use the heart of Kandrakar to close up the portal. Before she joined the rest of her friends however, she walked toward Matt one last time. "Hey Matt, listen," Will began to explain. "I know all this was pretty much dumped on you at once, and it's more than a little overwhelming. Trust me, it took a while to get used to it all too. The important thing is you can't tell anyone about this." "I wouldn't even know what to tell," Matt replied. "But don't worry, I'll keep my mouth shut." "Thanks," Will smiled. And let me just say that you're 10 times more awesome than I thought you were. Matt stated. Only 10. Will joked, resulting in the two laughing before sharing a hug. They then parted ways with Matt walking in a separate direction to head home while Will caught up with everyone else. He took that a lot better than I thought he would. Hey Lin commented. Yeah, the average person would probably have a heart attack after seeing all that. Tyranny added. Boyfriend not important. Uncle stated. Mission to protect world from forces of darkness, is. He's right. We have less than 2 days before the ceremony. Caleb said, getting serious. Ready or not, my army is going to have to attack. We're with you, Caleb. Jackie told him. We'll have Section 13 and the J team join us as well. Especially since our situation has just become far graver. Indeed. The Phobos and Takudo together, as well as Daolon Wang's own machinations, each of those is a crisis in its own right. Toru said. But all of that in Shendu. That's an apocalypse. So, we're the only thing between a crisis and an apocalypse. Hey Lin asked, sounding more than a little nervous. I think I can get behind that. Jade said with a confident smirk. But even she couldn't stop her hands from shaking. Despite having her newfound powers as a guardian, the thought of fighting Shendu again was something she'd rather avoid thinking about. But let's get the mask to Section 13 and hopefully be done with this Shodokan mess for real this time. Cornelia pointed out. And how about we all make sure it gets there, just in case? Alchemy suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement as they proceeded to walk down the streets. So, Cornelia, since she gave Toru the idea that saved our lives from those bear monsters, and how you made a couple jokes in the middle of a fight, are you gonna give Irma a break about not saying anything useful? She teased to add some humor and lighten the mood. Blunk looked at Cornelia's face before answering for her. Cornelia's face say, don't push luck, girly. This earned an actual laugh from everyone present, save for Uncle as usual. But even Cornelia couldn't help but giggle. Okay, the blonde said with a sigh. Twilight of Darkness. Jackie Chan, Will Vandam, Jade Chan, Irma Lair, Tyranny Cook, Cornelia Hale, Hey Lin, Uncle Chan, Toru, Caleb, Alchemy, and Blunk all stood together inside the vault at Section 13 as Uncle placed the 9th and final Oni mask on the wall alongside all the 8 that they've collected so far. Once all 9 were in place, most of the group looked rather pleased with themselves. And that makes 9. Cornelia said with finality in her voice. I'd like to take this time to pat ourselves on the back for a job well done. You pat yourself on the back for pretty much everything you do. Irma snarked. But yeah, I'd say this time around, it's earned. We've traveled all over the planet to find these things and faced all kinds of monsters we'd never thought we'd ever face, and we came out on top each time. Tyranny smiled herself. I am so proud of us. Hey Lin beamed. So, our quest is complete. Toru said, still feeling uneasy for some reason. As you have researched Toru, 9 masks, 9 demon generals. Jackie replied, gesturing to the masks. You mean 9 demon general butts we've kicked. Alchemy stated as she shared a pair of high fives with Cornelia and Hey Lin. Ha! Blunk show demons. Blunk blew raspberries at the masks. Which means we won't be needing these Hanafuda cards anymore. Will said as she put the deck of said magic cards away in her bag. Uncle gave a slight gasp. Then why do Toru and Jade have the willies? Uncle asked, referring to his niece and apprentice as they both felt a shiver down their spine. Probably because of that. Caleb pointed toward the masks, causing everyone to gasp as they saw all 9 masks beginning to glow with bright energy surging around each of them. Cracks began to form on all the masks before they all exploded with a powerful enough shockwave to knock all the heroes back, Tyranny bouncing against the pedestal that kept all the talismans. When the light faded, the heroes were beyond shocked to find that all the Oni masks had been shattered, their fragments scattered across the ground. What the heck? Tyranny questioned. The masks are destroyed. Jackie voiced his surprise. That's a good thing, right? Jade wondered. Almost in direct response to that statement, 9 shadows began to emerge from the remains of each mask before shooting up and taking solidified forms of 9 demons. Each one of them was dressed in black and dark gray Japanese armor near identical to that of samurai, but they each had a different skin color and body build to them. The purple one was among the tallest, with razor-sharp claws for hands and spiked feet. The yellow one had a large pair of bat-like wings on his back. The red one had spikes for hands and a pair of mantis-like feet. The fourth was dark yellow with a single horn on his head, and a body build similar to that of a sumo. The green one had the most muscular build to him and was clearly the largest and possibly physically strongest of the group. There was a black one with hardened skin like a shell, and a pair of lobster-like claws for hands. The orange one had purple hair and a serpent-like lower body with 4 arms. The 8 one had a darkened pink-like tone to him with a more humanoid build and long green hair. The 9th and final one had blue skin and appeared to look most like a samurai. This one was none other than Ikazuki, the second in command of the Oni generals. Oni! Toru gasped as his blood ran cold. Blunk screamed as he hid behind Toru while everyone else looked in shock and even borderline horror. The Oni generals! Will exclaimed. They're free. But how? How is this even possible? Caleb questioned. Uncle not sure, but it must be your fault. Uncle exclaimed to the young rebel, much to his gobsmacked surprise. Heilin recognized the Oni second in command. Ah, hi Ikazuki. She greeted, barely hiding her frightened tone. Long time no see. You're not still upset about the whole butt thing, are you? Ikazuki chuckled evilly as he stomped on the remains of his own mask. I hold no grudge, not when you mortals were directly responsible for our freedom. So many thanks. What? Jackie, Cornelia, Tyranny, and Irma all exclaimed at the same time. But now the time has come to surrender yours. Ikazuki declared as he and his fellow Oni generals went on the attack. Alchemy however quickly noticed the downed talismans and swiftly drew the dragon talisman. Eat dragon breath, freaks. She blasted a large wave of combustion that stunned and blasted back all the Oni. Go, go, go. Jackie urged as everyone picked themselves up as alchemy quickly gathered the remaining talismans before the heroes all made it outside the vault just as the Oni recovered and attempted to follow them out, only for Jackie to kick the vault close and lock it shut. Trapped inside, Ikazuki pounded his fists on the vault door before turning to his fellow Oni. Summon the Dark Ones. Back outside, the heroes didn't make it far as they looked in shock to see more than 36 different shodoken emerge from the walls, floors and ceiling. Every type of shodoken they've faced before was present from the largest sumo Khan to the smallest shadow eaters, along with Crab Khan, Mantis Khan, Bat Khan, Squid Khan, Razor Khan, the most intimidating Samurai Khan, and even the classic Nina Khan. Hey, shodoken's greatest hits. Jade gulped. Will narrowed her eyes. Yeah, well we got our own tune to play, too. She brandished the heart of Kandrakar and said the magic words. Guardians unite. As she, Jade, Irma, Heilin, Tyranny, and Cornelia underwent their usual and flashy transformation into J-Witch, Caleb drew his katana as alchemy tossed the ox talisman to Jackie, the rabbit talisman to Toru, and even the rooster and pig talismans to Blunk, while keeping the dragon talisman for herself. The shodoken went on the attack, as did the heroes. Will flew directly toward an incoming Razor Khan to kick and knock it back, before finding herself being attacked by 2 Ninja Khan, using her arms to block and parry their strikes before grabbing one by the wrist and sweeping her feet to knock him down and proceeded to stomp and crush him while delivering a punch to the face of the second Ninja Khan and send him crashing into the wall. She was then suddenly ensnared by the tentacles of a Squid Khan and pulled closer toward it. Fortunately, Jade came to Will's rescue by impaling the Squid Khan from behind with a shadow katana before using it to defend herself against the sword slices of a Samurai Khan and the claw swipes of a Mantis Khan. But she quickly jumped back and blasted them both with a steam of shadow fire to destroy them. Uncle drew a pair of blowfish and blasted stun spells at a group of incoming Bat Khan, Squid Khan, and Crab Khan, while Alchemy quickly covered his rear with blasts of her dragon talisman to blast back an incoming Sumo Khan. Caleb used his katana to parry the strikes of 2 Razor Khan and 1 Mantis Khan, finding himself literally backed against the wall, but Cornelia channeled her powers on the ceiling above them to drop some debris onto all 3 of them and crush them. Toru used the rabbit talisman with his own strength to speed his way to a pair of Sumo Khan and bulldoze his way through, but was flanked and talked by a group of Ninja Khan and Crab Khan that tried to dogpile on him, but a twister formed around him to blow all the shodoken back, courtesy of Heilin who flashed Toru a smile and a thumbs up, which he returned with one of his own. Tyranny set the ceiling ablaze with fire as a pair of Razor Khan climbed on it and a few Bat Khan flew over, but they were quickly burnt away. Irma went for something more precise as she concentrated a steam of water with so much pressure that it cut away a Samurai Khan, 3 Crab Khan, a Squid Khan, and even a Sumo Khan. Suddenly however, another Sumo Khan appeared before the pair and pulled them both into a crushing bear hug as a Mantis Khan made its way toward them before raising its clawed arm to slice. However, Jackie came to the rescue to pick up the Mantis Khan with his Ox Talisman enhanced strength and drive it into the ground, allowing Blunk to fly in with the Rooster Talisman and grab the Sumo Khan holding Irma and Tyranny by the face and blast it with heat beam eyes from the Pig Talisman, destroying it. "Thanks guys." Tyranny smiled. Jackie nodded as even Blunk hugged Tyranny in gratitude. However, Irma looked on the ground and noticed at least 10 Shadow Eaters were ready to pounce with open teeth on each of their shadows. "We got Mini Khan," Irma alerted. "I'm on it." Jade used her powers to extend all living and non-living shadows in the hallway and mixed them together to completely cover the floor in shadows, preventing the Shadow Eaters from munching on their life force. Jade then shot up spikes of shadows from the dark-covered floor to impale and destroy each Shadow Eater before returning the shadows to normal. "Is that all of them?" Caleb questioned. "Blunk no see more shadow monsters," Blunk pointed out as he continued to hover in the air with the Rooster Talisman. Suddenly, the vault door began to budge as a large pounding sound could be heard from the other side. No doubt the Oni generals were trying to bust their way out. "That'll hold them, right?" Hey Lin hopped. "Only magic can defeat magic. Uncle has told you all 1,000 times." Uncle exclaimed. "So, no, then." Cornelia grumbled. "All right, when they bust down that door, hit them with everything you got." Will said as everyone prepared their respective powers or weapons, prepared to lash out the second the vault door was open. However, the pounding suddenly stopped, much to everyone's confusion. They each shared nervous expressions as Jackie and Caleb were the first to slowly approach the vault door. Caleb pressed his back against one side while Jackie did the same with the other, quickly imputing the code into the vault while swiping his own key card to open it. The second the vault opened, Jackie and Caleb stood ready for battle, with everyone else right behind them. Only to find the vault was completely empty. No sign of the Oni generals anywhere. "It's empty," Caleb questioned. "But, where could they have gone?" Jackie questioned as well. In Captain Black's personal office, the leader of Section 13 reviewed the security footage of what happened inside the vault as Jackie, Will, Uncle, and Caleb saw what happened with him. "This is what happened while all of you were dealing with the Shotokan outside," Captain Black said as they saw the largest pair, the green and dark yellow Oni try to pound on the door while the red and purple ones sliced at the walls, with the yellow one flying near the ceiling as the black, orange, and dark pink ones climbed the walls. However, the footage also revealed Ikazuki walking toward the back of the vault and quickly drew the symbol of Takudo onto it, channeling his own dark magic into it to open a dark swirling portal, catching the attention of the other Oni before all 9 of them entered the portal, which closed just as the footage revealed Jackie and Caleb entering the vault. "Seems like the Oni had their own escape plan," Captain Black commented. "They've escaped through the Shadow Realm," Uncle revealed. "That would make sense," Jackie said. "Takudo was able to cross through the veil through the Shadow Realm, so it stands to reason the other Oni could do so as well." "3 guesses where they're going," Will said, as she and the rest of her friends were still in their respective guardian forms. "Back to Meridian," Caleb growled. "Where their masters are waiting for them." "Yeah Grandma, that's what happened," Hey Lin said over the phone to tell Yan Lin what had happened. "Okay. Alright, see you soon." She hung up. "Grandma's on her way." "Good, we need all the help we can get." Jackie nodded. "But how could this have happened? None of this makes any sense at all." Toru said at a table, with Irma, Cornelia, Tyranny, Jade, Alchemy, and Blunk all around him, looking at the stone tablet they recovered from Shendu's palace along with the first mask. "I've reviewed every inch of the legend." "You sure? Did you double-check?" Tyranny asked. "Triple-checked," Toru confirmed. "You sure you didn't miss a piece? 'Cause, it kinda looks like the sides were broken off," Irma pointed out, rubbing her hand on the left side of the legend while Blunk did the same himself. "And it only talks about one tribe of Shotokan and the spell ingredient to take them down." Alchemy added. "We assumed this only a piece to something larger." Toru explained. Shendu more than likely destroyed the legend to prevent anyone else from learning about the other masks and tribes. Makes sense. Dragon Breath isn't the kind of guy to share power. Just ask his siblings. Jade said. Aha! Blunk exclaimed as he spotted something on the legend, getting everyone's attention. Blunk sees it. He pulled off a piece of the legend and flipped it over to reveal some writing engraved on it. Missing piece right here. Whoa, seriously? Cornelia questioned. How'd you find that out? Blunk good at turning things over. The pasling said proudly as he put the piece back, the inscription facing up. Helps find good stuff to sell. The group, particularly Toru, looked somewhat dumbfounded before he read the inscription. Ah, it is a warning. Never conjoin the 9 masks in one location. Which was, probably why they were scattered across the earth in the first place. Will said with a wince. And why Shendu choose to keep only one? Jackie added. He knew the Oni could rival his might if he brought all the masks together, so he settled with one mask and let the others be. All this time, we've been doing Takudo's work for him. Jade exclaimed. So, what do we do now? Hey Lin asked. I mean, Eleon's coronation is tomorrow, and now the bad guys got an army of Shodokan with them. Do we even have to discuss this? Cornelia replied. We've got an army of our own, remember? All the rebels we've rescued. Plus, we got all of Section 13 and the rest of the J team coming. Cornelia, we can't afford to act recklessly. Captain Black told her. Going in guns blazing with little to no intel on the last minute will only end in disaster. Not to mention my army is constantly on the move in Meridian. Caleb added. Since the loss of the Infinite City, all the rebels and refugees they've taken in have been scattered and can only afford to stop and rest for a few hours without running the risk of being caught. The only thing separating them from Phobos Castle is a large piece of flat land with no cover. Yeah, our massive army would be spotted in no time. Irma pointed out. How are we going to get everyone across? With this, we'll showed everyone the heart of Kandrakar. The heart can open portals into Meridian now, remember? So, we gather all the rebels in Meridian in one spot. I use the heart to bring them all to Section 13, where we open another portal that brings them and everyone else directly inside Phobos Castle. Teleporting an entire army right inside the bad guy's home turf. I'm in. Jade smirked. Plus, they don't even know the heart absorbed the seal of Phobos, so we still got the element of surprise. Will added. But, Phobos' own forces have grown, now that Takudo has his Oni generals at his command. Toru added. And their combined power can summon enough Shodokan to engulf all of Meridian in eternal darkness. Phobos will have to time the coronation perfectly if he wants to steal Eleon's full power. Uncle said. Why's that? Alchemy asked. Once the Shroud of Darkness engulfs all of Meridian, all good magic in that realm will fade to nothing, including Eleon's power. Uncle explained. So, they gotta be totally synced. Tyranny translated. Maybe we can use that. Well then, let's come up with a plan to kick evil butt. Irma said. We don't got much time. Don't worry Eleon. Cornelia said as she took out a photo of herself, Eleon, and Alchemy. We're not gonna let your psycho brother and that floating jack-o'-lantern hurt you. But it's not just Phobos and Takudo anymore, remember? Jade reminded the group. We got a dragon-shaped wild card still up in the air. A grave yet serious expression formed on Jackie's face. Shendu. Meridian. Eleon gave a laugh as she flew across the hallways just outside her room with the Dark Kai enforcers watching over her. Wahoo! I used to have dreams about flying. This is even better. Okay, yeah, that's cool and all kiddo but, Chow tried to ease her. It's a bit past your bedtime young lady, you got a big day tomorrow. Ratso said in an uncharacteristic parenting tone. Yeah, don't wanna miss your coronation, little E. Finn added in a more nervous tone. I know. Eleon said as she lowered herself to the ground. But I'm just so excited, I don't know if I can sleep. She then went into her room before stopping to face the enforcers. You guys have been real good to me. So, let me just say thanks. Finn, Ratso, Chow, you're the best. She said with a smile before closing the door. Despite the genuine and heartfelt compliment she offered them, the enforcers only felt their guilt weigh down on them even more. Dude, I feel horrible. Finn said. We know what's gonna happen tomorrow, and she's acting like it's gonna be the best day of her life. Well, Chan and those girls are gonna show up and save the day, right? Ratso hoped. But, what if they don't? Chao asked. I mean, we got Phobos, Wong, Cedric, Takudo, and now freaking Shendu. Don't you think that's a bit much, even for Chan? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Finn said. Worst case scenario, Chan and the others don't show up in time. We just say, screw it, grab Eleon and run like hell. Not a whole lot of moving parts to that plan. Chao replied. But it may be the best one we got. Yeah, and Eleon's probably gonna hate us for lying to her about everything. Ratso added. Even though it's all mostly Phobos and Wong's fault. She can hate us all she wants, as long as she's safe, that's fine with me. Finn said, to which Ratso and Chao nodded in agreement. Ah, we sound like her parents. Ratso almost gushed. Chao winced. I'm thinking uncle's probably fits it better. But yeah, and it feels, kind nice. Same. Finn agreed with a nod and a smile. Phobos, throne room. The ceremony is tomorrow. Cedric bellowed as he and Wong were in the presence of the Dark Prince, who remained calm as he sat in his throne room. The rebels are still an active threat, and Chan and the Guardians are at large as well. Undoubtedly, they will attempt to disrupt the ceremony. Wong added, we must prepare for an attack. There is no need for such precautions, I assure you. Phobos assured calmly. By tomorrow, I'll have my sister's power, and our enemies will be crushed forever. How can you be so calm, Phobos? Wong questioned. Because gentlemen, Takudo appeared before them. The key to our victory has just arrived. Suddenly, a black swirling portal opened up in the air as the 9 Oni generals dropped down dramatically, presenting themselves to the villains as the portal closed. Cedric and Wong gasped in surprise while Phobos smiled malevolently. Ah, my friends. I'm glad to see you made it. Takudo greeted his generals. Ikazuki, Rariku, Murasaki, Kiro, Midori, Orenji, Kuro, Mosugaran, and aka. Following his second in command, he announced the names of the dark pink, purple, yellow, green, orange, black, dark yellow, and red Oni demons in that exact order. Master Takudo. Ikazuki bowed to him, along with the others. It feels so good to finally be free of those wretched masks. So, these are the 9 Oni generals, leaders of the Shodokan. Phobos approached them from his throne as the Oni all stood up. He took a moment to observe each and every one of them. Impressive, most impressive. What is this? Cedric questioned. How are the Oni generals here if Chan and the Guardians have captured their masks? Takudo snickered. Tell me, why do you think the masks were scattered across the earth to begin with? Answer, because bringing all 9 masks together can culminate enough dark energy to break the spells of good magic that were used to create the masks, destroying them and freeing my generals just like that. What? Wong exclaimed as he and Cedric shared looks of surprise. You knew of this and choose not to tell us. Well, we had to make it look convincing in order to deceive our enemies, did we not? Phobos replied, implying he knew of this as well. Cedric and Wong scowled as they saw Phobos and Takudo beginning a discussion with the Oni generals, prompting the shapeshifter and dark wizard to do the same behind one pillar. This will complicate matters, Cedric whispered. Even when I devour Phobos and absorb his and Eleon's power, I'm not certain I can defeat them all. We may not have to. Wong whispered back. The Oni will have to scatter in order to spread the veil of darkness across Meridian, meaning their forces will be spread thin. This changes nothing, we go along with the plan. This had better work, wizard. Cedric hissed. Don't you worry, my friend. I promise, nobody is prepared for what comes next. Wong assured with a sinister smile. Meanwhile, a small team consisting of Jackie, Will, Cornelia, and Caleb were just outside the castle, the girls still in their respective guardian forms as they scouted the area to create their own hidden entrance. The Abyss of Shadows. Will stated. If it's bottomless and it starts up at the castle, then it goes right down the middle of this humongous vine. And if it truly is bottomless, then it makes it the ideal entrance to sneak in everyone for a surprise attack. Jackie smiled. Excellent plan, Will. She smiled back before turning to her friend. Cornelia, can you get us in without making too much noise? No problem. The blonde guardian channeled her earth powers into the massive vine that almost essentially held up the entire castle. She only had to channel a small bit of it to create a man-sized opening that would allow herself, Jackie, Will, and Caleb to enter. A short walk through the newly created tunnel, and the group found themselves at a ledge just below the entrance where victims would be tossed into the bottomless pit below. Cornelia then placed her hand on the ground to channel more of her powers and create a cluster of large and thick plant tendrils that stretched up to cling to the ledge above them, creating a makeshift ladder that would lead directly into the castle. Will then took out the heart of Kandrakar and used its power to open a portal, making sure it was out of sight from any prying eyes. "Okay, this is where everyone comes in," she said as they quickly walked into the portal. Earth. Section 13. The group returned to Earth, entering the main area of the government base where they could see all the agents loading up on weapons and supplies, preparing for the battle to come. They were soon approached by Captain Black. "Well, we got our entrance," Caleb responded. "Now we just need a second portal back to Meridian to let all my men cross through. We'll use the heart of Kandrakar once more to create yet another portal," which she entered along with Jackie, Cornelia, and Caleb, with Captain Black following as well with a couple agents of his own. Meridian. The group exited out of the new portal and into a massive gorge that had multiple rock platforms scattered throughout the area, which Caleb recognized instantly. "The Huggen Gorge, this will do fine. We'll go in through here through Section 13 and straight into the castle. My agents and I will stay here and observe the castle just in case," Captain Black said. "Can you get us on one of those ledges up there?" he requested the Guardians. "No problem," Will nodded. Castle throne room. "Hello," Eleon called out as she and the Dark Kai enforcers entered into the throne room, the young princess now clad in a new dress that would symbolize her new position as queen as she literally glided across the floor, straight toward the second throne that was built alongside that of her brother. While Eleon looked more than a little excited, the enforcers eyed each other nervously as they had a sneaking suspicion about Eleon being summoned so late at night. Suddenly, Phobos, Wong, and Cedric appeared behind the group, startling the princess. "Oh, hi. You scared me," she muttered before smiling. "You wanted me for something." "Yes, I'm sorry Eleon, but we need you to sit on the throne, again," Phobos told her. "Why? A little late for another rehearsal, don't you think?" Chow asked suspiciously, to which Phobos narrowed his eyes back in response. "Hey, it's no problem. Eleon didn't see anything wrong with it." "You sure, kiddo?" Ratso asked. "Yeah, it's not the kind of thing a girl objects to," she replied as she hovered from the ground and sat on the throne, causing the enforcers to look more than a little nervous. "Ta-da. But just wondering, how many more rehearsals do we need until tomorrow? I pretty much got this thing down pat." "Yes, about that, there's been a slight change in plans, Your Majesty," Daolan Wang said. "Your coronation has been moved to tonight." That took her and the enforcers by surprise. "Tonight? Why?" Eleon asked. "So that your friends aren't able to rescue you." Wang smirked as he casted a dark spell from his scepter, causing the throne Eleon sat on to glow dark blue before a series of skeleton hands emerged to grab her arms and pin them to the sides of the throne while a set of demonic serpents emerged from the back of the throne to tie her down, much to Eleon's shock and horror, unable to escape as the illusion of the throne room faded to reveal its true form. "What's happening? Help!" she screamed as Cedric transformed to reveal his true form as a massive humanoid serpent. "I promised you on Earth, your true destiny was something you could not imagine," Cedric hissed. "Hey!" Suddenly, the enforcers' weapons shot into the air and were aimed directly at the villainous trio, Finn's staff at Phobos, Ratso's hammer at Cedric, and Chow's rotating blade at Wong. "Back off creeps!" Finn glared with his friends as they stood in front of the trapped Eleon. "No one touches little E with us around. You dare!" Phobos glared back, his voice lowering darkly. "Hey, at least Eleon bothered to learn our names," Chow pointed out. "And she was actually nice to us, unlike you, boss," Ratso added. Wong snarled. "I've told you before, I am not your boss," he waved his scepter, causing the enforcers' weapons to vanish. "I am your master." He zapped them with dark lightning, causing all three of them to holler in pain. "No. Stop. What are you doing to them?" Eleon cried out in horror. "Oh, I'd be more concerned about yourself right now," a new voice echoed as the floating head of Takudo emerged from a nearby stained glass window to face Eleon directly. A pleasure to finally meet you, Princess Eleon. Wah, what the heck are you? She screamed at the sight of the floating head. The name's Takudo, Lord of all Oni, King of the Shodokan. I'd say you may bow, but you seem a little tied up at the moment. Takudo joked and laughed evilly. Earth. Yanlin waited outside the secret entrance to Section 13 until she spotted a group of familiar individuals approach them. Ah, there you are. Lovely to see the Jade team again. Nice to see you too, Miss Lin. Viper shook her hand, followed by El Toro. So am I correct to assume the world is about to come to an end yet again? El Toro asked with some humor in his voice, which Yanlin chuckled at. Maybe not this world, but a world. Yanlin replied. Well, whatever it is, those villains had better be prepared to suffer the wrath of El Paco Fuerte. Paco flexed his muscles as he put on his own luchador mask. Yanlin smirked before she noticed another individual with them. Oh, Miss Toru, a pleasure to see you again. Toru's mother nodded in response. A pleasure to you as well, Yanlin. My boy told me of these Oni demons that are threatening an innocent little girl. Well, I am here to help. I'm certain the others will appreciate it, with the exception of Jin, of course. Yanlin joked. You mean Billy Goat? Mama Toru teased as the group prepared to enter Section 13. But due to the secret entrance being a telephone booth big enough to fit 2 people at max, they would take turns with Yanlin and Miss Toru being first, while El Toro, Paco, and Viper waited outside. However, just around the corner, Matt had seen and heard everything. He got the basic gist of it when he heard the word, Oni, which was the same type of monster he saw Will and the others fight the day before. He didn't know what exactly was going on, but he knew it was something big with Will and all her friends right in the middle of it. Once he saw the last of the Jade team enter the booth, he would follow after. He wanted to help, and he was going to help no matter what. Inside Section 13, the girls of J, which now currently in their human forms, the Chan clan, the Jade team, and their allies stood together in Captain Black's office while the good captain continued to observe Phobos Castle in Meridian, and Section 13's agents continued to mobilize outside. So, we're finally ready to take these jerks down for good. Viper asked as everyone had been brought up on the situation. Rescuing Eleon from Phobos is one thing, but that won't stop the Oni from conquering Meridian. Jackie said. But if we focus on taking down the Oni, we won't be able to stop Phobos from taking Eleon's power and becoming an even bigger threat. Caleb pointed out. So, we find a way to take down both at the same time. Cornelia stated. And how are we supposed to do that? El Toro asked. We'll need the spell ingredients to take down the Oni generals. Tyranny replied as she took out a notepad. I kept notes on all of them. We need Japanese steel, silk, ow. She felt her forehead where Uncle delivered his titular dope slap. Did you not see the 9 masks destroyed before your very eyes? Uncle chastised. The spells which originally defeated the demons will no longer work, because the masks which imprisoned them no longer exist. And I'm guessing we don't have the time to make new ones, right? Alchemy assumed. Correct. Uncle confirmed. In order to stop the Oni, we must defeat Takudo, Lord of all Oni, King of all Shodokan. Great, but how do we beat a big floating spirit head? Jade questioned. Punching him doesn't seem to work, and we can't blast him away. Oni are vulnerable to onions. Mama Toru pointed out. We will use this to defeat this Oni king. Mother, we've been using onions since this whole quest began. Toru said this mother. Yeah, and the most they can do just have the big guy run away crying. Irma added. So, unless you wanna trap him inside a large onion cage or something, I'm out of ideas. Maybe we could bury Takudo in an onion garden. Lin suggested, even though she knew it sounded like her idea wouldn't work, but they were desperate at this point. What about those cards you've been using? Paco asked. Couldn't they give us an answer? Will took out the aforementioned deck of magic cards from her bag. The Hanafuda cards only showed us where to find the masks and what the spell ingredients to use, that's it. And once we found those masks, the cards couldn't work anymore. Blunk then grabbed the cards from Will's hand, much to her surprise. Stupid magic cards. You help Blunk and friends find way to defeat demons. He shook the cards angrily. Blunk, stop. Caleb tried to take the cards back from the passling, but in the scuffle, Blunk accidentally dropped the cards on the ground, where 3 of them suddenly began to glow, much to everyone's surprise. Wait, what? Jade questioned as they all saw the 3 cards hover in the air while they still glowed. It cannot be, a 10th mask. Uncle exclaimed as they saw the images form on the cards, with the image of the mask being rather familiar to all of them. And it seems this one is reserved for Takudo. Yan Lin pointed out. But Toru's research indicated there were only 9. Jackie recalled. Maybe Toru messed that part up, too. Irma said. No offense though, big guy. She quickly said to Toru, who nearly rubbed his hand down his face. Each of those 9 masks we've seen were made to imprison each of the 9 Oni generals, but why would they stop with just the generals and just leave the king? Tyranny said. So maybe a 10th mask was made. Lin followed along. One intended to trap Takudo himself. Caleb said in realization. But the king of the Shodokan probably got to it first, Cornelia assumed. But with his whole army trapped in the other 9 masks, he probably went into hiding or something until Phobos and company woke him up centuries later. Alchemy deduced. Either way, a 10th does exist. Will stated. And if each of the other 9 masks can trap the Oni generals and their Shodokan tribes, this mask can lock up Takudo and all his buddies all at once. Jade exclaimed with a grin. I think we just found a way to win this whole dang thing. But we have to find the mask first. Where is it? Jackie questioned. Uncle took the card that would show the mosque's location but gave a gasp once he saw the image. Takudo concealed the mask in the one place no mortal would dare enter, the Shadow Realm. Something tells me we don't really have a choice in the matter. El Toro said. So how do we get there? Viper asked. We will not be doing anything. Yan Lin answered, much to everyone's surprise. There is only one here who can enter the Shadow Realm. The Shadow Guardian. All eyes then set upon Jade, much to everyone's surprise. Wait, me. You were able to traverse through the Shadow Realm before when we had to rescue Toru from Ikazuki. Yan Lin recalled. Well, yeah, but I don't even know how to get into the Shadow Realm. Jade pointed out. Is there a spell we can use? Toru asked. No spell is necessary. Yan Lin said. Not when we have an artifact that is capable of opening portals. Everyone directed their attention to Will as she took out the glowing pink crystal. If Jade combines her shadow powers with the seal of Phobos that was absorbed into the heart of Kandrakar, it should open a portal to the Shadow Realm. And only Jade is capable of entering. Uncle explained. The Shadow Realm is a place of dark magic, everything else that enters will be devoured by eternal darkness. But with Jade's powers being derived from the Shadow Realm, she should remain unaffected. And, there's no other way to do this. Jade asked nervously. There is no better way than to face your trauma, when fate of world is at stake. Uncle told her. With a gulp, Jade tried to steel herself. Let's do it. We'll shine the heart of Kandrakar over Jade, channeling its powers to transform only her into her guardian form, leaving the other girls unaffected. Jade then generated a plum of shadow fire in her hands and held it in front of the heart of Kandrakar, which will use to open a portal directly into the shadows, which quickly expanded to form a swirling portal that would lead into the realm of eternal darkness. One more thing. Uncle took off his right shoe, followed by his right sock. Uncle never leaves shop without magic socks. Billy Goat. Mama Toru slapped her forehead. He can't be serious. Viper groaned. Be glad he's not talking about underwear. Irma also groaned. Uncle pulled a thread from his sock, which began to glow green with Kai magic as he tied it around Jade's ankle. This thread will be your lifeline to our realm. Tug firmly when you find mask. Okay. Jade nodded as she took the Hanafuda card that would identify the mask's location. But before she could enter the portal, Jackie got his niece's attention. I know you're scared, but I also know you can do this. You've faced your own inner demons before and have come out on top. You can pull this off. He's right, Jade. Will added, looking to her best friend with a smile. You're a guardian, but more importantly, you're the strongest one. You're the toughest girl around. Cornelia added. You gonna let a few shadows scare you? Yeah, show those shadows who's the boss. Irma encouraged. You got this, Jade. Hey, Lin cheered. Get that mask so we can kick some evil butt. Jade girl super tough. Jade girl beat bad shadows. Blunk also cheered. You are my rival, Jade. Paco added. And I will not tolerate any kind of weakness from you." Despite the words of a tough rival, he spoke in a tone equal to that of an encouraging friend. "Go get em, girl," Viper said simply with a nod. Jade smiled at all her friend's praise, and almost shed some tears of joy before rubbing them away with her arm. "Wish me luck." She dove into the portal with the thread from Uncle's sock still tied around her ankle. Once she entered the Shadow Realm, it almost felt like she was falling with a scream, but she quickly stabilized herself with her wings and took a moment to observe the realm. It was almost that of complete darkness, there was no signs of life or land or anything. It was just an endless void, and yet, she could see everything so clearly. This included a group of demon serpents that flew in her direction. Jade nervously brought up a shadow katana and was prepared to defend herself, only to look in surprise as the serpents flew past her like she wasn't even there. "Oh, right. Shadow Guardian." She chuckled slightly before taking out the Hanafuda card as it began to glow brightly when pointed in a certain direction. "Okay, let's do this." She flew in that direction, wanting to get out of this place as quickly as possible. "Alright, while Jade looks for the mask, we'll prepare the spell to complete it so that it can be used to trap Takudo," Yan Lin told the group. "So, what's the ingredient?" Alchemy asked as Yan Lin held the last Hanafuda card that showed the spell ingredient necessary. "Hair from a Japanese samurai," she revealed, causing most of the people to groan in frustration. "What's the problem?" Caleb asked in confusion. "Let's look for the nearest samurai and take some of his hair. It shouldn't be that hard." Earth to Caleb, "There are no samurai left," Cornelia pointed out. "Yeah, ancient Japan is ancient history," Irma added. "Looks like we hit a dead end," emphasis on dead. "What about someone who's descended from a samurai? Could that work?" Tyranny asked. "It may be our only option," Will said. "Who do we know that has a samurai ancestor?" "Why, my baby boy, of course," Mama Toru revealed, much to everyone's surprise. "Huh, what? Toru?" These were among the exclamations of shock from his friends, but none were more surprised than Toru himself. "Wah, mommy. Are you sure?" "Toru, you are of samurai descent from your father's side," Mama Toru revealed. "I may not have samurai blood, but you do. It was the reason I pushed you so hard, because with having samurai blood in your veins, you were meant to do extraordinary things. And you have done many things that even I could not have foreseen, things that have made me nothing short of proud. And your father would be proud too," she said with a genuine smile. "Whoa, so Toru is a samurai?" Lin questioned before a wide grin formed on her face. "That's so cool. Big guy, your level of awesomeness just shot up by 100. Irma stated with her own grin as the other girls began to give their praise to Toru, who nearly smiled and blushed. Now is not the time to celebrate. Uncle chastised everyone as he still held his sock, the thread extending into the still open shadow portal. "I must hold sock so Jade can find way back. You will prepare spell to complete mask." "Don't worry sensei," Toru said with clear confidence evident in his voice. "That's exactly what I intend to do." Meridian, throne room. Eleon remained bound to her throne, with Phobos sitting upon his own beside her. She looked with a terrified expression at the sight of Takudo hovering close to her brother, as well as Cedric's massive humanoid serpent form beside Daolon Wang. Just before her was a large gathering of monsters from all over Meridian, with the 9 Oni generals present as well that appeared even more terrifying than the other monsters gathered. Even the Dark Kai warrior form of Hakufu was also present. On her right, Finn, Ratso, and Chao were trapped in a sphere of Daolon Wang's dark magic that kept them immobilized and prevented them from helping her. Terror filling her whole body, Eleon looked for anything that could help get her out of this nightmare. Her eyes set upon a familiar-looking girl she thought was her friend, standing at the front of the gathering. "Miranda. Please Miranda. You've got to help me." However, her so-called friend looked toward her with a sinister smile. "I'm so sorry." Miranda laughed before transforming into her humanoid spider form. Eleon would have screamed at that had Miranda not shot a strand of webbing over her mouth to keep her from screaming or talking anymore. But that didn't stop her from trying to scream, even if they were muffles. "The time has come," Takudo began as he addressed all those present. "The sun has set upon Meridian for the last time. Once this coronation is complete, all of this realm will be forever engulfed in darkness. Ikazuki, remain here and help our allies to ensure this ceremony is not disrupted. As you wish, Lord Takudo. The Oni second in command bowed. The rest of you, go forward and spread our darkness across the land. This world is ours now. Takudo ordered. Let nothing stand in your way. The remaining 8 Oni generals roared with jubilation as they made their way out of the throne room to spread their dark influence all across the realm of Meridian. Shadow Realm. This felt weird for Jade. Flying through the Shadow Realm almost felt like swimming underwater, yet it also felt very natural as she could breathe just fine. Probably due to being the Shadow Guardian, but that didn't make her any more comfortable. She just wanted to find the mask and get out of this place as soon as possible. She continued to follow the direction that the glowing Hanafuda card pointed her. Soon enough, she found herself reaching her objective. A pale red mask floating in the void that bore a strong resemblance to the Oni King that had caused her and all her friends so much grief these past few months. There you are. Earth. Section 13. Everyone continued wait in Captain Black's office as Uncle held the glowing sock thread serving as Jade's lifeline. Most of her friends, particularly Will, Paco, and Jackie, were starting to get a little anxious. However, Uncle gave a gasp as he felt a tug on the thread. Whoa, Jade has mask. Reel her in quickly. Everyone grabbed a hold of the thread, or Uncle, or even each other as they pulled with all their strength. Their combined physical strength was enough to pull Jade out of the dark portal, which will quickly closed with the heart of Kandrakar. Jade remained hunched on the floor, her back facing the group somewhat ominously. Well Jade, did you do it? Did you get the mask? Lin asked, but they only heard heavy breathing from her as she slowly stood up, her back still facing them, much to their concern. Jade. Jackie voiced his concern. Suddenly, the girl gave a malevolent chuckle. Who is Jade? Oh no. Tyranny gasped as everyone else looked in near horror. Iya. Uncle exclaimed. Jade's gone to the dark side again. Irma shouted as everyone backed away slightly, while keeping the heart close and ready to say the magic words. However, Jade turned around to reveal she was completely fine, evident by her unchanged skin and eye color and her trolling grin. Just kidding. She laughed. Nearly everyone fell backwards in shock as Jade continued to laugh. Oh, you little troll. Cornelia scolded. Jade, that wasn't funny. Tyranny stated. I don't know, I thought it was kinda cute. Viper snickered, even Yan Lin giggled slightly. Will shook her head with an exhausted grin. That's our Jade, she said towards Jackie, who had the exact same expression as well. But seriously though, mission accomplished. Jade showed them all the mask of Takudo in her hands. That's good to hear. Captain Black walked into his office. Cause we got a problem. Captain Black. Jackie acknowledged as everyone gave him their full attention. What do you mean, we have problem? What happened? Caleb questioned. Good news, your army is in the gorge, ready to move. Captain Black spoke to Caleb before turning to everyone else. Bad news, the enemy has made their move. He placed a map of the area in Meridian on the table for everyone to see. There's a really large black cloud forming over the castle. My men and I spotted 8 of the Oni leaving the castle in teams of 2, heading straight north, south, east, and west. Phobos has made his move to drain Eleon's powers now. Yan Lin deduced. They want to get this done as quickly as possible. Even if we rescued Eleon, should the Oni reach the 4 corners of Meridian and coat the realm completely in darkness, it's all over. Unless we stop them before they get that far. Jackie stated. But we have to save Eleon too. Cornelia exclaimed. That's why we're doing both. Will said. Listen, I have a plan. All we gotta do to stop the Oni is put the mask on Takudo's face, right? So, we divide and conquer. We have the rebels, Section 13, and most of us storm the castle as planned, while we have 2-man teams of our own intercept the Oni. If we hold them back or even stop them, then their shroud of darkness, or whatever they have will stop, right? That is correct. Yan Lin confirmed. We keep the Oni busy at least, and we delay the darkness, advance. So, we gotta basically fight a bunch of super-powered demons and their Shodokan armies. Irma questioned. Yeah, not exactly a fair fight. Especially since we can't use the special spell ingredients anymore. Toru added. The fight may be more fair than you all think. Uncle told them. The Oni generals will be unable to summon their ninjas without disrupting the Shroud of Darkness. And we're still packing heat, talisman heat. Alchemy said as she took out the talismans she picked up when the Oni busted out of the vault. So, we don't even have to stop the Oni, just slow them down, right? Hey Lin asked. We buy everyone else some time to save Eleon and trap Takudo. Tyranny said. Sounds like a plan to me. Alright, like I said, we'll teams of 2. 1 Guardian and 1 J team member. We'll begin. Hey Lin, you go with El Toro. Irma, you work with Viper. Tyranny and Toru, you guys are together. And that leaves Cornelia and Caleb. Better thankful for setting you up here. Jade teased in a whisper to the blonde. Shut up. Cornelia muttered with a blush as she elbowed Jade, who retained her smirk. Jackie, Jade, myself, and everyone else, were storming the castle. We're finished. I'll work on completing the mask immediately. Toru said as Jade handed the mask of Takudo to him. I may need some help. He looked towards Alchemy and his mother with a sincere smile. You got it, big guy. Alchemy gave him a thumbs up. I'll always help my baby. Mama Toru nodded with approval. Alright, let's do this. Hey Lin cheered. As everyone else seemed to get pumped up and ready, Jackie turned towards his friend. Captain Black, you wouldn't happen to still have that, would you? He asked, with Captain Black's response being a confirming smirk. A special vault door was open in another area of Section 13 to reveal a set of Chinese dark blue and gold armor, which Jade recognized right away as she stood with Will, Jackie, and Captain Black outside the now open vault. No way, you're busting out the armor of the 8 immortals. Awesome. Jade exclaimed with a grin. Magic armor? Will asked. Since when did you have that? Since our first encounter with Dai Gui, the Earth Demon. Jackie answered. Given the armor had magic capabilities, we thought it best to relocate it here just in case any bad guys got any funny ideas. Captain Black added. Trust me Will, thing is super cool. Jade told her. Jackie was able to go toe-to-toe with Shendu's rock-headed brother in that thing. Pretty sure it's more than capable of kicking Phobos' teeth in. But why are you only using it now? Will asked. Is it that dangerous? It's not a matter of whether it's dangerous or not, Will. Jackie explained. I just prefer not to use any magic tools or weapons if I don't have to. But given our current situation, I'm willing to make an exception here. In just a short matter of time, everyone got to work, making sure everything was ready for the battle to come. All of Section 13 had assembled with riot gear, armed with guns and even stun batons just in case. The allies of J-Witch and the Chan clan armed themselves with the talismans. El Toro took the Ox talisman, Viper got the Snake talisman, Captain Black held the Dragon talisman, even Alchemy and Mama Toru were given the Pig and Rabbit talismans respectively. Paco took up the Rooster talisman. Yan Lin picked up the Horse talisman as she was also handed a Blowfish from Uncle to prepare some stun spells. Hey Lin outfitted the dog Scruffy with both the dog and monkey talismans to his collar, the dog licking Hey Lin's face in appreciation. Jade even used the Rat talisman to bring Super Moose to life again. Jackie Chan of course, donned the armor of the 8 immortals, which then transformed and morphed around his form like a bodysuit. The Tiger and Sheep talismans would remain in Section 13 as they were not battle applicable. Toru, after preparing an anti-Oni stun spell, stood over a cauldron with his mother and Alchemy by his side, both of them giving the ingredients needed to prepare the spell. Even Blunk offered his hand in assistance, which Toru appreciated. Toru properly mixed all the ingredients into the cauldron to produce a green liquid form of Kai magic. He then placed the mask of Takudo into the cauldron and plucked a single hair from his head, putting it in before reciting the chant. Nukuruhi men Jaaku. 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 As Toru chanted, the spell in the cauldron glowed a bright green, shining outward before the mask of Takudo hovered out of the liquid, also glowing with an aura of green energy before the light died down. The spell was complete, and the mask was now ready. In less than an hour, the entire Chan clan, all 6 guardians, the whole J team, the entirety of Section 13, and the rest of their allies stood together in the main hall of Section 13, ready and waiting. Will then took out the heart of Kandrakar and said the magic words once more. Guardians unite. In a flashy transformation, Will, Jade, Irma, Hey Lin, Tyranny, and Cornelia all transformed into their respective forms of J-Witch. The girls and Jade team then walked into one of the portals, while their army stayed behind and waited for the other half of their forces to join them. Unbeknownst to all of them, Matt was hidden around the corner at the far end of the main chamber of the base, waiting to follow everyone once the time was right. Meridian, Phobos' throne room. Eleon struggled with all her might, but the bindings proved too strong for even her. Even with the vast amount of magic she had at her disposal, it seemed negated somehow. She couldn't use it to free herself. "Don't struggle, my dear," Daolon Wang told her. "So long as you remain on that throne, your powers will be suppressed until they are properly extracted." She looked desperately toward her brother, a pleading expression in her eyes as tears were already streaming down her face. Phobos looked away with a pained expression, though he knew this would come eventually. "I am truly sorry it had to be this way, Eleon," Phobos began. "But I have tried for years to maintain order and peace for Meridian, but the rebellion simply won't stop just because I am not the true heir. I have tried to offer peace to them, many times. But are they grateful? No. They continue to plunder and fight. But if that is what they prefer, if they mean for me to be a tyrant, so be it. Once I have your power, I will end all fighting in Meridian indefinitely and we will finally have peace." He looked toward her with a sympathetic expression. "I am sorry for the deception, my sister. But I promise, you will not be harmed. Once your powers have been removed, all memory of your time here in Meridian will be erased. You will be returned to Earth and live your life as a normal girl. You are owed that much at least." Wang and Cedric shared knowing expressions with each other, with even Cedric looking towards Miranda with a grin. Takudo smirked as well. The prince truly has given to his inner darkness, and he didn't even need an Oni mask to do it. It seems he was right too. Suddenly, Takudo's eyes flashed a dark purple before he fell to the ground, catching all the monsters and villains by surprise as the Oni King was engulfed in a large plum of dark purple energy. The light and smoke faded to reveal Takudo had undergone some sort of transformation. Now he had a humanoid form that was about 10 feet tall, only slightly shorter than Cedric's serpent form. He wore a black and red robe that covered most of his body up to his neck. "Takudo?" Phobos questioned in surprise. "Master," Ikazuki also exclaimed. "Wah, what?" Takudo himself looked at his new transformed state in shock. "Since when could you transform as well?" Cedric questioned, looming toward him. "This seems rather unusual." "No, this shouldn't be happening unless..." Takudo's eyes widened in surprise as a feeling of horror set in. He knew there was only one explanation for his sudden transformed state. "Ikazuki, Cedric, Hakufu, Miranda, guard the ceremony. Destroy anyone who tries to enter this throne room." "As you wish, master." Ikazuki bowed along with Hakufu. "Yes, master." Hakufu also said. "Why? For what purpose do we?" Miranda tried to question. "Do not question me," Takudo exclaimed, causing Miranda to back away in fright before the Oni King turned to the Dark Kai wizard. "Wang, perform the ritual now." Though he growled at being ordered around, he had a feeling that something had gone wrong with Takudo's plan, which could work to his own advantage and that of his secret partner. He then began to chant to begin the ritual. "Takudo, what is happening?" Phobos questioned. The Oni King growled, not at Phobos, but rather at the change in circumstances. "Our enemies have just gained a decisive advantage over us. One that could spell our certain defeat." Right as he said that, Wang's spell had begun. Tree roots began to grow in between the two thrones as Eleon's body was engulfed with bright yellow light, her own magic being extracted from her body and traveling through the roots and into Phobos. Of course, this part of Wang's spell was a facade for the Dark Prince. Once the magic reached a certain point and it was equally shared among Phobos and Eleon, Wang would extract it all to resurrect his partner and bring about true terror to all of Meridian. Meanwhile, in the Huggin Gorge, the guardians of J.W.I.T.C.H, Chan Clan, and the J team exited out of the open portal where all the rebels were waiting for them. Each of them looked ready for the battle to come, armed with their own weapons such as swords, shields, hammers, and bows. However, they also looked rather nervous as the sky of Meridian began to grow even darker than usual. "I'm guessing that's the Ona's handiwork," Tyranny assumed. "The Shroud of Darkness," Uncle confirmed. "It is spreading quickly. Then we have no more time to waste," Caleb said as he turned to his friends, Aldarn and Vathek, as well as his father Julian. "We need to move up the attack." "To when?" Aldarn asked. To now, Caleb answered. Father, I need you to lead the men in the castle. What about you, Caleb? Julian asked his son. I won't be there, at least not right away. Caleb replied. Some of the guardians and their friends and I will try to intercept the Oni generals to stop their spell. If we're able to stop them completely, we'll meet you at the castle. But otherwise, I can't help. That's fine. Vathek nodded with Julian and Aldarn. Do what you have to do, Caleb. We're ready to move. Alright, everyone into the portal. Jackie instructed as the rebels began to walk straight into the portal that would lead them to Section 13 back on Earth. As the rebels began to move, the Guardians and the Jade team stood together. This is where we part ways for now. El Toro said. Good luck to all of you. We'll stop the Oni if we can and meet you at the castle once we're done. Viper added. Jade gave her titular scoff. If we don't kick Phobos and Takudo's conjoined asses by the time you're done. She said with a smirk. That's our girl. Irma smirked back. Today, dark forces must pay. Uncle told the group. Give em hell, guys. Will added. Be careful. Jackie said as well. With that, Irma picked up Viper and flew east. Helin grabbed onto El Toro and flew westward. Tyranny did the same for Toru and flew north, while Cornelia picked up Caleb and flew toward the south. As they saw their friends fly off, Jackie, Will, Jade, and Uncle walked back into the portal with the rest of the rebels. Meanwhile, back in Phobos Castle, about 50 or so guards were eating in the mess hall as they talked amongst themselves about what had been happening recently. You have heard what the men are discussing. Tyner, the one left behind after the swamp battle, was taken across the veil. I have spoken to him. The Guardians and their allies fed him, tended his wounds, even protected him. He says everything we were told about Earth was a lie. It's not just that. Phobos and his inner circle have been looking to replace us with those mindless Shodokan monsters for months now. And it seems that Takudo creature has regained all his forces. How long until we are permanently replaced? But it is not only a matter of us being replaced. We've even met the princess, Phobos' sister. She is truly a sweet and innocent child. There is good in her heart. She is the true heir to the throne. Our loyalty should be to her, not that traitor Phobos would sell us out to that Takudo demon. Tyner has said that the rebels are planning a major assault on the castle. An assault, huh? Earth. Section 13. At this point, the rebels from Meridian met up with the forces of Section 13 and followed Jackie, Will, Jade, and Uncle into the second portal that would lead them directly into the castle. All their other friends had joined them as well, leaving Section 13 mostly empty at the moment. Seeing this as his chance, Matt came out of his hiding spot and was ready to enter the portal. He saw the whole army enter. However, right before he did, he was suddenly pounced behind by a certain passling who greeted him with a grin. Boyfriend of Will. Hello, again. Blunk greeted. You're that, Matt recognized the little green creature, but the name escaped him. Blunk. The passling offered his hand to shake, but seeing as it was covered in slime, Matt seemed somewhat reluctant. I don't think so. Suit self. Blunk didn't seem to mind. You want fight demons? Yeah, if it means helping Will. Matt confirmed. Then follow Blunk. The passling led him into the portal that would lead into the castle. Though nervous at first, Matt entered the portal as well. The united army of Section 13 and rebels began to make their way through the tunnels directly under Phobos Castle with Jackie, Will, Uncle, Jade, Alchemy, Captain Black, Hako, Yanlin, and Mama Toru at the lead. Super Moose hovered above them with Scruffy walking alongside Jade. However, they soon found their path blocked by at least 50 or even 60 castle guards. So Tyner was right. One of the guards said. Oh boy. Jackie muttered. So much for our surprise attack. Will groaned as the heroes prepared themselves for a fight. However, Jade quickly noticed someone familiar in the crowd of guards. Wait, hold your fire. Jade told her friends. Tyner, is that you? It is. Tyner confirmed with a smile. I wasn't able to convince everyone, but their constant treatment here and the promise of what I described has convinced these men it's better to risk everything for what I saw on Earth than to live this way under a reign of demons and tyrants. So, you mean to help us? Jackie asked with a smile. Yes. Tyner confirmed, resulting in cheers from several of the rebels and smiles from those from Earth. Now is not time to celebrate. Uncle made his way to the front to face Tyner and the defecting guards. Do not just stand there, get cracking. The Oni General Midori walked near the area of Taurus Filni with Kiro hovering above him. As the two Oni generals continued to walk on, the Shroud of Darkness continued to blanket the sky above them, spreading their influence across the land. However, the pair of Oni came to a stop, with the Shroud above stopping with them to find their way blocked by El Toro and Heilin. This path is closed, El Toro stated firmly, and there's no detour, Heilin added with a serious expression on her face. The two Oni glared and growled at the individuals who dared stand in their way, but the Air Guardian and Luchador weren't the least bit intimidated. I will take the big one, you take the flyer. El Toro told Heilin. Sounds like a plan, she replied as she shot into the air to meet with Kiro while El Toro ran to engage Midori in close combat. With the strength of the Ox Talisman, El Toro was able to stand his ground against the leader of the Sumo Khan, grappling their hands together before throwing each other back. Midori tried to throw a punch his way, but El Toro caught it and pulled Midori back, but the Midori came back to grapple with El Toro again. He threw El Toro back to a roped fence, which El Toro used to pull back and launch himself with a headbutt per his signature move and knock Midori down. At the same time, Heilin flew through the air with the screeching Kiro right behind her. The flying Oni general was able to catch up to her and grab her by the shoulders to force her down, but Heilin flipped herself around to deliver a series of kicks to Kiro's face and knock him back, allowing Heilin to stabilize herself before blasting a cyclone of air point blank at Kiro to blast him away. Meanwhile, Oni generals Kuro and Mosugaran walked near the shore of the lake where the Katham once dwelled, spreading the Shroud of Darkness with each step they took, until... Watch out boys. They heard Viper's voice from out of nowhere as she and Irma became visible with aid from the snake talisman to greet the Oni generals with daring smirks. You got a couple snakes in the grass. Irma added. Immediately, Mosugaran went on the attack to try and punch Viper, who flipped back to avoid the attacks while Kuro swiped his claws at Irma, who ducked and parried the strikes before catching the right claw by the wrist with both her hands and flipped him over her shoulder. Before he had a chance to recover, Irma shot a stream of water from her hands to send Kuro skidding across the ground. Mosugaran appeared to have Viper cornered against a tree, only for the ex-thief to turn invisible with the snake talisman, much to Mosugaran's confusion. He then felt a punch across his face, a strike to his large gut, and a kick to the side to knock him down. Tyranny and Toru walked through the tunnels of the abandoned mine under the extinct volcano of Threb. Tyranny had provided them an ample light source with a flame in her hand, but the duo came to a stop as Toru felt a chill go down his spine. Tyranny. Let me guess, the Willies. Tyranny asked somewhat nervously. They heard a pair of snarls above them, causing Tyranny to raise her fireball a little higher where they saw Oni generals Orenji and Murasaki scaling the ceiling. Okay, that's not terrifying or anything. Orenji swiped his tail at the wrist where Tyranny had her fireball, causing it to vanish and engulf everyone in darkness as the two Oni leapt toward their prey. However, Tyranny engulfed herself with flames to not only provide a light source, but even expanded the flames to push both Oni back and knock them to the ground. Tyranny then waved her arms to send streams of fire along both walls of the tunnels and keep the area lit. Toru immediately brandished his blowfish to fire stun spells at the Oni generals, only for them to run and scale the walls around them to avoid the blasts. Orenji then leapt at Toru to ensnare his tail around his large belly, grabbing his arms with all four of his own to push Toru back, leaving Tyranny to face off against Murasaki who brandished his claws menacingly at her. Bring it on, Oni boy. Tyranny challenged as she produced more flames in her hand. The pair of Oni generals consisting of Regrouping aka trekked through the swamps, the Shroud of Darkness advancing alongside them. Not only that, but when the native beasts of the swamp eyed the two Oni, aka turned to snarl back at them, causing the beasts to back away in fright. However, their path was soon cut off as a multitude of thick vines shot up from the ground to wrap around the nearby trees, effectively creating a wall to block their way. Sorry, but this is far you guys go. Cornelia said from behind, causing the two Oni to turn around and face her and Caleb. This is my home, and I'm not gonna let you and your master destroy it. Caleb declared as he drew his katana. Regrouping aka roared as they rushed to attack Cornelia and Caleb respectively. Aka sliced his mantis-like claws at Caleb, who was able to block and parry with his katana before maneuvering around to slice at AKA's side, who roared in pain as he felt a burning sensation where he had been cut. Guess you guys don't like onions either. Caleb smirked, his katana coated in onion juice as he engaged AKA again, being forced on the defensive this time to block the sword strike with his own claws. Cornelia ducked under the punches of Regrouping, who followed through with a kick that knocked Cornelia down. But she quickly retaliated by placing her hand on the ground and growing a large vine that not only knocked Regrouping back, but also grew a series of onions around it, courtesy of the onion seeds she brought along and mixed in with her powers. The onions exploded into onion powder, causing Regrouping to cough and groan in pain while tears of green energy sapped from his eyes. As Regrouping tried to rub the pain from his eyes, his now blurry vision barely caught the image of Cornelia realign back a fist to punch him clear in the face. Phobos, throne room. The Dark Prince could feel the power flowing into him as Eleon felt her own powers growing weaker by the second, Daolan Wang's spell working as intended as Takudo, Ikazuki, Cedric, Hawk Fu, and Miranda looked on, while Finn, Ratso, and Chao were still suspended helplessly in Wang's dark barrier, prevented from so much as speaking, let alone helping Eleon. The process is working very smoothly. Wang said. Soon, the princess will lose every ounce of her power. And our own shadow armies are advancing as we speak. Ikazuki added. Takudo, despite his previous nervousness, seemed rather pleased himself. Within hours, all of Meridian succumbed to the forces of who? He was interrupted by his own willies. The forces of who? Ikazuki asked in surprise. I am picking up some interference. Takudo said, getting the other villains' attention. Despite no longer having his psychic powers in his humanoid form, the Oni King was still connected to his generals. Using that connection, he was able to see what they were seeing, and he saw his fellow Oni currently engaged in battle with the enemy. Looks like the Guardians are trying to stop the spread of darkness. Of course, they are. Cedric hissed. But even if they stall the Oni, they cannot stop the coronation. No, wait. Hold on a second. Takudo noticed something as he looked further to get more clear images of the fights his Oni were involved in. From one set of eyes, he saw Irma and Viper. From another set, he saw Lin and El Toro. The third set of eyes saw Tyranny and Toru, and the fourth set from his final team saw Cornelia and Caleb. 1, 2, 3, 4, there are only 4, with a handful of their friends. Their leader and our former queen are missing, even Mr. Chan isn't among them. What? That got Phobos' attention. Why only use a small force? And where could Chan and the other two guardians? Suddenly, the entire castle shook as the villains heard the muffled sounds of battle and war occurring from just outside the throne room. The Lurdans and soldiers who did not defect from Phobos were on the losing end from the large army of rebels, Section 13 agents, and defectors from Phobos' army. Getting desperate, the Lurdans unleashed some of their beasts inside the castle, which only added to the chaos, but it did little to help them. Aldarn and Paco worked with their forces to secure the weapons, room as several Lurdans attempted to fight them off. Aldarn used his sword to deflect their own sword strikes before going on the attack, while Paco used the rooster talisman to fly towards an incoming Lurdan, wrap his legs around his neck and pull back to toss him into a group of 3 charging them. The group heard a series of growling noises and looked to see a small pack of the same polar bear monsters from Taurus Kilm approach them. The rebels and Paco tried to ready themselves for a fight, but Scruffy quickly ran to the front, growling and barking at the polar bear monsters before using the monkey talisman to transform into his Cerberus form, which roared before lunging at the monsters to fight tooth and nail. That is one interesting dog. Aldarn commented. Jade does have a habit of attracting oddballs. Paco added. The Great Hall appeared the most chaotic as the Lurdans were forced to unleash their gargoyle monsters, given the Great Hall was the only place big enough for them to roam, along with whatever creatures they could unleash, a clear sign of their desperation. However, Section 13 agents came at the forefront, bringing out their guns to fill most of the monsters full of holes, while a pair of gargoyles were forced to cover themselves with their thick arms. But this gave Captain Black an opening to rush forward and blast one gargoyle down with the dragon talisman. That's for keeping me in your dungeons. Captain Black exclaimed as he shot again at another one. Captain Black, Tyner, a few Section 13 agents, along with a few defecting guards entered the fray. All the castle staff have been evacuated. It's just the enemy now. Good, then it's time to stop pulling our punches. Captain Black pulled out a pistol with his free hand and shot an incoming Lurden, while using the dragon talisman in the other hand to blast a charging beast. On an upper floor, Vathek used his sword to block an axe strike from a Lurden, only for another one to try and come at him from behind and bring him down with a club. Both Lurdens were about to pummel him with their weapons until antler action. Super Moose flew in to deal a pair of punches to send both Lurdens crashing through the railing and down into the lower floor. Oh yeah, I'm bad, you're sad. Super Moose gloated before flying higher to deal with the flying monsters that had just been unleashed. On another area in the Great Hall, Yan Lin used a dried lizard in her hand to blast stun spells at several incoming enemies while coming back to back with Julian, who used his sword to block an axe strike from a Lurden. The pair quickly found themselves surrounded, only for a red blur to come in and knock down two enemies, revealing it to be Mama Toru. Four Lurdens attempted to attack her, but she smirked as she used the rabbit talisman to quickly deliver a punch to the gut of the first, a strike to the face of the second, an uppercut to the jaw of the third, and a kick into the rear of the fourth after speeding behind. Oh girl, you got some moves. Yan Lin smirked. Well, what do you expect from a master of judo? Mama Toru smirked back as she took a martial arts stance of her own before she, Yan Lin, and Julian joined their many allies in taking down whatever remained of Phobos' forces. Yan Lin even kneeled down to a downed rebel and placed the horse talisman on him to heal his injuries, to which he thanked her with a smile. Throne room. Impossible. Cedric exclaimed as the villains continued to hear the sounds of war outside. The rebels can't be here. How could they have crossed the plains without being seen? Suddenly, the main doors to the throne room were blown open as several Lurdens were knocked back and slid across the ground, revealing the group consisting of Jackie, Will, Jade, and Uncle with alchemy right behind them. Sorry, but this coronation has been cancelled. Jade snarked. No, I will not be thwarted by you fools, again. Phobos flew from his throne, disrupting the ceremony and absorption of Eleon's powers. My prince, the ritual is not complete. Daolan Wang tried to warn him. You only have half your sister's power. Half of it, combined with my own, should be enough to rid me of these interlopers once and for all. Phobos concentrated a massive amount of raw magic into his hands, creating a large sphere of pulsating magic before unleashing it all in the form of a massive blast. However, Jackie quickly leapt to the front and spread his arms out to allow his armored body to take the impact and protect everyone else behind him. The resulting explosion was enough to create a shockwave that shattered all the stained glass windows and even shook the entire throne room. When the dust settled, however, not only were all the heroes behind him still in one piece, but Jackie was left unscathed as his armor didn't even retain a scratch. What? Phobos shouted as all the villains looked in clear shock. Daolan Wang gave a gasp as he recognized what Chan wore. The armor of the 8 immortals. How could you possess that? I told you before, Uncle knows a thing or two about antiques. The elderly Kai wizard smirked. Speaking of antiques, Jade looked towards Will with a smirk. Oh Takudo, the leader of the Guardians, got the Oni King's attention as she sang and held a familiar mask in her hand. Look what we got. Both Ikazuki and Takudo himself gasped at the sight of the final Oni mask. Though he had a feeling they had recovered it the second he underwent his unwarranted transformation, but to actually see it in the hands of the enemy was enough for the Oni King to lose his normally calm composure and give to pure rage. I shall destroy you all. Takudo leapt high into the air and straight down towards the heroes, who quickly scattered to avoid the crushing impact of his foot that cracked the whole floor. He quickly faced Will, who still held the mask, before flexing his muscles to rip away his robe and reveal his bare chest. Guessing that's why he has a body now. Will thought as Takudo shot right at her, but Jade quickly flew in to land a kick on his back before landing side by side with her bestie. Guys, we got Taradork, here. You get Eleon. Jade told them. Got it. Jackie nodded as Uncle shot a blast of Kai magic at the spell that kept Finn, Ratso, and Chao immobilized before they leapt and joined Jackie alongside Uncle in alchemy. If you three are truly serious about being good, now is the chance to prove it. No prob, Chan, we got your back for once. Finn said. Yeah, being bad guys sucked. Chao added. Let's give the hero route a try for once. Don't worry Eleon, your uncles are gonna get you out of here. Ratso told the bound and gagged princess as the heroes charged the villains. Jackie engaged Hakfu and the empowered Phobos simultaneously while Uncle blasted a series of stun spells at Daolong Wang, who retaliated with blasts of his own dark magic from his scepter. The reformed enforcers all leapt to grapple all over Cedric and hold him back as he tried to shake them off. "I'm coming, Eleon." Alchemy was about to run toward her friend, only for a stand of webbing to snatch her by the back and pull her down, where Miranda pounced on top of her to pin her to the ground. "You aren't going anywhere, you meddling brat," the spider shapeshifter snarled. "Eat heat beams," Alchemy shouted as she blasted some beams from her eyes, courtesy of the pig talisman to blat Miranda off her. Hurricane kick. The Dark Kai warrior of Hakfu leapt with a kick towards the armored Jackie, who blocked by crossing his arms before throwing a punch to Hakfu, which he avoided before swerving and coming around to Jackie's rear. Earthquake fist. He brought both his fists onto Jackie's back, but the armor of the 8 immortals held, and Jackie was unaffected as he leapt over Hakfu to deliver a kick of his own to send him crashing into a pillar. Jackie, however, was not about to let the strongest Dark Kai warrior recover as he ran to deliver a flying kick of his own that smashed Hakfu through the pillar and caused him to poof once he hit the wall behind it. Jackie then turned to face Phobos, still charged with half of Eleon's power as both his hands surged with raw magic. Phobos unleashed a torrent of energy blasts at Jackie, but he simply stood his ground and let the blasts hit and erupt around him. The dust faded to reveal that neither he, nor the armor of the 8 immortals, was damaged. Which only caused Phobos' rage to boil even more. This armor was made to face monsters far worse than even you, Phobos. Jackie told him, "You cannot win. I did not plan all of this, sacrifice everything, just to let some powerless earthling take it away from me." Phobos exclaimed as he used his magic to manifest a massive broadsword and telekinetically moved it without even holding it himself. "You've interfered with me for the last time, Jackie-chan." He raised the blade up high toward the ceiling before bringing it down with a great deal of force. However, Jackie crossed his arms above his head to not only block the blade, but he also flipped upward to deliver a double kick and shatter the massive blade before going on the attack. He threw a series of punches towards Phobos, who attempted to shield himself with his magic, but each of Jackie's hits cracked the shield before it shattered, and Jackie was able to deliver a roundhouse kick to knock Phobos back. Ikazuki drew his katana, which he clashed with against Jade's own shadow sword. Both the Oni and Guardian glared at each other while Will engaged Takudo in hand-to-hand combat. The leader of the Guardians kept the mask in hand as she tried to force it on Takudo's face, but he blocked each attempt before throwing out with a punch, which Will parried with a chop of her arm before coming around with a kick, which Takudo caught before throwing her away, though she quickly recovered in the air and flew back towards Takudo. But before they could re-engage in their fight, Will and Jade exchanged eye contact before switching opponents. Jade caused her shadow katana to explode in the form of shadow fire, blinding Ikazuki and allowing Will to fly in and deliver a kick to his face and knock him back while Jade went on to engage Takudo with a set of shadow claws on her hands. "What? No psychic powers anymore, T." Jade smirked as she sliced her claws at Takudo, but he dodged each slice before ducking and striking his foot into her abs to knock her back. Before she could recover, Takudo ran to seize Jade by the throat and pin her to a nearby pillar. "I would have given you everything. You could have ruled by my side as queen of the Shodokan. But you threw it all away," Takudo exclaimed. "You tried to force that on me." Jade argued back before headbutting Takudo. "I'd rather fight with my best friends and family than rule by your side." "Oh, and for the record." Will suddenly appeared behind Takudo to wrap her arms around his neck. "She's always ruled in my book." She smirked toward her friend, who nodded back before engaging Ikazuki again with a punch to his face. Will tried to force the mask on his face again, but Takudo was able to throw her off before she got the chance. However, he felt a throb in his head, forcing him on his knees as he felt the interference from before only growing. Lin created a massive tornado around her that sucked in Kiro, where she began laying down a series of punches and kicks as he continued to spin in the twister, gaining more momentum as he spun, unable to defend himself. It finally ended when Lin generated a condensed sphere of air in her hand and blasted it into Kiro's chest, causing it and the whole twister to explode before sending the flying Oni crashing and skidding down the hill. El Toro maneuvered under the punch of Midori and picked him up by the chest with the strength of the Ox Talisman before spinning him around and throwing him down the hill as well, where he crashed into Kiro, causing both Oni to roll further down the slope. Heilin descended to El Toro's level. Nice throw, she congratulated. Not bad yourself, Lenina. He nodded with approval and a smile. Viper ducked and swerved under the swipes and grab attempts of Mosugaran before swiping her feet to knock the large Oni off his own and trip him up. Kuro tried to snap at her from behind with his claws, but Viper jumped to land on his shoulders and jumped from them to knock him down before landing toward the nearby lake. Viper turned around to see the recovering Mosugaran and Kuro approach her menacingly. 2-on-1. What's a girl to do? Viper teased as a large wave of water began to form from the lake behind her. How about a dip to cool off? Irma suggested as she controlled the wave from above, much to the shock and even horror of the two Oni generals. Surf's up, boys. Making sure to create a small hole in the wave for it to pass over Viper, the massive wave swept up Kuro and Mosugaran before they even had a chance to retreat, sending them crashing into the rocks and trees further ahead. Irma landed next to Viper as they both exchanged a fist bump. Cornelia grew a series of vines from the ground, which wrapped around both her fists like a pair of boxing gloves, which she used to move in and punch Rariku across the face multiple times. He tried to block and lash out with a kick, only to find several more vines shooting from the ground to ensnare both his feet, leaving him stuck as Cornelia gave him a powerful uppercut, while also letting go of the vines, to send him flying into the air. But Cornelia wasn't done yet as she telekinetically sent a multitude of rocks out like a machine gun that knocked the airborne Rariku down with a splat in the mud below. Caleb continued to use his katana to block the swipes from AKA's mantis claws before going on the offensive, forcing AKA to block and cross his arms to hold back Caleb's blade. But Caleb quickly kicked AKA's right leg, causing him to lose his balance before cutting at the Ona's chest, who roared in pain at the onion juice that coated the blade. Caleb then followed with a punch to the jaw to knock him down. Nice moves, rebel leader. Cornelia didn't even bother to hide her flirting. Thanks. How about once this is all over, the two of us go out to one of those Earth restaurants you were talking about? You mean, like a date? Cornelia asked with a teasing and hopeful smile. Yeah, like a date. Caleb confirmed with a nod. Cornelia blushed as she flew to his side and kissed his cheek. Sounds like a plan. They then turned to the recovering Oni and readied themselves for the next round. So, let's get this over with. Read my mind. Tyranny threw a series of fireballs toward Murasaki, but the Oni general leapt toward the nearest wall before scaling toward the ceiling and made his way closer to Tyranny. Before she had a chance to shoot a fire blast at him, Murasaki leapt down to slice his claws at her, knocking her to the ground. Toru, meanwhile, was literally backed against the wall as he tried to wrestle against Orenji, who snarled at him with a sadistic smile. One look into the eyes and fangs of a real-life Oni was enough to cause Toru's blood to run cold. This was something Orenji took full advantage of as he wrapped his long tail around Toru's neck in an attempt to choke him. However, the scared Toru happened to glance past his opponent to see Tyranny was cornered as well, and it looked like she really needed help. Seeing his young friend in danger was enough for Toru to try and push past his fear. He knew he was afraid, but right now, his friend needed his help, and there would be nothing that would stand in his way. Not even the Oni. Toru concentrated his strength as he grabbed the tail of Orenji, and tried to wrench him off his neck, much to the Ona's surprise. I will not live in fear, Toru shouted as he was able to pull Orenji off him and slug him across the face. He then quickly grabbed Orenji by the arms and flung him upward to crash into the ceiling and brought him down hard onto the ground. Murasaki gave something of a mix between a cackle and a snarl as he readied his claws to cut Tyranny down, but a roar from Toru caught both their attention as he ran at high speeds to bash his shoulder into the Oni and send him rolling across the ground. Tyranny, are you alright? He offered his hand to the surprised fire guardian. Uh-huh. She nodded, looking in amazement as the sumo offered her hand, which she accepted. They both turned to the growls to see Orenji and Murasaki regrouping. They looked ready to attack again, but Toru cast a glare with narrowed eyes, which caused both Oni to look actually nervous as they backed up slightly. Whoa, looks like Oni are scared of you now. Tyranny noted with a smirk. Just as you've conquered your fear of fire, I will conquer mine. Toru stated as he punched his fist into his palm. Got that right, Tyranny said as she prepared a fireball attack, Kamehameha style, before unleashing a large blast big enough to blast the two Oni through the wall and outside, where Toru and Tyranny charged further to press the advantage. Takudo continued to groan as he held his throbbing head. You can feel it, can't you? Will told him. You know you're losing. Our friends probably have your generals on their last legs, and I know Jackie's gonna take down Phobos. So just make it easy on yourself and surrender. The Oni King gave a powerful roar as he hit Will with a surprise uppercut to knock her into the air and onto the ground. Over my demon body. He grabbed Will by her ankle and spun her around before letting go to send her crashing into a pillar. She didn't even have time to react as Takudo quickly rushed her to deliver a hook across the face and knock her down, causing her to lose grip of the mask. Unbeknownst to both of them, it was quickly snatched by a skinny green hand. Jade was about to come to her aid, but Ikazuki intercepted her to grab her by the shoulders, deliver a knee to her gut and flip her over to toss her back towards the shattered doors at the entrance of the throne room. Jade groaned as she tried to pick herself up. Pissed, she heard a slight whisper and looked in surprise to see Matt just around the corner of the entrance, with Blunk on his shoulder holding the mask of Takudo with a smile. Though surprised at first, a smirk fell on Jade's face as an idea came to mind. Takudo approached the downed redhead. Now young Will, if you would hand over the mask. I'll take care to dispose of it once and for all. Will tried to pick herself up, only to look shocked to see she no longer had the mask with her. I don't have it. Before he could offer a response, Takudo was suddenly ensnared from behind by a series of shadow-like ropes shot out from Jade's hands, which she pulled back to keep Takudo restrained. Master. Ikazuki tried to rush to his king's aid. Blunk attack. Blunk dropped down from the pillar to land on Ikazuki's face, wrapping his arms and legs around the Oni general's head as Ikazuki tried to pull him off. Get off me, you insect. Ikazuki struggled as Takudo himself struggled in Jade's own shadow bindings. You know this won't hold me. Takudo stated to Jade. It'll hold for as long as we need. Matt, now. Jade shouted. Matt. Will questioned in shock before she actually saw Matt run past her with a yell, the mask of Takudo in his hand before he forced it right into Takudo's face. No. Takudo broke out of Jade's bindings and tried desperately to pry the mask from his face, but it was too late. All his power, and the dark powers around him, were being absorbed into the mask, along with his very being. NNNNOOOOOOOOOOO. Jackie's fight against Phobos, Uncle's duel with Wong, the Enforcers, struggle against Cedric, and even alchemy wrestling on top of Miranda. All these battles were interrupted as they looked in shock to see streams of darkness from all over the throne room and outside flowing directly into the mask now stuck to Takudo's face. Even a large vortex of pure shadow and darkness had formed directly above him as everything he controlled and all the Oni powers all over Meridian were being pulled into the single mask. From across Meridian, all 8 Oni generals felt a strong and powerful force pull them away from their respective battles. Kiro and Midori were pulled away from their conflict with Heilin and El Toro. Irma and Viper watched as Kuro and Mosugaran were pulled into the sky and toward the castle. Orenji and Murasaki were also pulled into the air and away from their losing fight against Toru and Tyranny. Cornelia and Caleb both looked on to see Rariku and aka get sucked into the sky and pulled toward the castle as well. As all 8 Oni generals were being pulled to the single location, so too was the massive shroud of darkness that had threatened to engulf all of Meridian, taking every single Shotokan with it. It all condensed into the castle's throne room, where even Ikazuki suffered a similar fate. The bodies of the 9 Oni fading and evaporating into the shadows that were being sucked into the mask. Even Takudo's body underwent the same fate as his entire physical form was also absorbed into the mask. The vortex of shadow and darkness began to shrink more and more until every last ounce of Oni magic was sucked into the mask before it fell to the ground. It was done. The mask of Takudo had fulfilled its purpose. Takudo, his 9 Oni generals, and all the Shotokan in existence had been trapped and neutralized. Jade picked up the mask as well, Matt, and Blunk regrouped around her. 10 demons and a gajillion ninjas in one tiny mask. Must be cozy in there. Matt commented. Matt, what the hell are you doing here? Will exclaimed, causing Matt to look away with a wince. Well, Argue with boyfriend later. Fight not over. Blunk pointed to the remaining villains. Takudo. Phobos shouted in shock, leaving him open for Jackie to punch and knock him back closer towards his throne, where Wong, Cedric, and Miranda also backed up as they were surrounded by Jackie, Uncle, Alchemy, Finn, Ratso, and Chow, with Will, Jade, Matt, and Blunk joining in. Takudo and Oni forces have been defeated. Uncle said. Now only one villain remains. Jackie said seriously as he glared at Phobos. However, before Phobos could even offer a counterattack, Daolon Wong casted a powerful spell of dark magic across the entire throne room, causing all the throne vines in the chamber to grow and stretch outward to ensnare and bind all the heroes, pulling them away, forcing Jade and Alchemy to drop both the mask of Takudo and Pig Talisman. Daolon Wong quickly seized both, putting the mask away briefly before looking at the talisman with a knowing smirk. My prince, quickly. You must absorb the princess's powers now. Realizing he was cornered, Phobos had no choice but to get back into his throne as Daolon Wong began to cast the spell again that continued to siphon away more of Eleon's powers. Phobos. No. It's a trap. Will tried to warn him. Wong's gonna double-cross you. However, it was already too late. Much like Eleon's own bindings, a pair of skeleton hands appeared to clamp Phobos' arms to the arms of his throne while dark demonic serpents emerged to bind him to his own throne. What? Wong, you traitor. Daolon Wong looked toward him with a sneer. Apologies, my prince, but I serve no one. Do it, wizard. Cedric told him with a wide grin. Time to fulfill our promise. Force Eleon's power into Phobos so that Lord Cedric may devour him and take it all for himself. Miranda also told him. Oh, I think not. Wong grinned evilly at the surprised shapeshifter. I have another promise to fulfill to someone else. He held the pig talisman in his hand as he began to cast a special spell he prepared just for this occasion. Both Eleon and Phobos' bodies began to glow with the same bright yellow energy. The magic of the heart of Meridian flowing from both of them as Wong channeled it into the pig talisman and began to recite the incantation. 1 of 12, call the others to you so that you may be whole again. I summon the complete power of the Chinese zodiac. Tyranny carried Toru in the air as they flew back toward the castle, and were quickly joined by Irma, Heilin, and Cornelia, each carried Viper, El Toro, and Caleb respectively. So, you guys see the Oni go flying too, right? Heilin asked. And the fact the sky isn't pitch black anymore and now just its usual dark. Yep. Irma confirmed. Looks like Jackie and the others won. Tyranny said with a grin. They took down Takudo. Can't believe I missed it though. Cornelia said with a small pout. I would have loved to see the look on that demon head's face. You can still kick that spoiled prince's teeth in. Viper told the blonde. That's right. Caleb agreed. I'm not counting this as a victory until Phobos is defeated as well. However, much to the group's surprise, a glowing light could be seen from both Viper and El Toro's persons just before the snake and ox talismans hovered out slightly, an aura glowing around both of them before they shot directly toward the direction of the castle. The talismans! El Toro exclaimed. What is happening? As everyone else tried to think of an answer, Heilin gasped as she recalled the dream she had with Eleon. The dream where a monster of fire was standing over her, and given what they learned after getting the 9th Oni mask from the enforcers turned good guys, she only just now realized what and who that monster from her dream was. Toru, where did those talismans come from again? Heilin asked nervously. Well, according to Sensei, they originally belonged to the noble animals that made up the Chinese zodiac until, Toru didn't finish his sentence, but there was no need to. They all knew the answer as a feeling of dread filled all 4 guardians, along with the sumo, the rebel, the luchador and the ex-thief. Oh no. Back on Earth, in Captain Black's office in Section 13, the tiger and sheep talismans remained on the captain's desk before they too began to glow with a magical aura. Then, the same magnetic magical force began to pull them from the office and out into the main chamber before shooting into the still open portal that led to Meridian and directly into Phobos Castle. Inside the castle's main hall, the rebels, Section 13 agents, and other allies came together as they secured the surviving prisoners of the enemy forces. It seemed victory was assured. However, Captain Black felt the dragon talisman in his pocket pulsate before its glowing form left his person. What the? The others around him, both on the main floor and upper floors, all felt the same thing as Scruffy, still in his Cerberus form, lost the monkey and dog talismans, causing him to turn back to normal with a couple of barks. Even Super Moose lost the rat talisman that kept him animated. Getting weak, he fell back, returned to his state as a toy, into the hands of the surprised Vathek. Paco felt the rooster talisman leave his person as well, causing him to drop to the ground to the shocked Aldarn. Yanlin and Mama Toru saw the horse and rabbit talismans leave them as well. All 7 glowing and hovering talismans present were joined by the 2 that just arrived from the portal to Earth before shooting upwards directly into the throne room. Am I the only one who has a bad feeling about this? Aldarn asked rhetorically as Yanlin looked down towards Captain Black. Both of them knew exactly what was going on, and they couldn't do anything to stop it. Back in the throne room, Jackie, Will, and Jade were able to use their strength to free themselves from the thorny vines that ensnared them before Jade quickly generated a set of shadow claws to cut Uncle, Matt, Alchemy, and Blunk free, with Finn, Ratso, and Chow doing the same with their own strength as Dark Kai warriors. But before they had a chance to move in and stop Wong, 9 of the talismans came flying in through the entrance, while the remaining 2 came in through one of the broken windows and joined in the magical aura that contained the last one. All 12 talismans were finally brought together again as the magic from the heart of Meridian was pulled from both Eleon and Phobos, rather painfully as Phobos groaned while Eleon gave a muffled scream under the web gag. The light shined brighter and brighter, the raw force from the spell kept not only the heroes back, but even Cedric and Miranda. 12 pieces of 1, I command you to return to the state you once were. Break free from your stone shells and release your power. Wong continued his spell, the raw force of the heart of Meridian being controlled by his dark magics condensed into the talismans, causing all 12 of them to crack before they finally broke apart, releasing all their energy in the form of white streams, which began to condense and form a pulsing circle within the yellow orb as the last of the heart of Meridian's magic was extracted. Phobos leaned forward slightly, feeling weakened, while Eleon appeared the most drained, having been stripped completely of all her powers. By the dark powers that I command, the combined might of the heart of Meridian and the Chinese zodiac, tear a hole into the netherworld to bring back he has been destroyed. Wong continued with his spell as within the massive and glowing orb that mixed the 2 magics together, a window into the bleak and desolate realm could be seen. Rise again, demon born of fire. Rise again, keeper of the talismans. Rise again, the apocalypse of which legends speak. Rise again, the ultimate evil. Rise again, Shendu. The audience within the throne room could only watch in shock as the massive surge of magic began to grow more and more, taking shape of something larger, something more humanoid and yet also more monstrous. Arms and legs were the first to give shape, before details of claws, talons, and even scales could be identified. Magical energy transformed into physical matter of flesh as the form of a humanoid dragon standing over 20 feet tall with glowing red eyes of pure malice and evil. I live, Shendu roared. Greetings everyone. While Daolon Wong laughed gleefully, Cedric and Miranda looked more shocked than anything else. But in the case of Jackie, Will, Jade, Uncle, Alchemy, Finn, Ratso, Chow, Blunk, and even Matt, the only thing they experienced was absolute terror. This was the worst possible case scenarios, now made reality. The ultimate evil has returned. A new dawn. Shendu took a deep breath, letting the fresh air fill his newly restored lungs as he felt life flow through his demonic body once more. No longer was he a spirit, nor bound to someone else's body. He was now in his own flesh and blood, and not only that, he had the full power of the talismans flowing through him. He was free from the void of his imprisonment, and ready to claim what was his. It is great to be back, Shendu said with a sneer as Will, Jackie, Jade, Uncle, Alchemy, Blunk, Matt, and the enforcers looked in clear terror while Wong was more than a little elated. Phobos, Cedric, and Miranda looked in mixtures of confusion and outrage, while Eleon was rendered unconscious, still bound in her chair as all the magic that she wielded had been forcibly extracted from her to make this possible. That's Shendu, Will muttered to Jackie and Jade. Yes. Jackie confirmed gravely while Jade gave a silent nod. He's a whole lot bigger than I thought he'd be. Will gulped as Blunk hid behind her. Why yo, Shendu. Finn greeted as he, Ratso, and Chao quickly ran to cover Alchemy as she tried to use this momentary distraction to free the unconscious Eleon of her restraints. Long time no, breathe. Chao also greeted. Yeah, happy, re-birthday, he. Ratso added as Finn quickly and subtly handed Alchemy his bladed weapon to cut Eleon free. Wong, what is the meaning of this? Phobos demanded. Oh, well, suffice to say, my prince, this is my resignation from your services. Daolon Wong sneered. As the most malevolent of Dark Kai masters, I have higher ambitions than being the babysitter of a spiteful child. We had a bargain, wizard. Cedric exclaimed with Miranda close behind him, the massive snake-like shapeshifter looming over the dark wizard. That power was supposed to belong to me. We agreed. I lied. Wong replied. Just as you would have betrayed me, I betray you first. Cedric hissed angrily before turning towards Shendu. Whatever you are, you have no idea the power you possess, and it shall be mine. He roared as he tried to lash out with a punch. Only for his fist to be caught by Shendu with little effort. Cedric was more than a little surprised, but quickly threw out his other fist, only for Shendu to catch that fist as well. Cedric tried to wrench them free, as his anger turned to shock, and only just now realized he was staring at something that was almost twice his own size, if not more so. But Shendu kept his grip firm, not letting the shapeshifter escape his grasp. Clearly, you don't know what I am. Shendu said. I am many things, but among them, I am the keeper of the talismans. All their powers are mine, once again. Which include, super strength. Shendu only needed to flex his own wrists, which ended up breaking every bone in both Cedric's hands, causing him to holler in pain before Shendu pulled down only slightly to dislocate both Cedric's arms and kick him toward the wall, crashing through a few pillars as the demon sorcerer loomed over the crippled shapeshifter. And of course, my personal favorite, combustion. Shendu let loose a blazing inferno from his mouth, the flames fell upon and completely engulfed Cedric, much to everyone's shock. Cedric's screams of agony filled the throne room for some brief seconds before it went silent. Shendu ceased his attack, the flames vanished, revealing only a charred skeleton of the humanoid snake. Jackie, Jade, and Uncle gasped in shock along with the enforcers. Alchemy screamed while Will covered her mouth in horror as Blunk further cowered behind her. Phobos was more than a little shocked himself, while Wong had a satisfied smirk on his face, pleased to see his rival was no more. Even Shendu couldn't help but smirk at his handiwork. Miranda, still in her spider form, looked towards the skeletal remains of her lover, her hand slowly reaching out as a somber and horrified look filled her eyes. Lord, Cedric. But she would never get a response. They were supposed to rule together, but now that was no longer an option. Cedric was dead. She then gazed up at his murderer as a boiling rage filled her being. You're dead. She leapt toward Shendu with a vengeance, only for a telekinetic force to grab her and hoist her closer toward him, courtesy of the powers of levitation as Shendu looked more annoyed than anything else. Insect. The fire demon merely flicked his fingers to send Miranda flying through the stained glass window, and far away from the castle. While Daolon Wong took preserved pleasure in seeing his rival and the annoying insect get what they deserved, he also took the moment of his enemy's shock to seize his prize. Wong aimed his scepter toward the mask of Takudo that laid on the floor, before using his magic to pull it to his hands. At last, my prize. The mask of Takudo. The power of 10 Oni, the 9 tribes of the Shodokan. Suddenly, the mask was wrenched from Wong's hands and telekinetically pulled into the larger ones of Shendu. Belongs to me, Shendu claimed as he took the mask of Takudo and let it melt into his palm. Everyone, even Wong, looked in clear shock as a black aura encircled around Shendu and the mark of Takudo appeared in his glowing red eyes. Using the same type of magic he used on the first mask, Shendu was able to harness complete control of all the 9 Shodokan tribes contained within the mask, without letting the Oni influence his actions. He gave a roar of joy as he felt he power add to his own. Mega bad day. Jade gulped as Alchemy and the enforcers had already freed the still unconscious Eleon and regrouped with the rest of the shocked heroes, with Ratso carrying her on his back. I am in a particularly good mood, Chan. Shendu told his nemesis, keeping his back face to him for dramatic purposes. So, I'll graciously allow you and your allies a head start. He turned around slightly to allow one glowing red eye to gaze down upon him. I suggest you take it. Though Jackie hated the idea of accepting any kind of help from Shendu of all demons, he knew they had to regroup with the rest of their friends and find a way to counterattack. Shendu's arrogance was once again getting the better of him, better to go before he wises up. Let's go. Now. Jackie waved his hand toward the door. Yes. Running good. Blunk said without any arguments. Don't have to tell me, twice. Matt exclaimed as they all ran out of the throne room. But brother of darkness, we had an arrangement. Daolan Wang protested as Shendu turned to face him. Indeed, we did. The fire demon confirmed. An arrangement between a wizard and a demon sorcerer, who's not particularly known for keeping promises. He finished with a smirk. Daolan Wang snarled. I brought life back to you, I can take it away. He was about to cast a powerful offensive spell but was quickly forced to bring up a shield and block an inferno that was blasted at him from Shendu's mouth. Once the flames died down, Daolan Wang was picked up by the demon sorcerer's levitation powers. Thank you for my resurrection, Daolan Wang, as well as the means to control not one, but 9 tribes of Shodokan. It was a most thoughtful birthday present. Shendu gloated. Hopefully you'll survive the landing. He telekinetically sent Wang flying through another window, where he screamed as he flew away from the castle much like Miranda. You. Shendu turned to face the hovering Phobos, raw magic surging from his hands as he glared hatefully at the demon. You took everything from me. You wretched creature. This is my kingdom, and I will not let you take it from me. He blasted as much of his own magic as he could muster straight at Shendu, who simply took the blast without so much as flinching. However, once the dust all cleared, Shendu was completely unharmed. Before the enraged Phobos could unleash another attack, Shendu quickly reached out to grab him in his large claw and brought him close to his face. So, you are the feared Prince Phobos. The demon sorcerer gazed down on him, unimpressively. What a jest. You fancy yourself a tyrant, yet you've allowed your rebellion to fester well beyond your control, all because of a sense of longing for your deceased parents and your younger sister. The truth is, you are but a man-child, clinging to power that was denied to you upon birth. I was born with power. I have ruled and terrorized the ancient earth long before your ancestral line existed. You are nothing. Phobos had felt fear before, only at the rarest of times. But here, as he gazed into the blood-red and soulless eyes of the demon before him, his blood practically froze. He wasn't afraid, he was terrified. Now be gone, you speck of dust. Shendu released his grip of Phobos, only to blast a pair of heat beams from his eyes. Phobos quickly raised a magic shield, only for the force of the heat beams to send him flying and crashing through his throne, the wall behind it, and far away from the castle. Shendu glanced back toward the door that led out of the throne room, the very same way his enemies had gone. I did say I would give them a head start, but I also said I'm not known for keeping promises. The entirety of the Allied force consisting of the rebels and Section 13 were all gathered in the Great Hall and seemed to be in particularly good moods as they had managed to capture the enemy castle. However, the mood was not shared by Yan Lin, who held Scruffy in her arms, and Captain Black as they stood on an upper balcony with Mrs. Toru and Paco, who carried the now motionless Super Moose doll. The former two shared concerning looks with each other as they had saw the talismans fly from themselves and their comrades, which could only mean one thing. Aldarn, one of the rebel commanders, who stood with Julian and Vathek, looked towards a broken window as Caleb had called to him, being flown in by Cornelia. They were soon followed by Irma carrying Viper, Helin and El Toro, and finally Tyranny and Toru. Caleb, we've captured the castle. And from the sound of things, it sounds like Chan and the others have defeated Phobos and Takudo. We've won, Aldarn said with an excited smile as he placed his hands on Caleb's shoulder celebratory style. Don't celebrate yet, Caleb told him. We might have a new problem. We've lost the talismans. What? Vathek questioned. But how? We saw all the talismans we had fly away from here, heading toward the throne room. Julian said, causing the 4 guardians and members of the Jade team to look in shock, even fear. Hey, everyone. They all heard Jade's call as she and Will flew in quickly with Jackie, Uncle, Alchemy, Matt, and the enforcers running behind them, the Dark Kai trio still carrying the unconscious Eleon while Blunk clung to Will. Full retreat. We need to leave the castle. Now, she practically screamed. Leave? Tyner questioned from the main floor. But why? What happened? Did you defeat Phobos and Takudo? We have. Jackie confirmed with a grim expression. But someone far worse has taken their place. Eleon. Cornelia noticed her unconscious friend and quickly flew toward her as Ratso still carried her piggyback style. Is she okay? Sleeping like a baby, Ratso said. But her magic was drained. Alchemy added. All to resurrect you know who. That was all the confirmation needed for the J team and other guardians as their faces almost became pale. Shendu. Toru said gravely. No sooner than when he said that, all the shadows in the throne room began to move and shift before hundreds of shodokan appeared from the ground, on various levels of the Great Hall, as well as on the walls, and several even dropped from the ceiling. It wasn't just the classic ninja Khan, but a full variety of Razor Khan, Squid Khan, Sumo Khan, Bat Khan, Mantis Khan, Crab Khan, and even the Samurai Khan. This left every rebel and Section 13 agent more than a little shocked as they quickly drew their weapons. Yeah, good news, we trapped Takudo in his mask, Will said with a wince. Bad news, Shendu has it. Iya. Shendu has used dark magic to take control of all 9 Shodokan tribes. Uncle exclaimed in fear as the Shodokan went on the attack. Immediately, the Great Hall became a war zone as the rebels and Section 13 agents, along with the Guardians, J-Team, and other allies were forced to defend themselves against the hundreds of shadow monsters that attacked them. The Ninja Khan were far too fast and nimble to be easily caught, though the Section 13 agents were quick to gun them down, and the rebels' weapons were able to destroy them. But the other types of Shodokan were a different story. The Bat Khan had air superiority and were too fast, the Sumo Khan were too strong and too durable, same with the Crab Khan as swords, axes, and staff barely did any damage. Though guns did mow down the Crab Khan, the Sumo Khan were able to take it more and bash their way through the infantry forces. The Razor Khan were also quick as they were able to scale the walls alongside the Squid Khan and Mantis Khan, easily allowing them to flank the rebels and get at their blind side. The Samurai Khan appeared the trickiest of all as their shadow swords easily cut through the rebels' weapons, and even several guns from the Section 13 agents. Jackie's armor of the 8 immortals however proved capable of blocking the shadow swords of 2 Samurai Khan before he swiped his feet to knock them down and chopped at their heads to destroy them. Will threw out a kick to destroy one Ninja Khan but was pulled into a bear hug by a Sumo Khan, only for Matt to try and climb up on its back and cover its eyes, forcing it to let go of Will and try to wrestle him off. But this allowed Will to deliver a roundhouse to knock the Sumo Khan off its feet, where she caught Matt before it tumbled off the edge of a balcony and fell. Jade and Caleb came back to back wielding a shadow katana and regular one respectively, slicing and parrying the strikes of several Mantis and Razor Khan that surrounded them, but they would be overwhelmed soon. Aldarn used his staff to wrestle against a Squid Khan before pulling on his staff to pull the Squid Khan forward and smack at its face with his staff, destroying it. But he would soon be picked up into the air by a Bat Khan, where he screamed as he tried to free himself, but Heilin quickly came to his aid as she threw a razor air disc to destroy the Bat Khan and flew in to catch Aldarn before he could fall and set him down beside Viper, who ducked and dodged the strikes of 2 Crab Khan before performing a handstand and a split kick to knock them back, but the 3 were surrounded by many more various Shodokan. Tyner and a group of defecting guards found themselves encircled by several Crab Khan, a few Sumo Khan, and 1 Samurai Khan. However, Tyranny quickly came to their aid as she created a ring of fire around them and expanded it to destroy all the Shodokan. But she was quickly overwhelmed by a flock of Bat Khan, which she tried to fight off. However, she would soon get aid from Uncle and Yan Lin, both blasting stun spells from their respective blowfish. Ratso handed the still unconscious Eleon to Alchemy, Blunk, and Paco, along with the barking Scruffy, as he, Finn, and Chow drew their weapons to defend them from the various Shodokan that appeared before them. Ratso brought his hammer down on a Sumo Khan to destroy it, Finn threw out his bladed weapon to cut down several incoming Bat Khan, while Chow used his staff to fight off a few Ninja Khan and Crab Khan. But a small pack of Shadow Eaters appeared before all of them and threatened to devour their shadows, but the ground beneath the tiny Shodokan shook as Cornelia channeled her powers to create a trail of earth spikes to obliterate all the Shadow Eaters in one strike. El Toro swerved under the slice from 1 Razor Khan before grabbing it from behind and pulling it down backwards to crush it. He was soon entangled however by the tentacles of 3 Squid Khan that attempted to immobilize him, but Irma flew to assist as she directed a stream of water to flow outward around El Toro and wash away the 3 squid Khan as Toru ran forward to bash his way through a group of samurai Khan that appeared behind them, smacking them away with his raw strength and large arms. One Mantis Khan was about to slice at him from behind, but Mama Toru leapt above her son to land in front of it and deal a punch to its gut and an uppercut to its jaw to destroy it. Vathek used his club to bash away 3 Nina Khan and 2 Crab Khan, but as he threw his weapon out to a Sumo Khan, it caught his weapon and crushed it in its grip before trying to grab and crush Vathek himself, but its head was blown off from behind by Captain Black with a shotgun, who quickly turned to pump his shotgun and obliterate all the Shotokan that tried to get close. "There's too many of them," Vathek exclaimed as they saw more and more Shotokan appear to fight and wear them all down. "We destroy one, 2 more rise in its place. Yeah, time to leave," Captain Black exclaimed as he called out to his old friend, Jackie. The armored Jackie destroyed another Samurai Khan with a punch as he seemed to agree. "Will, we need a portal back to Earth." "I'm on it." Will flew down to the main floor and pulled out the heart of Kandrakar, channeling her powers to open a portal and give them an exit. "Come on, everyone into the portal. Girls, Uncle, Miss Lin, cover everyone while they escape." Jackie ordered as he leapt down to join Will in defending the portal alongside Viper and El Toro. Cornelia immediately grew a large cluster of vines and stretched them down from the floor that her friends and all the rebels and agents were on toward the main floor where the portal was. "Go, now," she ordered, prompting enforcers and alchemy to carry Eleon and slide down the vines like a makeshift ramp as Blunk, Paco, Scruffy, and the rebels and agents followed to enter the portal. "Marines, we are leaving," Jade exclaimed, quoting directly from a certain movie as she launched a stream of shadow fire to cover Matt, Vathek, Captain Black, and everyone else as they made a break for the portal. Though Captain Black remained outside as he joined the Will and the Jade team in covering everyone else's escape with his shotgun and was joined by Uncle and Yan Lin with their stun spells. Tyranny raised a wall of fire on end of the Great Hall while Irma washed more Shotokan away with a large tidal wave on the other end, allowing Caleb, Aldarn, Tyner, and Julian to help escort all the remaining rebels and Section 13 agents, and even defecting guards, straight to the portal. Toru helped his mother to the portal as well. Unfortunately, all the Shotokan in the area noticed their targets attempting to escape and tried to leap in to stop them. But Heilin quickly created a large tornado around her escaping allies and expanded it so the rapid winds would slice and destroy the pouncing Shotokan and keep any others at a distance. It may have only been a minute, but it honestly felt like forever as the Guardians and Jade team stood together, making sure the last of their allies made it through the portal. Heilin dissolved her tornado before they all entered the portal themselves, which promptly closed behind them before the last of the Shotokan could get to them. An explosion from the castle's tallest tower erupted as Shendu hovered from out of the throne room and into the skies of Meridian, having seen all that transpired with the Shotokan via his own magics. So, they escaped. No matter, Chan will return eventually. In the meantime, Shendu raised one of his hands, and all of a sudden, thousands of various Shotokan appeared around the castle, arising from the dark waters of the moat. They all gazed up towards their new master before kneeling toward him. "Go forth, my Shotokan. Spread your darkness over this realm as you had done for your old masters," Shendu ordered. All the Shotokan melted back into the water before a large shroud of darkness formed over the castle and up into the air and began to spread in all directions. Just like before when they had the Oni generals to guide them, only this time, Shendu had complete total control, and because of that, once the shroud had engulfed all of Meridian, his own magic would remain untouched while all others would fade away to nothing. "Soon, this realm of Meridian will be mine," Shendu said with malevolent glee. "And once Chan returns to this realm to try and stop me, I shall take his means of creating portals and spread my evil to Earth, and every other realm in the cosmos. Not even Kandrakar itself will be able to stop me." Earth, Section 13. With the Guardians and J team having made it back to Earth, will quickly use the heart of Kandrakar to close not only that portal, but all the other portals they previously made to Meridian to prevent any Shotokan from entering. "Is everyone alright?" Tyranny asked. "Did everyone make it through?" Tyner, Vathek, Aldarn, and Captain Black made a quick headcount with all their respective forces before turning toward the girls. "It appears to be everyone," Captain Black told them. No one was captured, and no casualties. We were lucky. That's a relief. Hey Lin sighed in relief, along with everyone else. Now, can any of you explain to us what in the world happened back there? Aldarn questioned. I thought the Shodokan were defeated. Okay, here's the basic gist. Jade began before taking a deep breath and gave a quick explanation. Turns out Daolan Wang was planning to backstab Phobos, so he made a deal with a demon sorcerer named Shendu, who's more evil than Phobos and Takudo combined, and stole all of Eleon's powers to not only resurrect him, but even give him the powers of all the talismans. We managed to trap Takudo and all the Oni and Shodokan in the mask we found in the Shadow Realm, but Shendu took the mask for himself, betrayed Daolan Wang, killed Cedric, and tossed Phobos around like a rag doll. Now Shendu has total control over all 9 Shodokan tribes and is probably gonna use them to conquer all of Meridian. She let out a breath upon finishing her explanation. Any questions? To say the rebellion and defected guards were surprised was an understatement. Cedric is dead, Tyner asked in surprise. Yeah, Will nodded, still shuddering at seeing his charred skeleton. In this, Shendu was able to overthrow Phobos and Daolan Wang at the same time. Vathek questioned. Yes. Jackie confirmed with a nod as well. And he now has all 12 talismans at his disposal again, right? Captain Black asked. If you mean those magic rock things, yeah. Matt confirmed with a nod. Along with that mask that other demon guy was locked up in. Eleon, Cornelia was already over by the enforcers as Ratso still carried her with alchemy joining them. Please tell me she's going to be okay. Yanlin quickly walked up and put a hand on the unconscious girl's forehead to see for herself. She'll be alright, but all her magic was taken, she'll need time to recover. Get her to the infirmary to get some rest. Captain Black told the enforcers. The rest of us will think of a plan. Sure thing. Finn nodded as he, Chow, and Ratso followed a few Section 13 agents to the infirmary. So, we heard all the horror stories about dragon breath from Jade, but how bad are things looking for us, Jackie? Irma asked. Shendu currently wields the powers of all 12 talismans, which means he has control over fire, super strength, super speed, the ability to fly, turn invisible, shapeshift, not to mention immortality and healing. Jackie said. And if Shendu has the mask of Takudo, he'll likely use the combined power of the 9 Shodokan tribes to engulf Meridian in eternal darkness. Toru added. But unlike before with Takudo and his generals, there are no masks to seal Shendu in, or enemies to fight to stop the shroud from spreading across that entire world. So, basically, he's like a dragon version of Superman with an army of unlimited evil magic ninjas. Matt summed up. Pretty much. Will confirmed. Everyone heard Caleb's yell of frustration and despair as he pounded on the wall with both of his fists. After so long, so many years of suffering under Phobos, so many innocent people losing their freedom, so many friends lost in battle. After all that, after more than a decade of battle, pain, and loss, we finally defeat Phobos, but so what? All we've done is just pave the way for an even worse tyrant. Whoa, Caleb calmed down. Cornelia quickly placed a hand on his shoulder and pulled him forward so he could get a good look at her face. Yeah, things might seem bad, but it's not the end of the world. Not yet. We can still win this. Jackie and the others took down Shendu before, right? That's right, we did. Jade stated. So, what if he has the talismans? We'll just pull them out like last time. Get Uncle to whip up a spell and, ow. She felt her forehead where Uncle delivered his titular dope slap. Did you not see the talismans destroyed with your very eyes? Uncle reminded. The same spell which was used to extract the talismans from before will no longer work, because the talismans themselves no longer exist. Their power now flows through Shendu as one whole. A different spell must be used. What about that mask he stole? Viper asked. Can't we just swipe it? No. Will shook her head. That was absorbed into him too. But there still must be a way. El Toro said. Shendu has been defeated before, we know the demon is not invincible. But it is not just about defeating Shendu. Yan Lin said. It's about stopping him and his Shodokan army. Like before, if the Shroud of Darkness engulfs all of Meridian, all good magic in that realm will fade to nothing. Like before, Blunk began to think before an idea came to mind. Aha! Blunk have idea. Blunk know how to stop Giant Shadow. Blunk, We don't have time for. Caleb wasn't all that convinced, but Blunk held his hand out to silence Caleb as he began to explain. Giant shadow spread over Meridian because of demons. Girls and friends fight demons, shadow doesn't spread. But now, there is one demon. Fight one demon, shadow won't spread. What is the magic frog talking about? Paco asked. I think I get it. Tyranny said. When we fought the Oni generals, the shroud of darkness stopped spreading because they were focused on us. If Shendu's now controlling the showdown, wouldn't the same rule apply to him? So, if the big guy was distracted, Irma followed along. The showdown would be stopped in their tracks. Will finished, putting her fist into her palm with a smile of epiphany. Blunk, you're a genius. Lin pulled the pasling into a hug. So, basically someone has to go back to Meridian and keep Shendu distracted, while the wizards and everyone else work on a spell to put him down for good. Cornelia asked. Yes, Uncle said with a nod as he, Toru, his mother, and El Toro walked onto the scene, carrying several dozen spell books and scrolls. Someone must buy Uncle all the time he requires. I will go. Jackie stepped forward. This armor was made to battle Shendu and the other demon sorcerers. He gestured to the armor of the 8 immortals he still wore. I can keep him busy long enough for Uncle to prepare the necessary spell. Not by yourself you're not, Uncle Jackie. Jade stepped forward with Will, Cornelia, Lin, Irma, and Tyranny right behind her. Where you go, Jay which goes. Girls, Jackie tried to speak but was swiftly interrupted. Don't try and stop us, Uncle Jackie. This is what we do. We're guardians of the veil, aren't we? Lin reminded. We've spent months fighting Phobos, Takudo, and all their pals. Irma added. We can handle one giant dragon. After everything we've been through together, there is no way we're sitting this out. Cornelia said. And if Shendu's got the power of all 12 talismans, it would make sense to throw your strongest players at him too, right? Tyranny said. Jackie, you taught us that we were strongest when we were together, that applies to all of us, including you. Will said. You've helped us since the very beginning, now it's our turn to help you. We'll stand by your side and stop Shendu, no matter what. To say Jackie was surprised was obvious, but to say he was proud was an understatement. These 6 girls were willing to stand alongside him to fight the ultimate evil, despite knowing the dangers it presented. But unlike all the other times where his niece snuck off to get in on the fun, Jade was doing it to fight and protect countless innocent people, just like all the other girls she had come to consider her best friends. As their mentor and their friend, he couldn't help but be proud as he smiled. Viper chuckled as she put an elbow on his shoulder. You look like a proud papa. More like a teacher, but yes. I am quite proud. Jackie confirmed. We would certainly join you as well, old friend. El Toro told Jackie. But, perhaps we would serve better helping your uncle. So, good luck. The luchador offered his hand to shake, which Jackie promptly did with a smile. As they did, the girls took a moment to say some goodbyes to those closest to them. Grandma, I just wanted to say thanks. Lin told her grandmother. Like Jackie, you've really been there for me, and everyone else. So, thanks. My little Lin. Yanlin reached out to caress her granddaughter's cheek. You've grown so much in such a short time. Now, go kick some dragon ass. You got it. Lin laughed before sharing a hug with her grandmother. I love you, Grandma. I love you too. Yanlin hugged her back. Irma and Tyranny went up to Toru as he placed his large hands on both their shoulders. Be careful. Shendu is not like anything you've faced before. We know. Tyranny nodded. But don't worry, we got this. You just make sure you pick up Uncle's slack, cause there's no way he's gonna get a good enough spell all on his own. Irma cracked, causing Toru to laugh before they smiled with each other. You too. Mama Toru walked up toward the pair before she smiled herself. Thank you for being such good friends to my baby. No problem, Miss Toru. Tyranny nodded. Yeah, you raised one badass son. Irma added. I sure did. Mama Toru said with pride, causing Toru to blush. Cornelia quickly approached Alchemy. Look after Eleon till we get back, okay? I will, just make sure you come back. We wouldn't be the terrible trio without you. Alchemy said, causing Cornelia to laugh herself before sharing a hug. I'm coming with you. Caleb stepped forward. No Caleb, not this time. Cornelia said immediately. What? No. Shendu's threatening my home. I've helped you fight off Phobos and Takudo before. Caleb argued. Except that neither of them were leveled up to Superman status thanks to all 12 talismans. Cornelia argued back. Caleb, I'm sorry, but you wouldn't last 10 seconds and your friends, they need you. I need you, just. Not on the battlefield this time. Caleb's look softened as he saw the pleading expression in her eyes. Deep down, he knew she was right. He knew the power of the talismans, and if even one possessed all of them, he wouldn't stand a chance. But that didn't mean he liked it. All right. He looked away with a scowl. But Cornelia put a hand on his cheek, turning his face toward her as she pressed her lips against his. Caleb was stunned at first before he returned the kiss. After a second, the two pulled apart. Consider that my promise to come back. You and I still are due for a date, remember? Cornelia reminded. Yeah, I remember. Caleb nodded with a smile. Jade kneeled to give Scruffy a scratch behind the ears as Paco approached the pair. Hey, look after Scruffy for me, okay? I will. Paco nodded. But only if you return. I believe we have another match, right Jade? Wouldn't miss it. Jade confirmed as she and Paco shared a high five. With that, Jade, Cornelia, Lin, Irma, and Tyranny approached Jackie and will in the center of the bases will opened a portal back to Meridian with the heart of Kandrakar, but before any of them could enter. Matt walked up to her. Wow. This is, just, be careful, alright. I get it's your job and all, but, he was interrupted when Will wrapped her arms around him in a hug and gave a kiss on the cheek. Don't worry, I'll be back. 'Cause I got a reliable team to back me up. Will assured, causing Matt nod with a smile of his own. Girls go. Blunk cheered as he hopped on Captain Black's shoulder and waved them off. Go kick evil dragon butt. Good luck, all of you. Captain Black saluted them along with the rest of Section 13 as Yan Lin, Toru, Alchemy, Caleb, Matt, Viper, El Toro, Paco, Mama Toru, Tyner, Vathek, Aldarn, Julian, and all the rebels and defected guards waved them off. The 7 brave heroes waved back before they entered the portal, which would be left open for them for when the spell was ready. Aiya! Uncle's shout drew everyone's attention as he was at the massive pile of spellbooks and scrolls, already beginning his research. Do not just stand there, get cracking. Help Uncle research. Everyone, grab a book. Captain Black ordered. Meridian. Shendu stood at the very top of the castle as he could feel the shroud of darkness spreading further and further across Meridian by the moment. Within hours, the entire realm would be his. Yes, spread my Shodokan armies. Soon, we shall show the people of this realm true despair and terror. He exclaimed with a roar as he threw his arms out, basking in the ever-growing darkness. However, this appeared to leave him distracted as Will and Jade both flew at him from behind, both carrying the armored Jackie by his arms and threw him out with their enhanced strength as guardians. Shendu turned around just in time to see the flying Jackie land a solid kick on his chest, knocking the fire demon off the ledge and sent falling off the top of the castle. Before he could recover, Jackie quickly made his way to Shendu's face and laid a series of punches to keep him from focusing on his ability to fly. However, Shendu was quick to swipe him off, but as he did, Lin and Tyranny flew in and combined their powers to form a tornado of fire and sent it blasting down into Shendu to further send him plummeting toward the moat below, where Cornelia and Irma waited. Irma was first to act by using her control over water to clear away much of the moat, revealing the moist ground, which Cornelia opened with her own powers to create a large hole just as Shendu impacted the newly formed crater with explosive results. Acting quickly, Cornelia used her powers to refill the crater with dirt and rock, making sure to meld it all together as Irma brought the waters of the moat back together. Jackie had been caught by Will and Jade and set down on a small island on the moat as the other 4 guardians grouped around them. The 7 of them waited for the slightest movement from the spot they buried their enemy under. Suddenly. Boom. Asterisk. A massive explosion of fire blasted away most of the moat, forcing Jade to raise a wall of shadow magic to cover her uncle and her friends from the blast. When Jade lowered the wall, they all looked to see pretty much the entire moat had been blown away. Most of the water evaporated from the intense heat as the fire demon stepped forward with a slight growl. I knew you would come, my nemesis. Shendu loomed over all of them, speaking to Jackie specifically. You even bear the armor of the 8 immortals. He then took notice of the 6 girls around him. Ah, these must the guardians of the veil I've heard about. So young and yet, however, once Shendu's eyes set upon the heart of Kandrakar, he gave a slight gasp. That jewel, he glared. The same wretched pendant used to imprison me, created by those 4 traitors and that vile defiant nymph. I suppose it must be fate that my greatest thorns have come together. Yeah, we came together to stop you, Will declared. And that is exactly what we are going to do. Jackie also stated. Well then, young guardians, try and stop me, and sign your own death warrants. Shendu unleashed a blazing inferno from his mouth, forcing Jackie to leap away while the 6 guardians flew to avoid the blast. Finally exterminating Chan alone is more than satisfying, Shendu stated as he began to throw multiple blasts of flames from his hands, accompanied by heat beams from his eyes, across the area, keeping Jackie and the girls on their toes as they leapt and flew away to avoid all the blasts hot at them. But to bring the last piece of that nymph and the deserters. He chuckled slightly. Well, since they no longer have physical forms, I guess you young ladies will have to suffer my vengeance in their stead. Jackie and the girls did their best to avoid all the ranged attacks of flames and heat beams Shendu shot their way. However, Tyranny was able to reach out and halt the inferno that was blasted in her direction. Using her own control over fire, she condensed all the flames she gathered into a large sphere. You're not the only one who plays with fire. Tyranny flew over Shendu, carrying the large fireball before dropping it on his head. The flames however quickly subsided, as did the smoke, to reveal that Shendu wasn't even scratched, much to her surprise. Foolish child. I was born a flame. He delivered a fierce backhand that sent her crashing and skidding along the ground. Yeah, well, how about you cool off, instead? Irma flew up to him next, bringing her hands together to blast a stream of water at him, but Shendu opened his mouth to let loose another inferno and clash with Irma's water attack. Both attacks pressed against the other as a large steam cloud formed in between them. However, this appeared to be part of the plan as Lin came in from behind to encircle Shendu in a large tornado, which seemed to distract him and halt his attack, allowing Irma to splash him with her steam of water. Lin super-cooled the air, which caused the water around Shendu to turn to ice, freezing him solid. The two stopped their attack to see Shendu completely trapped in ice. Did that get him? Lin hopped. What do you think? Irma asked with lowered eyelids. The ice around Shendu quickly began to crack before it broke apart as the demon sorcerer gave a roar. He then flew after the 2 guardians, who tried to fly away themselves, but he was too fast even for them. He reached out to grab them both in his massive claws before throwing them toward the ground with such force, they couldn't break their fall with their wings. Fortunately, Jackie was able to run and catch them both, using his armor of the 8 immortals to take the brunt of the impact without getting hurt himself, or them suffering any whiplash. Go, go, go. Jackie told the 2 as Shendu shot down toward them, landing where they once were with a crash. But before he could advance on them, Cornelia went on the attack next, pressing her hand on the ground and growing hundreds of thick, thorny, vines and roots from the ground to begin binding and ensnaring Shendu. The fire demon tried to use his enhanced strength to pull himself free, but Cornelia simply grew more tendrils to bind him further and restrain him. What's the matter? Not strong enough to break through? Cornelia mocked. However, Shendu stopped struggling and simply smirked, before he shapeshifted to take the form of a massive cobra his own size, which easily allowed him to slip through the vines and make its way to Cornelia. Just like my burliest brother. There's more to battle than just brute strength, Shendu told her in his cobra form as he lunged at her with his fangs, which she barely avoided. But she couldn't avoid his quick tail lashing that snapped at Cornelia and knocked her to the ground. Suddenly, Cobra Shendu felt his throat being ensnared by a lasso of shadow magic, courtesy of Jade. However, Shendu transformed back into his normal form and reached out to grab the shadow rope and pulled Jade in close before grabbing her to glare down at her. You've learned some new tricks since we last met, child. Jade smirked. Got that right. Suddenly, multiple shadow spikes shot from her body to pierce through Shendu's hand, every which way, forcing him to let her go as Will flew in to hit with a flying kick to his face and knock him down. Shendu's hand quickly healed however as Will threw a punch to Shendu's jaw, which Jackie added as he ran to leap forward and deliver his own flying kick into the demon's right kneecap, causing him to buckle over and allowed Jackie and Will to jump and fly respectively and strike with a double uppercut that knocked Shendu into the air, where Tyranny came in to throw a hail of fireballs at him. Though the flames himself wouldn't hurt him, the force was still enough to knock him down to the ground, where Cornelia used her powers to raise and mold the ground around his wrists and ankles, pinning him down and letting Irma create a sphere of water around his head while Lin created a series of razor air discs to throw all over Shendu's body, cutting him every which way. For a brief moment, it seemed like they had Shendu pinned. That is until he completely vanished, courtesy of his powers of invisibility, and all their attacks stopped as he was no longer bound in their restraints. What? Where'd he go? Cornelia exclaimed. He has invisibility powers, remember? Will reminded her. But not intangibility. He couldn't have escaped from that. Tyranny exclaimed. He must have used shapeshifting then. Jackie deduced, forcing all 7 of them to circle up together and look in all directions. He could be anywhere, or anything. Keep your eyes open for anything at all. Suddenly, the ground underneath them exploded outward, knocking them all away as a massive demonic-looking worm emerged from the ground. This was Shendu in the form of a giant worm, which then began to sprout several heads like a hydra, each bearing Shendu's face as half of them had flames, drooling, from their mouths, while the others had their eyes glowing, heat beams at the ready. Needless to say, all the heroes were more than a little horrified. Well, gotta give him points for creativity. Lin said with a wincing smile, before they all had to fly and run for their lives to avoid the bombardment of flames and heat beams. Hurry Uncle. Will, Jade, and Jackie all said at the same time. Earth. Section 13. Eleon's eyes fluttered open as she slowly pulled herself up from the bed she was resting in. Wah, what happened? Eleon. She was tackled by Alchemy, wrapping both her arms around her. I was so worried about you. Alchemy. Hey there, little E. Finn walked by her bedside with Ratso and Chow right behind him. You doing okay, kiddo? Chow asked. Where am I? What happened? Eleon questioned as Alchemy pulled away slightly. You're back on Earth. Alchemy explained. This is the infirmary in Section 13, a government agency that's been helping Cornelia and everyone else. As for what happened, well, Daolan Wang backstabbed everyone and stole your magic to resurrect an evil dragon demon named Shendu, and all your friends and Chan went to go fight him. Ratso summed up. It all then came back to Eleon. She remembered everything. She was bound to her own throne as her own brother began to steal away her magic, being surrounded by monsters and demons. Even Miranda and Cedric both were really monsters in disguise themselves. The words Phobos told her suddenly began to snap in place to what Cornelia and all the other girls have been trying to tell her these past months. Cornelia, and the other girls, they were never brainwashed, were they? No. Alchemy shook her head. No, they weren't, none of us were. Which means, the rebels, they were the real good guys. Eleon's voice began to crack as guilt was beginning to set in. Yeah, they were. Chow confirmed. We wanted to tell ya kiddo. Finn said. But, we were kinda enslaved by Wang and, sort of forbidden from telling you. Sorry. Ratso added. She was already sobbing. Eleon placed her hands on her face as she cried up a storm. Alchemy wasted no time in hugging her, with even the enforcers placing comforting hands on her back and shoulders. But despite their comfort, it did little to ease her guilt. All this time, her friends were just trying to help her, to save her. But did she listen to them? No. All she could do was blame herself for being so foolish. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's okay, it's okay. Alchemy comforted. Don't worry, we'll get this figured out. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Section 13, most of the agency, as well as the rebels, J-Team, defected guards, and other allies were trying to scour through all of Uncle's books and scrolls on finding the right type of spell, but it seemed like they weren't having that much luck even understanding it. Anyone who wasn't studying was guarding over the still open portal that would get them back into Meridian once they found what they were looking for, but until then, they had to make sure nothing evil slipped through. Book make no sense. Blunk look at a spell book. Words are scribbles. Blunk can't read. Blunk, you're holding it upside down. Paco pointed out, revealing that Pasling did indeed have the spell book upside down. But I agree, I have no idea what any of this says. Tyner, you've worked in the castle. Aldarn said as he held a spell book himself. Anything Daolon Wang might have had that could help us. You really think Daolon Wang was the type to share his magic secrets with us lowly guards? Tyner questioned rhetorically with a scroll in his hand. Right, Aldar nodded in reluctance. Okay, what kind of magic stuff is this? Matt asked as he sat alongside El Toro and Viper, with Scruffy also sitting next to him, his tail wagging while Matt seemed unable to read the spellbook he had. Any of you got any idea what this all means? No, I'm afraid not. El Toro shook his head. I'm just looking for any pictures involving dragons. Viper said. Figured it could help us slay this one. How does Billy Goat make sense of all these scribbles? Mama Toru asked as she and Yan Lin read a scroll. But more importantly, how does my boy make sense of all this? Hard work and a lot of patience. Yan Lin answered. I can read most of this stuff too, but it seems none of this can help us stop Shendu. Hacha. Everyone heard Uncle's exclamation upon finding something. Did you find something? Caleb asked Uncle eagerly. A way to take down Shendu. Captain Black also asked, only for Uncle to dope slap them both. Ow. Ow. Shendu not important. Uncle stated. I found way to defeat the person who knows how to defeat Shendu. Even though that person does not yet know he knows. Captain Black and Caleb looked to each other in confusion, before looking towards Toru, who simply shrugged in an equal amount of confusion. Meridian. Hey Lin screamed as Shendu, in his normal form, flew in pursuit of her, blasting flames at her from thrusts of his palms. She was caught in the shockwave of one explosion that knocked her toward the ground. Shendu then blasted a pair of heat beams to finish her off, but Jackie leapt in front to tank the blast with the armor of the 8 immortals. Though the armor was still undamaged, it didn't stop Shendu from reaching forward to pin Jackie to the ground as he quickly knocked Heilin away. Jackie tried to struggle out of the grip, but Shendu's already enhanced super strength proved too much even for him. That armor may be indestructible, Chan. But you are not. Shendu was prepared to roast him with another blast of fire from his mouth, but Jade flew in to erect a shield of shadow magic to block the flames. Will then went into Shendu's face and brought both her fists down onto his head, in between his eyes to disorient him as Cornelia grew more vines from the ground to ensnare Shendu's wrists and pull them back. Irma then focused all her water into a single stream of pressurized water that when it shot, it pierced through Shendu's chest. Tyranny then added to it, blasting the hottest flames she could into Shendu's open wound, creating a large explosion that blew a sizable hole into his chest, causing him to back away and fall to his knees. However, Shendu's injuries quickly healed as he growled before ascending to the sky again to rain down fireballs, once again, forcing the heroes to scatter and avoid the blasts and try to find cover. We're throwing everything we have at him, and he's barely slowing down. Cornelia exclaimed. Well duh, he is immortal. Irma pointed out. Maybe if we cut off his head. Tyranny suggested, causing everyone to look at her in confusion. What? I mean, that is how you take down most immortals, right? Vampires, zombies, even demons. Hang on, would that even work? We haven't tried it before. Jade said, looking toward her uncle. Maybe, Jackie shrugged. At the very least, it should slow him down if it doesn't work. Great, but how are we gonna do that? Will asked. He's not gonna let us if we just ask him. Maybe if we sneak up on him. Heilin hopped. Jade began to think before an idea came to her. Okay, I think I got something. Uncle Jackie, Will, can you guys distract him? The two shared eye contact before nodding with serious expressions. You got it. Will grabbed the armored Jackie by his wrists and flew straight up toward Shendu. He continued to try and blasts fireballs and heat beams at the pair, but Will did her absolute best to avoid each attack before getting close enough to spin around and launch Jackie with all the gathered momentum that when he struck, the force was enough to knock Shendu out of the air and sent crashing back to terra firma. Will was able to pull Jackie away just in time before he landed. Get him. Jade ordered her other friends. Focus all your powers on his head. Get it right in his face. Tyranny, Heilin, Irma, and Cornelia flew in from all 4 directions, blasting streams of fire, air, water, and even clumps of earth, into Shendu's face. The elemental attacks hit him as the 4 guardians encircled around him, with Jade flying in from above and spreading her hands out to create a sphere of shadow magic that not only engulfed Shendu's head, but even trapped all the elemental attacks inside with him. Jade then squeezed her hands together to condense the sphere as tight as she could make it, until finally. Boom. Asterisk. A large explosion encompassed the upper half of Shendu's body. The dust cleared to reveal that Shendu's entire head was gone, up to the base of his neck. Everyone looked in shock as they saw the decapitated fire demon fall back to the ground, unresponsive. Did that do it? Like for real this time? Lin asked. I don't think he's getting up from that. Irma commented. Can't regenerate if there's nothing there. Tyranny added. I think that did it. As most of the girls began to smile and even celebrate an apparent victory, Jackie looked toward the supposed corpse of the fire demon, uncertain for himself. It wouldn't be the first time he thought Shendu was dead. Will and Jade both noticed Jackie's uncertainty, and even Jade herself didn't want to celebrate just yet, despite the attack being her idea. However, something soon happened that caused all three of them to look in absolute terror. Guys. Will's frightened squeak caught the attention of the other girls, as they too gasped in horror to see Shendu's headless body rise from the ground before something formed at the point where the head was missing. Spinal bones began to grow upward, followed by muscles and blood vessels, along with dragon-like scales. The bones quickly formed a reptilian skull as the muscles, organs, and scales formed around it, complete with the glowing red eyes as Shendu's head had fully regrown. That was unpleasant, Shendu growled. What in the actual hell? Cornelia muttered, her face completely pale along with the rest of her friends, Lin being the most visibly terrified as she couldn't even speak. No way, no freaking possible way. Irma almost screamed. How did that not kill him? Or even slow him down? Tyranny questioned, sweat flowing down her face. You think of the powers of the talismans as separate and that I simply wield the powers, but that is not entirely the case. Shendu explained. They are not all for destruction and power as the dragon, ox, rabbit, snake, monkey, pig, and rooster all are. Several are used for my own sustenance, such as the horse and dog, or even the rat for when I was imprisoned within stone. But, out of all of them, the most crucial piece is the tiger. The power of balance that is the glue to bind the conflicting powers of all the other talismans into one unified whole. All their powers meld together into one. Fire, strength, speed, flight, all of it, but most importantly, immortality and healing. It's impossible for me to die, simple as that. I am not called the ultimate evil for mere exaggeration, I've earned that title as I cannot truly be stopped. Jackie Chan and the Guardians backed away on instinct as they continued to look in terror at the demon sorcerer that continued to loom over them. And yet despite that, some mortals still choose to stand against me, foolishly clinging to the infectious disease of hope. Shendu said as he threw out another fire blast in their direction, forcing them to run or fly away as the demon continued the monologue. And what is most vexing about it, is that despite the powers I've accumulated, and the scores of corpses I leave in my wake, they refuse to give up. Some have even managed to defeat me. He blasted a long stream of heat beams from his eyes, burning across the ground as they shot after Jackie, who was caught up in the blast and sent rolling back. Lan Kaihei, Xing Jing and the four traitors. Lo Pei. Even Yu Chan. Shendu hovered over the armored martial artist specifically. However, despite the clear indignation, it's also quite gratifying. He lifted Chan in the air with his telekinetic powers. Because it gives me an object to focus my hatred and wrath upon. Be it the individuals in question, or their descendants, I am left with nothing more than the insatiable desire to decimate them completely. That, my beloved nemesis, is the height of ecstasy. He threw Jackie around like a ragdoll, telekinetically dragging him across the ground, digging a trench as he skidded before Shendu pulled him back up and slammed him through multiple roots, plant tendrils, and rocks and finally threw him up rather high before slamming him down hard onto the ground. Jackie! Jade exclaimed, but Shendu had suddenly appeared behind her, thanks to his super speed, and delivered a powerful punch that had shattered her makeshift shadow shield and pummeled her into the ground. He then flew at Irma, blasting a huge stream of flames at her, which she tried to block with her water powers, but he added to the flames with his heat beams and overpowered Irma, sending her up in an explosion before rolling across the ground. Cornelia tried to open the ground underneath Shendu and grow multiple plant tendrils around him, but the fire demon transformed into a large demonic-looking hawk that flew up quickly to avoid getting entangled and came at Cornelia, grabbing at her with his claws and blasting her point blank with his heat beam eyes. Shendu then transformed back to normal and brought his hands together to blast a large stream of fire towards tyranny, which she attempted to catch with her own powers, but this was Shendu's intent as it left her open for him to speed to her and deliver a powerful punch to send her crashing through a large root and skidded to a halt in the dirt. His head then turned a full 90 degrees to blast another stream of fire at Lin, which she attempted to shield herself from by encasing herself in a tornado, but Shendu simply reached through it, despite his hand getting sliced all over, and grabbed her. His injuries quickly healed before he slammed Lin on the ground. He then turned his eyes upon Will, who became frozen with terror once his glowing red eyes set upon her, specifically the jewel around her neck. The power of that crystal will be mine, and with it, the very cosmos will become my whole domain. Shendu declared. Despite being clearly terrified, Will tried to steel herself as she held the heart of Kandrakar in her hand firmly. Over my dead body. Shendu smiled evilly. My plan exactly, he said before unleashing his fire breath upon the screaming guardian. Daolan Wang grunted as he hoisted himself up on a nearby tree, having recovered from his landing far away from the castle. He glanced behind him to see the castle in the distance, with the sounds of battle being heard even from this location, followed by a few explosions even. It didn't take a genius to figure out what was going on. That thieving lizard is no doubt battling the guardians. Wang muttered to himself. No matter, let him kill those pests. I'll be there to see to it he pays dearly for his betrayal. He is not the only one. The Dark Kai wizard brought up a shield reflexively to block the magic blast from the enraged Phobos as he glared down at him. I knew you and Cedric were plotting against me, but Takudo suggested that I let it be as the combined efforts of the myself and the Oni could have overpowered both of you. Phobos practically growled, but I should have thrown you into the abyss of shadows myself. Rest assured, I will not make that mistake again. You are welcome to try, my prince. Wang snarled back. Zen. He summoned his most powerful Dark Kai warrior by his side. But before either of them could make a move to attack. Ahem. The three of them had their attention drawn to the large group of heroes that stood before them. Caleb, Captain Black, Matt, Viper, El Toro, Paco, Aldarn, Bathek, Tyner, Mama Toru, and even the Dark Kai enforcers stood together with a group of rebels and Section 13 agents, aiming bows and arrows and guns respectively at the villains. But in front of them were Uncle, Toru, Alchemy, and Yan Lin, each holding a dried lizard in their hands as the four recited a familiar chant. Yumo Gui Gui Fi Di Zhao. Yumo Gui Gui Fi Di Zhao. Yumo Gui Gui Fi Di Zhao. Are we interrupting something? Captain Black asked. Attack. Wang ordered Hawk Fu, who proceeded to charge forward, while Phobos conjured a sword in one hand and readied a magic blast in the other. But they were ready for even this. Yumo Gui Gui Fi Di Zhao. 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 As Uncle and his group chanted, a ring of green Kai magic formed around Phobos, Daolan Wang and Hawk Fu, halting whatever attacks they may have planned. All three of them were engulfed with green magic. At the same time, Fin, Ratso, and Chao were also engulfed by a flash of Kai magic before it all faded. When it was all said and done, Wang and Phobos had fallen to their knees. Wang's dark magic scepter turned to dust and the sword in Phobos' hand faded away to nothing. Hawk Fu also landed on his back in front of them, back in his human form. What? Why am I so weak? Hawk Fu questioned, looking at his human hands, and they weren't the only ones. Hey, look at us. Fin said as he, Ratso and Chao had also been turned back to normal. We're not orange anymore. We're human. Ratso smiled excitedly with his friends. We're free. Chao raised his fist high as he and the enforcers exchanged high fives. What did you do? Phobos growled as he pulled himself up, trying to blast them with magic by thrusting his palms forward, but nothing came out. Disenchantment spell. Yan Lin answered with a trolling grin. Your magic as well as Daolan Wang's has been permanently stripped from you. Which makes this all the easier. Caleb walked straight up to Phobos before slugging him in the face, knocking him down to the ground and leaving a black eye. He was quickly surrounded by Toru, as well as many rebels and Section 13 agents. That must have felt good. Matt said to Caleb with a smirk. You have no idea. Caleb replied with a satisfied smile of his own. Hey there, Big P. Fin, Chao, and Ratso walked toward the downed Phobos. Welcome to Loserville. Ah, don't look so sad, pal. Ratso said in mocking fashion. Yeah, you're one of us now. Chow gloated, causing Phobos to groan in annoyance before hanging his head in defeat. I surrender. Yes, you do, Toru said firmly. Hakfu got up with a growl. Powers or not, I am strong enough to tear you all apart with my bare hands. He leapt into the air for an attack. Angry Crow takes. He was interrupted and met in the air by Viper, who landed a kick into his chest to knock him down into the ground, where he was pulled into a bear hug by El Toro and flipped over to land his face into the ground. Hakfu saw swirls for a moment, before his vision cleared slightly to see Paco leaping down from a tree branch to drive an elbow into his face and finally knock him out. Nice, kid. Viper nodded to Paco as El Toro ruffled his head, while Paco smiled brightly. That left just Daolon Wong, who began to back away as Uncle approached him. Desperately, Wong tried to pull out a skull with crystals for eyes, only for Uncle to knock it away with a finger slap. A dark magic potion was next, but slapped away as well, followed by a large bug, only to get slapped away again before Wong ended up backing into Aldarn, Vathek, and Tyner. You're finished, wizard. Vathek glared as Aldarn began to tie Wong's hands together. You may be disenchanted, but I believe you still know many ancient spells. Uncle said. I will tell you nothing. Wong practically spat in Uncle's face. Do you want to have your revenge upon Shendu? Yes. Then start talking to Uncle. He exclaimed as Aldarn and Tyner tried to hold him back. Wong could only look away with a scowl as he muttered some curse no one could understand. Blunk chuckled as he remained in the back of the group. Bad guy's not tough anymore. Right, Eleon. He turned to his side, only to see no one was there. Eleon. Where Eleon go? That caught Alchemy's attention as she and the enforcers made their way there. She was right here, right. Where the heck did that kid run off to? Chow questioned. However, another explosion sound drew everyone's attention back to the castle where the battle against the ultimate evil was still being waged. Even someone like Ratso could put the pieces together. Aw nuts. Ratso cursed. What are we gonna do with that kid? Finn shook his head. Jackie, Will, Jade, Lin, Irma, Cornelia, and Tyranny, all laid beaten on the ground, barely conscious as they groaned from the pain that they were in. They tried to pick themselves up as best as they could, but with Shendu looming over them, the fear and terror he induced almost made their willpower drop to zero. You certainly provided me with adequate entertainment. Shendu commented. But I'm finished with you now. Shendu. Jackie was able to pull himself back on his feet. If you must take your revenge on someone, let it be me, and let the girls go. Jackie. Jade exclaimed as the other guardians looked in shock and even fear. What? No. No way. Will cried out. We're not leaving you. Irma exclaimed. Shendu chuckled. It seems your young friends are already spoken for, Chan. But look at this way, you'll be together for eternity in the afterlife. Get away from them. The fire demon raised a curious eyebrow to see a certain princess standing in between him and his would-be victims, much to their own horror. Eleon. Cornelia screamed. What are you doing? Get out of here. So, the future queen of Meridian returns. Shendu observed with amusement. Tell me, how do you plan to stop me without your vast powers, little one? It was all drained in order to bring me back to life, was it not? I won't let you hurt my friends anymore, monster. Eleon exclaimed, but despite her face appearing fierce, she was shaking like a leaf. Being powerless and facing a monster that easily dwarfed her size was nothing short of terrifying. You call me a monster, but you were not the one who betrayed them. Shendu mocked, causing Eleon's look to falter. Were they not your beloved friends? Did they not try to save you from your foolish brother and myself? And how did you repay them? Attacking and imprisoning them as if they were your enemies. Even under the impression they were being manipulated by an unseen force, you still took arms against them. You think you have any right to stand beside them now? You think sacrificing yourself will earn their forgiveness? Then you really are a hopeless child. Eleon looked down slightly. Eleon listened, none of that matters. Lin tried to tell her. But you have to get out of here. You can't fight him. Just go. Run. Jackie also told her. You're right. She admitted, causing Shendu to look at her curiously. I did hurt them. I betrayed them. I trusted complete strangers over my friends, even my best friends that I've known since I was little." She glanced at Cornelia in particular with a guilty expression. "I was too caught up in the fantasy of being a magic princess that I lost sight of what was really important. I don't expect their forgiveness." She clenched her fists as she faced Shendu again. "But I'm going to do everything I can to make it right. Starting with, standing up to you." While Jackie and the girls were nothing short of amazed by her willingness to make amends to them, they were still very afraid for her well-being while Shendu only laughed. "How touching." He telekinetically lifted not only Eleon, but also Jackie and the Guardians into the air in front of him. "Well, if you truly care for them so much, then you can suffer the same agonizing fate as they." However, before he could make any attempt at torture, or execution, or both, he heard drums beating from behind, as well as the footsteps of an army marching toward him, and a familiar chant he knew all too well. "Yumo Gui Gui Fi Di Zhao. Yumo Gui Gui Fi Di Zhao. Yumo Gui Gui Fi Di Zhao. Yumo Gui Gui Fi Di Zhao." The army consisting of the rebels, Section 13 agents, and defected guards marched toward Shendu, several bearing large white flags and even pounded on large drums. At the lead of the army was Uncle, dressed in a white robe with the yin-yang symbol on his chest and a red cape. Beside him were Toru, Captain Black, Caleb, Alchemy, Yanlin, Blunk, Matt, Viper, El Toro, Paco, Finn, Ratso, Chow, Tyner, Aldarn, Vathek, Mama Toru, each holding Chinese lanterns as they too recited the chant. "Yumo Gui Gui Fi Di Zhao. Yumo Gui Gui Fi Di Zhao. Yumo Gui Gui Fi Di Zhao. Yumo Gui Gui Fi Di Zhao." Shendu's red eyes widened in horror. This was just like back then. Back then with Lo Pei, who bore the heart of Kandrakar himself, when he... No, not again. Will looked in surprise to see the heart of Kandrakar around her neck beginning to glow a bright green. She couldn't quite explain it, but somehow, she knew exactly what to do. Maybe it was the spell working through the heart, or the heart itself that was telling her, but she knew it, and one look at all her friends told her they knew it as well. A bright flash of Kai magic formed the heart broke the Guardians, Jackie, and Eleon from Shendu's grip. Cornelia caught Eleon before she could fall as the 6 Guardians quickly flew out and hovered in front of the army, where Uncle threw out from his sleeves a pair of Chinese sutras, which hovered next to Will, glowing green like the heart, as she and the other Guardians recited the chant along with Uncle. "Yumo Gui Gui Fi Di Zhao. Yumo Gui Gui Fi Di Zhao. Yumo Gui Gui Fi Di Zhao." Jade, Irma, Tyranny, Heilin, and Cornelia each held out glowing energy discs, each one colored purple, blue, orange, white, and yellow respectively as they shot their respective elemental energies into Will, which condensed directly into the heart as a large sphere of pulsating pink and green energy began to form in front of her. No. Stop them. Shendu bellowed as a massive stream of black mass shot down from the sky, consisting of hundreds of shotokan, which blasted towards the heroes. Just then, the sphere in front of Will fired a blast of pure pink and green energy, clashing with the shotokan stream, both forces holding the other back. But, with Shendu focused solely on the spell, it made him unaware of Jackie as he ran forward, leaping up from the ground towards the surprised Shendu's face before Jackie threw out a punch and knocked the fire demon to the ground. Jackie landed on the ground gracefully, only to wave his hand as he, somehow, even through the armor, felt the stinging pain in his knuckles. Ow! With Shendu's focus faltered, the spell broke through the shotokan mass, and blasted Shendu, engulfing him in the pure good magic as he screamed in agony. "The extraction spell is working!" Yanlin exclaimed. "Extraction spell?" Eleon asked. "What are you talking about?" "Wait for it," Yanlin told her with a smirk. Shendu tried to resist it, he tried to force himself up, but the spell was already beginning to take hold. His body began to stiffen before it twisted and folded in on itself. NNNNNNO. Flash. Asterisk. A stream of white energy was shot from Shendu and straight up into the sky. In that one instant, all forms of darkness, be it the shotokan or the corruption of Phobos' power, had been washed away. The dark and bleak sky became clear blue, the sun shining brightly like on a clear sunny day. And it wasn't just the sky, the environment across all of Meridian began to change. The twisted and dangerous swamps became less hostile and more beautiful, filled with clean water and green vegetation. Even the dark castle that was once Phobos' fortress of fear turned into something more noble, made from white marble and looking like it could put Notre Dame to shame. As for Shendu, he was no longer a towering demon, but now a flat and circular statue once again that fell flat on the ground as the 12 talismans of the Chinese zodiac lay around him, along with the mask of Takudo. Everyone behind them began to cheer and celebrate in victory while Jackie, Will, Jade, Irma, Heilin, Tyranny, Cornelia, and even Eleon looked in clear shock and even disbelief. "Uncle, was that?" Jackie asked. "The very same spell which turned Shendu to stone, ages ago." Uncle revealed, and separated his powers from him, in the form of 12 talismans. Even the mask of Takudo was separated from him. Toru added as he went to collect said mask, depriving him of his control over the Shodokan. They all heard Eleon gasp in surprise as they saw her hovering in the air, magic flowing through her body once more. Oh, and it also removed the power that was stolen in order to reconstitute him and returned it to its original source. Yan Lin added with a smile. My powers are back." Eleon looked to her hands in surprise. "Sure looks like it," Alchemy said with an approved smile. "So, that's it. We won. Like for real, this time?" Irma asked. "That is it," Uncle confirmed. "Shendu, Phobos, Takudo, and Daolan Wang have all been defeated," he said with a smile and nod. "We won," Heilin said with a smile, followed by the other girls. "We won." Tyranny began to cheer. "We won." All the girls cheered and hugged each other as everyone else continued to celebrate in joy. Word spread across Meridian faster than wildfire, almost as fast as the change in scenery to the land. Phobos and his forces had been defeated, and they had a new queen. People returned to the cities and their homes and immediately began to celebrate. People danced and cheered in the streets. Flowers and confetti flew through the air in celebration, instruments were played, it was indeed a time worthy of celebration. The war was finally over, and peace had been restored at long last. Everyone came. All the soldiers who fought in the war, those who defected when they realized the cause they were fighting for was wrong, including Tyner, as well as civilians like Elias, Aitken, and even Alborn and Myriadel. Even people from Earth in Section 13 were joining the celebration. Eleon rode on horseback as Cornelia, Alchemy, Finn, Ratso, and Chow walked beside her as she bore a crown of flowers on her head. "So, feel good to be the queen?" Cornelia asked. "Feels like I don't deserve it," Eleon said as she hung her head down. "After what I did." "Hey, it wasn't your fault, little E," Finn told her. "Yeah, the bad guys were pretty good liars," Ratso added. "If anything, we should have told you sooner," Chow said. "Hey, you guys were enslaved, that wasn't your fault," Eleon said. "But, I am sorry for all the trouble I caused." Cornelia flew up to her and wrapped her arms around her in the form of a hug. "Eleon, no matter what, you're still my best friend and that is never going to change." Eleon couldn't stop the tears of joy from falling as she returned the hug. "Thank you." "Ah," Ratso gushed. "So, how does it feel to be good guys, now?" Alchemy asked the enforcers. "Honestly, feels kinda nice," Chow said with a smile. "Yeah, I think we're gonna like being good guys," Finn added. As everyone continued to celebrate, Yan Lin stood by the mage. "Darkness may indeed rise, but light always rises to meet it. We'll see to Takudo's mask, but you must guard Phobos and Shendu very carefully. Just because they are powerless, does not mean they are no longer dangerous." The mage nodded in understanding before turning around to leave the party as Yan Lin and Cornelia walked to join the main group of Jackie, Will, Jade, Heilin, Irma, Tyranny, Toru, Uncle, Captain Black, Mama Toru, El Toro, Paco, Viper, Caleb, Matt, Blunk, and Scruffy. "You know, when it's not ruled by a tyrant, this place is actually kinda nice," Viper observed. "Yes, a welcoming change of scenery." El Toro nodded in approval. Matt chuckled as he stood next to Will. "Fighting ninjas, monsters, and demons, what's next for our big adventure?" "Our next adventure?" Will asked almost playfully, until Matt reached out to grab her hand, causing her to smile genuinely. "Oh, get a room," Paco told them. "That is how you say it, America, right?" he asked Jade. "Yep, got it one," Jade confirmed as she held Scruffy in her arms, who proceeded to lick her face, resulting in her chuckles. Blunk visit lots. The pasling said. What do you mean visit? Caleb asked. You live here. Only part-time. Blunk answered. Earth need hero like Blunk too. Hero, huh? Got room for him at your agency, Cap. Irma nudged Captain Black with a smirk. So long as he doesn't try to steal anything that could blow up. Augustus replied. Toru, he looked down to see his mother looking up with a proud smile. You have made this old woman very proud. Thank you, Mommy. Toru smiled as he pulled his mother up in a hug. Yes, a fine man your son is. Uncle nodded as he looked to Toru with pride himself. An excellent Kai wizard he will make someday. This caused Toru to blush as he pulled Uncle into a hug with his mother as well. Ah, Hey Lin gushed. So cute. And she is not the only one. Jackie looked to all the girls. Jade, Will, Irma, Tyranny, Hey Lin, Cornelia, you have each come so far in such a short time. Even when you made mistakes, you found a way to make things right. You've saved many lives, including my own, several times. You took a stand against those who abused their power and found a way to prevail, fighting for what is right. As your teacher, friend, and even family, he spared Jade a glance and a smile at that part. Number words can express how proud I am at each and every one of you. Well, we had a really good role model. Tyranny said with an emotional smile as she was the first to hug Jackie, followed by the other girls as he returned with a hug of his own. As they broke off, Will and Jade shared a glance. I can't believe it's all over. The redhead said. Yeah, for now. Jade replied. In the words of Uncle, a new evil will soon arise. She put on her best uncle impression, causing Will to laugh. Yeah, well, no matter what kind of monsters we face next, they better be ready for an ass-kicking, courtesy of J-Witch. She offered her best friend a fist bump. Got that right, bestie. Jade nodded as she bumped her fist to Will's with a proud smile. Meanwhile, within the Infinite City, deep behind the waterfall that was within the lair of the mage, was a dungeon that contained many new prisoners, each one locked behind magic energy bars. Among them were the many surviving Lurdans, and other monsters and villains, including the depowered Phobos and Daolon Wang, as well as the now human Hawk Fu. The mage walked toward the end of the bridge that stopped in the middle of the dungeon, looking down into an open pit where Shendu's stone form was contained, also locked behind several crisscrossing magic energy bars. His red eyes glowed with fury as he saw the pit being closed off. CCCHHHAAAAAAANNNNN. His cries were cut off as the pit was closed behind a stone barrier that the mage stood over. So, now it all begins. The mage said, a sinister smile forming on her face. The end. And it's the end of this What If. I hope you guys like it. Don't forget to subscribe, leave a comment down below and subscribe to the channel.